20 years.
Oh, wow. Nice.
We met in New York.
Is that where you used to work?
So about 3 months ago, yeah. Most of my career's been up in New York. So about 3 months ago, I pick up the phone. It's her.
We're live?
We are live. Let's do this. What do you say, Joe?
Oh, sorry about that,
Hi, everybody. We are live on the banks of the Cooper River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Camden County, just across the Delaware River from Philadelphia. And this is the 2023 Knecht Cup Regatta. This is the 25th year we've been doing this now, 25 years.
That's crazy.
I am Mike Jarek. I host a show across the river in Philadelphia called Good Day Philadelphia, Monday through Friday. Nice to have you here. Now, I am the novice. I am the novice all day. This is your rowing expert, Joe Leonard. Joe, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Now, you started your rowing career at St. Joe's Prep.
I did, yes, in 2009 when I was a freshman.
Okay, 4 years.
4 years.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
And then rowed a little bit at Syracuse University.
I did, yeah. Walked onto the team at Syracuse and then decided to pursue some other interests. But, I've been around the sport my whole life. My brothers rowed at St. Joe's. My sister rowed at Mount St. Joe's. And then, I've been going down to the Schuylkill River ever since I was a little kid, hanging out, watching races. So
the Schuylkill River.
Yes, sir.
You spent time on the Cooper River here too, though, right?
I have, yes. So I raced here pretty much throughout my entire high school career. Every year we'd have some races here, specifically the SRAA High School National Competition.
Mm-hmm. You see the city of Philadelphia skyline in the distance there. We've got the drones up today. We really have you covered. This is one of the biggest and I think one of the best regattas in the whole country. We have 52 universities competing today and tomorrow. That's a great drone shot, isn't it?
Yeah, looks beautiful.
Our technology has certainly upped itself in the last 5 years with this drone footage. Those are live shots, folks. So it's the Cooper River. The trophy they're going for is sitting right in front of me here. This is the Knecht Cup. I suppose before we start, and we do kick it off right away, it's 7:30, so we're going to have to get to this.
Yeah, you can see right there on the screen we have the women's doubles, potentially the men's doubles as well. Heading up to the start, first race supposed to go off at 7:30. We'll have 8-minute centers, meaning once every 8 minutes the referees will try and get these boats lined up and send them off. That should be enough time for us to cover each race in its entirety. If we get behind it all today, they'll likely have to speed that up.
I'll catch you up, you catch me up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the first one is women's double?
Yes.
Okay, Boston University, Gordon, which is a college up in Massachusetts, Ratcliffe, Bryn Mawr B, MIT B, and Thomas Jefferson University.
Yeah. So we got some local schools here and some Massachusetts schools, it looks like. Boston University, MIT, both storied, long time rowing programs. Bryn Mawr, obviously, the all-girls college in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia.
So 52 universities, you'll find that most of them are from the Northeast?
Yes, at least at an event like this, specifically for the men's as well. For the women, you'll see some more schools from the West Coast get out here, put their hat into the ring in an event like this because they want to get out here more often than not to put themselves up against the East Coast competition.
Oh, let me show you the trophy again here. Very nice, huh?
Yeah,
that's what they're shooting for. Now, as a rower yourself,
yep.
Does the weather, is that a factor? It's overcast, it's a little bit chilly, and it's spitting a little bit of rain. Does that make a difference?
So at this level, no. When the water's like this, I'm looking at the trees in the distance. There's really no wind to speak of. Wind is really the killer.
Yeah.
Rain is not the end of the world, specifically when it's not raining too hard, which at this moment it's not. Now, later in the afternoon, there's supposed to be some heavier rain. Oh, and it looks like we're off here in our first race of the day. And once again, in lane 1, Boston University. In lane 2 is Gordon. Lane 3 is the Radcliffe Lightweight. In lane 4 is Bryn Mawr B. Lane 5 is MIT B. And in lane 6 is Thomas Jefferson. And you see there, the women from Radcliffe out to a blistering start.
Way out in front.
Yeah.
How long is the course?
So this is a 2,000-meter course. That's all college-level racing.
Can you put that in English?
Yes.
I was never good with metrics.
So in the Olympics, the 1,500 meter is the Olympic mile.
Mile.
Really, it's closer to 1,600 meters as a mile. So this is about a mile and a quarter.
So if you come in last year, are you out for the rest of the day?
No, so that's a good question. So for this event specifically, it'll change throughout the day for each event. But in the women's double event, it's going to be the winner moves on to the final tomorrow, and the next 3 fastest times in each of the 3 heats will move on. So we'll have 3 winners automatically going on, and then after all 3 races are over, they'll have to check who the next 3 fastest times out of each heat was, and those 3 will also join the winners in the grand final tomorrow.
Okay, we're trying to cover everybody who's watching this live stream, people that know what they're talking about, and then people like me.
Exactly, because, for the most part, this sport is for families and, people who are athletically inclined but may not know a ton about the sport. For a lot of these folks, they probably just started rowing in college.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so, not every high school has the resources.
Is that the finish?
No.
No, still not.
So we're about, I would say about 750 meters into this race. So they've still got over halfway to go. But these girls look strong.
They really do. Now, I see, they call it a skull, or is that a shell?
It's a shell. They're sculling.
They're sculling because
Yes.
there's only 2 of them?
No, so they're sculling because they each have 2 oars.
Okay.
So they're a little bit lighter than a sweep oar. That's the other type of rowing you'll see in larger boats like 4s and 8s, and some smaller boats like pairs, but it's less common at this level. But in 4s and 8s, you'll see each rower with one larger oar. In a boat of this size, you'll see singles, doubles, and quads, they're called, with 2 oars. Kind of gives you a little bit more leverage to move the boat down the race course. It's a little bit of a different stroke as well. You'll see that these women, as they get up to the catch, it's called, when you get your blade in the water, is called the catch. Their chests are up and out and straight, and they're trying to extend center forward as much as possibly can.
You see the building off on the right, that is the Camden County Boathouse. That's where we are housed right now inside in case it rains, because Joe's very sensitive.
Yes,
He doesn't like extra
tough.
water. But a beautiful drone shot. Isn't this technology great?
This is fantastic. As you see there on the screen in lane 1, Boston University, you see that orange buoy right there where the referee is. That's the 1,000 meter mark for today. So that's halfway. The ladies from Boston University currently trying to finish out strong to put up one of those top 3 next times as the Radcliffe women. The Radcliffe women
are blowing away.
Yeah, they're moving pretty good.
And so this Boston University is second?
Currently in second, yes, and not anyone really close, as you can see from this shot.
The other competitors, Gordon College out of Massachusetts, Bryn Mawr, MITB, and Thomas Jefferson University. What's the part of the body that is taxed the most?
Yeah, so that's a great question. It's really a full body workout, as they say. Folks who may not be familiar with the sport may be familiar with the rowing machine in gyms. They have them everywhere, and if you do CrossFit, they do it there. It's really a full body workout, but the most taxed part of the body is your legs. Almost everything starts with that leg push. As you see here on the screen, we have a good shot of the Boston University women. When the oars go in the water, you're in a crunched up position with your legs ready to explode, almost like you're crouching down to jump up as high as you possibly can. And then the pressure of the water, holds you in position as you push down the slide. And as you get your legs down, then you start to engage your back as your back pulls back, and then the arms follow through.
It really is full body, like you said.
It is. The arms are a bit more.
Is this the finish?
No,
No?
This is.
Oh my God!
It's okay.
How
Yeah,
long does this go?
Yeah, so generally speaking, they're about 6 to 7 minutes for boats of this size. That's the 500 meter mark. So they have 500 meters left to go. Look at this shot we got here.
Wow, that is a great shot.
This boat is really talented as well. You can see they're in sync. They've got great hands at the catch. They're getting in at the same time, and they're just plodding this boat along, hoping to put up a good time.
Okay, we have a long time together today, Joe.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned what the catch is.
Yep.
What's the recovery?
So the recovery is after they finish. So those are the 3 real parts of the stroke. There's the catch. The blades go in the water. They pull the stroke. They finish. They get the blades out of the water.
Okay.
The journey back up the slide is the recovery.
What's the feathering?
So the feathering, as the blades go in the water, they're square, right? You have to put the face of the blade in the water in order to catch the water. Now, if you pull the blades out of the water and they go back square, you're going to get wind resistance. So the fastest, most efficient way to row a boat is to feather the blades as you turn your wrist. And when you're sculling, it's more of a wrist action. When you're sweeping, it's one hand or the other hand. But sculling, kind of flip your wrists, come up to the catch, and pretty quickly. So the referees generally will allow them some leeway. You'll see later in the day as we get to the larger boats that kind of stick together a little bit more consistently that those lane assignments can really matter. But for these coxswains and these bow people, the buoys that you see are lane markers, so it makes it a little bit easier.
Are you telling me this race is still going?
No, this is it looks like we have our second race of the day on the race course.
So what happened to the first one? So Radcliffe wins that one.
I would assume Radcliffe had that in the bag.
Right.
Then, yeah.
Boston College coming in second.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the second?
Yep.
This is men's? No, this is women's
still. Still the women's. We have 3 heats here.
So Brandeis, MIT C, Bryn Mawr, New Hampshire A, and Boston University, the Terriers C. Boston University C.
Yeah, and it looks like those Boston University C rowers are out to a really strong start here.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say that. Looks like Brandeis out there in lane 2, a little bit off the pack, and then lane 3, MIT there is in second. Bryn Mawr and New Hampshire next to each other in third and fourth, and Boston University there out in front as we approach about 750 meters in this race.
Wow. Okay, so you went over, I heard you say a couple of things that we probably should reference.
Sure. Me
being the novice. Again, if you're just joining us on the live stream, and if you are joining us on the live stream, hello. I'm Mike. He's Joe. He's the expert. Please contact your friends on social media. Tell them to jump on the live stream here. I guess we're on YouTube, aren't we?
Yes, YouTube.
On YouTube.
Knecht Cup on YouTube.
That's Knecht Cup. That's Knecht Cup Regatta.
Great shot there of the Boston University women as they make their way down the race course here at about 1,000 meters left to go.
That's either a snare drum or somebody's. What speed are they going?
That's a great question. I don't know the exact answer. A lot of rowing terminology doesn't use miles per hour. It uses a bit more of strokes per minute. Now, I don't have a stopwatch on me to calculate that, but essentially strokes per minute is exactly what it sounds like. And it can change pretty quickly. As you see, they have 1,000 meters left to go for our leaders. They look like they're pretty low. I would guess that these doubles are probably, they look like they're rowing around a 30, 32. You'll see later in the day.
What does that mean, 32?
32 strokes per minute.
Per minute?
Yes.
It's like my heartbeat.
I wish.
I'm barely alive.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how healthy that is.
So what do you think about the conditions? It seems calm to me.
Yeah, so this race course is pretty great. There's no current. It's called the Cooper River, but really this is a man-made extension of the Cooper Creek / river, as it's called.
Right.
It kind of was built pretty much for these types of purposes, for rowing and other recreational activities. Actually, I believe the founder, the namesake of this event, had a hand in helping create this body of water.
That's
William Knecht.
Yeah, William Joseph Knecht. He was quite the rower too, wasn't he?
He was.
My gosh,
yes.
Competitive rower. Went to LaSalle for a while. Then went over to Villanova University. Graduated in 1951. Then he joined the Vesper Boat Club. Won national titles there. He won gold at the Pan Am Games, the Olympics, and then he was a judge in the '92 Summer Olympics. 25th year we've been doing this, the Knecht Cup Regatta. 25 years now.
Yeah, so it's a really great race course. It gets used all the time for college races, Olympic trials. It's a fair race course. It's kind of one of the the real benefits of a race course like this is that there's no current, so there's no advantage in any of the specific lanes. When you row on a river, that can come into play a lot, but when you row on a course like this that's got no current, it's even. There's no advantage in any specific lane.
Why would there be an advantage like over on the Delaware River where they have the Dad Vale Regatta?
On the Schuylkill, yeah.
Schuylkill River?
So the Schuylkill is actually a really great example of that because lanes 3 and 4 have a really strong current.
Right.
And the closer you get to the banks of the Schuylkill, the less strong the current is. So in races like the Dad Vale, the Stotesbury, the high school race, and other regattas that they hold there, qualifying is of the utmost importance because you
might get the current.
Exactly.
Or you might not.
Yeah, it can come into play immensely. And here are the results from our first heat today.
First race.
It was Brandeis in first, Boston University in second, Gordon in third, MIT-B in fourth.
Well, what happened to Radcliffe? I thought they won the whole thing.
That's a great question. I didn't see Brandeis wasn't on the heat sheet.
I think our Chiron might be a little wrong there.
Yeah, that might have been Radcliffe there.
Radcliffe instead of Brandeis. We'll fix that.
But that gave you a good idea of the timing for these. It was about 7 minutes and 50 seconds for our leaders there. So, and I think Boston came in about 10 seconds or so behind them.
Well, like Boston University, the Terriers here,
Yes.
just running away with this
Yeah,
one.
definitely.
Here's a stupid question. Why is that? How come they're so much faster than the other teams?
So it's a combination of a couple of things. Generally speaking, they're probably just better. I know.
Okay,
That's
as simple as that.
As simple as that. A lot of it comes down to technique in races like this and synchronicity with your partner.
What's more important, the strength or the synchronicity?
Technique, I think,
Technique.
is generally more important. You know, that you can pull your heart out on the rowing machine and put up great scores. But if you get into the boat and you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to make it go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, generally speaking, technique is important, although strength is a commodity.
How long does it take to get good at this?
It's a great question.
You go your whole life and not be really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it took me about 4 years to get pretty good.
At St. Joe's.
Yeah, I wasn't great until my senior year. And even then I was, I could have been recruited, chose not to, but it's one of those things where it takes some time. And if you're not good, your sophomore, junior year, you might not get noticed by recruiters as much. A lot of rowers in these events, though, are not recruited rowers. Some of them might have rowed in high school. A lot of them probably found the sport in college. As you see there, our third heat is off on the race course.
Don't they have a horn or something? Come on, Joe, help me out. So in this third heat, it's New Hampshire,
Yes.
B, Boston University again, Boston University, D, MIT, A, New York Maritime, and then Boston University, B. So Boston University can go against each other.
Yeah, Boston University has a lot of scullers here at this event, it seems, in this women's double.
Who are the
4
perennial favorites? I mean, who are perennially good?
So, in the women's events, you'll see a lot of bigger name schools. We were looking at the Cup earlier. Stanford has generally come and dominated this event on the women's side, at least in the sweep events. On the men's side, for the larger events, you'll get the local Philly schools will often do very well, Drexel and Temple. Although in the last 10 years, you'd say that Drexel has really emerged as the top men's program outside of Penn in the city. And Temple, was great in the 80s and 90s.
Well, I'm pretty impressed with Boston University so far.
Yeah, another crew out in front. Our iron sharpens iron a lot of times on the river, so these crews are practicing with each other every day. And, when you have 4 boats, you're probably messing with lineups to try and figure out who the best pair is. As you see there, this race is a little bit closer than we've seen so far. Looks like the boat in lane 2 or that would be lane 3. Boston University D.
When you count lanes, is it from the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's lane 2 all the way far right out there in last place.
Boston again.
That's New Hampshire. And then in lane 3, Boston University D.
So it's Boston University against Boston University?
Yeah, those are the top 2 schools right now. And, of course, they're friends from across the river in MIT.
Mm-hmm.
In 3rd place there. And, again, it's winners secure themselves a spot in the final. The next 3 fastest times will also enter the final. And based on the way this is looking, we're probably going to get a Radcliffe
Boston University
final.
I guess so. 4 Boston University crews and Radcliffe. So the ones that don't come in first, second, or third, are they done?
Yeah, so their race will end. As you see, this crew's struggling a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That looked like the crew from Maritime.
New York Maritime.
Yeah. Boston University kind of just cruising along here. They know they have a race tomorrow, so they want to put out a good time. But they don't want to, destroy themselves for their race tomorrow. So you'll probably see some higher stroke rates tomorrow out of these crews. They kind of know they have this in hand with 1,000 meters left to go. The crew in second obviously has to put up a fast time.
So if you're way ahead, you would save yourself.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. At this point in the race, with 1,000 meters left to go, they have a pretty solid lead. They can't give up because, they lose at this point. There's still enough time for their, compatriots at Boston in lane 3 here to come back. But, they can definitely sit on the lead a little bit, lower the stroke rate a couple of notches, and make their way down the race course and save themselves for tomorrow.
Hasn't rowing been around for centuries?
Yeah, so it's an English sport.
Mm-hmm.
It's very popular over there to this day. It looks a little different than it did 200, 300 years ago. It's smaller boats, more aerodynamic boats, carbon fiber.
Yeah, please. It used to be wooden, right?
Yes, it's all wood.
And I understand the seats didn't used to move.
Right. Yeah, they kind of sat on benches.
Right.
Like you would in if you ever been down the shore, the Jersey Shore, and you see those lifeguard rowboats, similar to something like that.
Oh, my God. Again, running away with it.
Yeah, these Boston University crews look pretty good.
Now, what's burning at this point? Your legs?
Your lungs, for sure.
Lungs.
Yeah, so it is a very aerobically intense workout and a strength workout. It's kind of why, it's one of those recommended sports for weight loss. It's low impact on your joints. It's a strength workout because you're working pretty much all the muscles in your body. And it's an aerobic activity, undoubtedly. As you move up and down the slide and you're applying pressure, 32 times a minute, essentially, for these girls. You'll see later in the day, as the 8s go off, they tend to keep their stroke rate around a 38. So they're taking, at the fastest levels, they're taking 38 strokes every minute. So
and that's about as maximum as you can do.
Yeah. So you'll see
it's one every 2 seconds.
When the races get closer and we have boats entering the final 500 meters, they'll generally take a sprint with about 250, 300 meters left to go. They'll rise their stroke rate, and they can probably get up to around 45 strokes a minute.
What?
Yeah.
My God. Now, again, they're not worried about time?
They are. So this is actually the crew that's in second. They're the other Boston crew
is way ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this crew is worried about time.
So they do keep track of the amount of time they're using.
In the boat, yes. So
Okay.
they have a little monitor in front of them that tells them stroke rate and the speed at which they're going. So they have a good idea of just how fast they're going, and
I didn't realize that was in the that technology is used.
Yeah, it's called.
They're looking at a monitor.
Yeah, it's a tiny. It's
Got to be
thing.
small.
Yeah, it's tiny. You kind of just put it in front of your stroke seat. These boats. So this is an interesting little factoid about the sport. These boats have no coxswain.
What's a coxswain?
So a coxswain is generally a smaller person who sits either in the stern or the bow of the boat, depending on the boat, and steers and executes a race plan. It's essentially a small coach inside your boat who is part motivator, part executor. So they have steering control. So one thing you'll notice in this boat is that the bow. Luckily, they have buoys on either side, but that's not always the case on race courses. So a lot of times, bow seats will have to turn over their shoulder to get a mark on their lane, and they'll have either a tow to steer, or they'll have to use power from either their left or right side. As you see some of our
This is a warm up.
yeah, warm up the race course. It looks like the women's varsity 4 is headed up the race course. As you see there, we have our first heat in the men's double coming down the race course now.
So that last one for the women's, Boston University and Boston University, right?
So this is heat 2. We have the results for. It was Boston University in that second heat, followed by MIT with 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So something to look out for. MIT finished in second there with 8 minutes and 46 seconds. We'll have to see whether or not that's a fast enough time to finish in the top 3.
Okay. Don't have the results yet for Heat 3.
No, it's probably still finishing up some of those crews. As you see there, they were finishing in the 8 minutes, and these races are supposed to go off once every 8 minutes. I think doubles. I don't think we have any single events today. At least tomorrow we might have some straight to final single events.
So the men's double is off and running, though.
It is. These are men's doubles coming down the race course.
So that's Gordon B.
Yep.
Gordon is a college up in Massachusetts. Pittsburgh,
Panthers.
New Hampshire A. Gordon D as in dog. University of Rhode Island Rowing Club, and Lafayette, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so another Northeast grouping of crews here. Pittsburgh obviously made the trek.
There are crews out west.
There are.
And in the Midwest.
In fact, the Pac-12 is generally considered the best conference in the country for rowing. So this is a good example here. I don't know exactly where this boat stands, but these two are not in sync.
What do you mean?
So you see their oars are going in. They're a little bit better there, but their oars are going in at different times. They don't have the same amount of length. So the stroke seat is demonstrably longer than the bow seat.
How do you get back on track? Is it the guy in the back that has to do it?
Yeah, the generally the stroke seat, that's what you call the person who sits in front, sets the tempo for the crew, and then you're supposed to follow. It can be a little bit difficult when you're the one responsible for steering the boat as well. They do look like they're doing a pretty good job, despite the fact that they're not totally in sync and their stroke lengths are not the same. They're definitely still getting the boat down the course, but you can see they're hugging that
They sure
buoy on their
what if they go over the
port
buoy?
side. Yeah, they'll probably get yelled at by the referee. You'll see the referee following, and you do. We can see the referee from our vantage point. They're holding up a white flag, and they're probably yelling, "Bow person, move over."
Get in your lane.
Yeah. I believe these are our leaders. That's the Gordon boat. It's tough to tell from these vantage points, but you can see them peeking out a little bit across the race course, just checking on where their competitors are at.
And again, the folks in the big white boats, well, the bigger, obviously.
Well, here's a good shot.
There
here.
you go.
Looks like potentially Lafayette out in lane 6. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, and this is a close race here. These two are pretty close together. It looks like we got that's I think Gordon, although
I think Gordon B, isn't it? If that's lane 1.
If it is lane 1, it is Gordon B. It does look like it's lane 1.
Do you know where Lafayette practices?
I don't. I mean, they're not a Philly school. There's probably a body of water.
Up in the Lehigh Valley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I know Lehigh also has a rowing team.
Mm-hmm. Now, with these two, I mean, they must have been rowing together for a long time if they're on the same team.
Potentially, they could also be younger rowers, and seasons change. So one of the things about the sport is you see this lead has opened up a little bit in the last 400 or so meters. Spring rowing has really just kind of started. So a lot of these crews in the Northeast can't get on the river, although we did have a fairly mild winter up here. A lot of them normally can't get on the river until February. That's Rhode Island right there.
Mm-hmm. They're in the 5th lane.
Yes. And a lot of the crews can't get on the race course until later in the season.
Well, no wonder the West Coast has the advantage.
Exactly.
They're not breaking up ice.
Yeah, and that plays a factor in recruiting as well, as they can often entice the better rowers who have prospects to row for national teams to come and compete with some of the better rowers across the world. So a lot of them will get, European rowers will go out west, and some, northeastern schools. But the western schools are really the powerhouses of recruiting.
Looks like the sky's lightening just a little bit. It seems a little brighter along the Cooper River here in Camden County. We're in Cherry Hill, New Jersey is where our location is here at the Camden County Boathouse. Excuse me. Like you said at the beginning of the broadcast here, or live stream, the weather really doesn't factor in much to rowing? What if it was pouring rain?
Yeah, so weather absolutely factors in. I was specifically saying this weather is really essentially ideal. So if it's pouring rain, that can be really tough. Your hands can get a little slippery. It's not the end of the world, though. You can still compete pretty well in heavy rain. Wind is really the killer. As you see here, the trees in this shot, there's no movement.
Nothing.
There's no wind out there on the course. So this is really ideal. But especially for smaller crews like doubles, singles, wind can really throw you off your game because you're lighter than some of the heavier crews. There's different types of winds, right? There's tailwind coming at your face that pushes you along, makes you go a little bit faster, but can be difficult in certain ways. And then there's headwind, which pushes against you.
The worst.
Yeah.
Crosswind probably not very good either.
Crosswind can be tough, especially a strong one. It can throw off the balance of the boat, and just generally, cause issues. So wind is really the condition that rowing can struggle in. This race course doesn't get too bad. The Schuylkill you can see caps on the race course, especially when it's windy. The race course can get really choppy. I actually rode here. So one of the things I was saying earlier is that there's no real advantage on this course. It's not necessarily true. When the conditions get a little bit windy, the lanes that actually get the biggest advantage are lane 5 and lane 6, because the middle of the course can get choppy. It can get a little bit difficult to row, but the closer you are to that bank on that, I guess it's the southern side of this course, it's less affected because it's closer to the bank.
Is that just luck of the draw?
Yep. Well, it's qualifying generally. So normally in qualifying, if you have a faster time in your heat or your semifinal, you get preferable lanes, which would be lanes 3 and 4. As we have heat 2 in our men's double is now off on the race course.
All right, let's see which schools are involved here. George Mason, Gordon C. And again, if you're just joining us, Gordon College is up in Massachusetts. Wyndham, I believe, is the name of the town. Franklin and Marshall, Gordon A, and New Hampshire B.
Yeah, so early it looks like that crew from Gordon, the Gordon A crew, off to a pretty strong start in lane 5 from what I could see. I couldn't see New Hampshire B, so they might also have been off to a strong start. But a little anecdote, my senior year of high school, I rode in the high school national championship on this race course here, and we were given lane 6. And we had rode earlier in the week before or 2 weeks before at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta and raced all the same crews, and we had finished third to Gonzaga from Washington, D.C., St. Albans from Maryland finished ahead of us, and we finished slightly ahead of Winter Park, a crew out of Florida. When we got to the Cooper, we didn't do great in qualifying, and we ended up in lane 6 for the final, and we finished second by just a hair, about a bow ball they call it, to the crew in lane 5. So there was a clear, even though we were the two of the slower crews in qualifying, we had a clear advantage being in lanes 5 and 6 due to the conditions that were choppier and a little bit more difficult to row through in lanes 3, 4, 2.
So you
1.
never know.
Yeah, it can be. It's tough with wind in general.
I think we finally got the women's double heat 3.
Yeah, this is heat 3. Looks like Boston, MIT, New Hampshire, and Maritime. And I don't know the exact breakdown of the next top 3. You can go to Regatta Central to check exact results, but it did, from what I can remember, it did seem like all those crews from Boston University will advance, all 4.
Yeah, if you want to log on to Regatta Central, there's a little tab up at the top of the screen. It says 52. That's the 52 universities that are and colleges that are at this regatta.
Yeah, so as they pass the Camden County Boat Club here, it is Gordon out in front in this second heat. So this is a little bit different. There's less boats in the men's double event here this weekend. So this is top 2 move on. So in that last race, it looked like it was it was Lafayette and one of the Gordon crews moving on. And then the next 2 fastest times out of the heats will also move on. So top 2 move on in this event as they have about 1,000 meters left. That race for second in this one is pretty tight. Looks like George Mason and New Hampshire B as Gordon starts to pull away for the lead here.
Just past 6 minutes past 8 o'clock on the East Coast here, if you're just joining our live stream. This is the Knecht Cup Regatta. 25 years, the 25th anniversary of this regatta, one of the best, one of the biggest regattas in the country. This particular day, we have 52 teams from around the country, and we're on the Cooper River, which is in Camden County, New Jersey. Cherry Hill is the name of the town that we're closest to now, right across the river from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And you can see the Philadelphia skyline there in the back, right over the Camden County Boathouse. Really beautiful shot.
My name is Mike Jarek. I host a show on Fox Television, Fox 29 in Philadelphia, called Good Day Philadelphia. We named it Good Day Philadelphia because it's in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
We thought that was appropriate.
I thought you were going to say not to confuse it with Good Morning America.
Well, we are never confused with them. They do a professional job. And sitting next to me is Joe Leonard, who for 4 years rode at St. Joe's Prep. They have a fantastic reputation in rowing, don't they, St. Joe's?
Yeah, generally considered the best high school in Philadelphia at rowing, if not the best in the country.
Okay. We have men's double heat 1 results.
Yeah. So again, in these men's double events, it's top 2 moving on, and then the next 2 fastest times. So Gordon and Lafayette will be in our final tomorrow, and we'll have to see URI and Pittsburgh currently in position to move on, but these crews in Heat 2 will have a chance to put up a faster time and move on. So 8:14.55 is the time to beat, and then 8:09.75 from URI is currently the top qualifying time.
So all the teams that we see today will be going the same distance?
Yep, 2,000 meters.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so that is pretty much the standard for competition rowing in the spring and in the Olympics as well. So just that's kind of the rule of thumb for competition rowing is 2,000 meters. In the fall, the sport is essentially a year-round sport, especially when you can row in the winter and, like we said, in the warmer weather schools. But in the fall, there's a lot of, they call them head races. So a lot of crews will compete at different events, and they send them off one at a time, and it's a time trial essentially. And those events are normally between 5,000 meters, like 3 miles. Essentially, is those types of races. The most famous, of course, being the Head of the Charles in Boston, Massachusetts.
The Charles River.
The Charles River, of course, home to Harvard, Boston University, MIT. Yeah, all these great Boston rowing programs.
You ever rowed on the Charles River?
I have. I've rowed in the Head of the Charles twice, actually.
Wow.
Once in high school, and then once a couple of years ago in a terrible idea.
Really?
I just rowing. I haven't rowed as much in recent years, so it was fun. It was an alumni crew for St. Joe's, and it was a good time out there. It was just my hamstrings seized up a little bit.
Well, everything would seize up on me, I'm telling you. My goodness. So you went to Syracuse University, but not to row.
No, rowing wasn't in my plans for college. I did, walk onto the team once I got there. I was, somewhat successful.
You were recruited, though, out of St. Joe's Prep, right?
A little bit, yeah. I had some recruiting opportunities, but for me, school was definitely the more important factor. Syracuse had been a dream of mine for a long time.
Broadcasting?
So, yeah, broadcasting major. So, Syracuse had been a dream of mine for a long time. So I rowed for a little while. I ended up getting hurt, and, they let me go from the team. But that was
Were you hurt in
fine.
Now, be honest, Joe.
Oh, absolutely.
Were you hurt in a rowing incident?
Nope.
Now, what is it, in a bar?
No, it was on a basketball court.
Oh, okay. You pulled something.
I sprained an ankle.
And that did it.
Yeah, it was right over our winter break too. So when I came back out of shape, there were some questions that had to be asked.
You're too heavy to get in the boat. One of those things.
Not quite. It was more I couldn't finish my erg pieces.
I got you. So, it seems like almost a solitary sport. I know you have teammates, but
so I mean these doubles. It can be tough. As we see, we got our fours coming down the race course now in our women's varsity 4 heat number 1.
Back to the women. So it's Connecticut in lane 2, then Stetson, the Hatters. I think that's their mascot. West Virginia, Villanova in the house, and Drexel.
Yeah, so a couple local crews here going up against some. So this is a Division I event for sure. These are going to be some fast crews. So varsity 4, this is a marquee event. Like as you go down, any varsity event is generally pretty good. You'll see freshman and second varsity events that are generally not as prestigious, but still fast. But varsity, the big events, generally speaking, are the 8s, the 4s. You don't see a lot of quads in college, but quads are a big event on the Olympic level, and then doubles.
Explain what a quad is.
So this is a 4. You see out there, there's 4 oars. Each rower has 1 oar, and there's a coxswain in the bow of each of these boats. So that's a cox 4 is what they call that. You'll see it's a 4+ generally.
And what's the job of the coxswain again? Just screaming at them?
So this is the first race of the day with a coxswain. So it's their duty to keep the boat straight. That's first and foremost. Secondly, they're there to execute a race plan. So a lot of times these rowers, when you are out there in a boat, there's not a lot of mental thinking going on. You kind of you just go.
It's physical.
Exactly. You go. So the coxswain is there to say, okay, we're at the 1,000-meter mark now. We're halfway done the race. Let's take a move here. Let's raise the rate like 2 strokes a minute and push really hard for about 10 strokes to either increase our lead or try and gain some time back. And then let's settle back down. So the coxswain helps execute, a race plan that they've been working on in practice with their coaches for a while now. This is a pretty good race. You see here we've got, looks like
Would that be Drexel?
That is Drexel in second. Looks like Connecticut in lane 2 out in front at the moment. So, but it's close. They just rode by our vantage point.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, you can't really tell from this shot from the drone. They look pretty even. Connecticut had a slight edge as they approach the 500-meter mark.
Yes, Connecticut and Drexel, neck and neck, huh?
Yeah, good race there. And this
Villanova would be third.
I believe.
Oh, we got some results in here for Heat 2.
Okay, so yeah, so this is actually super interesting. So again, it was 1 and 2, moving on to the final. So Gordonay and George Mason will be in the men's double final. New Hampshire comes in with the fastest qualifying time, 7:56. They will also be in the final, and then they will be joined by Lafayette. They knocked Pittsburgh off of that qualifying.
Ooh,
I'm not
okay.
I'm sorry, not Lafayette. It was New Hampshire.
New Hampshire A.
And then they knocked Pittsburgh out of qualifying position for the final. So those 4 crews will be moving on. Lafayette, Gordon, New Hampshire, and Gordon. All right. I think I got that wrong. But
Well,
again, Regatta Central.
go to Regatta Central. Log on and go to Regatta Central. It's a lot to keep track of, my goodness.
It's tough to tell here. It looks like Drexel may have peeked out in front of this Connecticut crew.
Way over on the right.
Yeah, out of lane 6 there, Drexel. The Drexel Dragons, of course, one of the mainstays of the Schuylkill River in Philadelphia. I'm sure it is Varsity 4. I'm sure these are some older rowers from the team, so they've definitely raced on the Cooper River before. So they're a bit experienced.
Do you have to do this every day if you're going to be really competitive?
Pretty much, yeah. A lot of these crews, they have to follow rules. Obviously, there's Division I rules about how much you can practice.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them will practice twice a day, about 6 days a week. There's a rule as you see them crossing the finish line here. It does look like Drexel pulled out in front, and Drexel will cross first, and that's huge because this is Connecticut probably in a good position to move on, but this is a 3-heat event, so it is only the winner in each of these events moving on to the final automatically.
Automatically, yeah.
And then the next 3 fastest times will go to a grand final, and because this is a championship event, the Varsity 4 events, there will be a petite final tomorrow morning.
What's considered a petite final?
The next 6.
Oh, next 6, okay.
So that's a really important thing in championship rowing, especially at the college level. You'll see it at IRAs is what is essentially the national championships of college rowing later in this season. That'll determine. Essentially, they run 4 petite finals for the men's and women's varsity events. Determines the top 20 teams in the country that year.
Mm-hmm. You and I touched on just a little bit, then we got waylaid about how solitary the sport is.
Right. It can be really mental. In a boat like this, it's less so. You have someone in front of you. The stroke seat in a boat like this is pretty alone, as there's they're kind of just looking ahead, no one. But they do have the coxswain in their ear, so they do have someone. Oh, and I was incorrect. This is the finish line coming up here. So Drexel's still looking good to finish out in first.
I'm sure there's quite a competition between the local schools, too.
Definitely.
Oh, my gosh.
The Drexel-Temple rivalry is strong. Villanova, obviously, a bit more competitive in the women's events than the men's events. But for sure, I mean, they see each other out on the Schuylkill every day, as Drexel will cross there in first. And Connecticut will have to put up a qualifying time.
So time is important to continue on. What is this, about 1.5 miles? Somewhere in there?
Yep, about 1.25 miles.
1.25 miles. What's the fastest anybody could do it?
That's a great question. I don't know what the Olympic 8s do exactly, but I believe, can break 5 minutes.
What?
Yes.
We're looking at scores here, 7s, 8s, and 9s, or 8 minutes and
Yep.
change.
Yeah, but these are smaller boats as well.
Mhm.
The 4s you'll see, so those were the doubles that were going in the 7 to 9 minute mark. 4s will probably put up faster times. You might see some of these crews start to break 7 minutes.
So this is now taking off?
Yep, this is Heat 2 in the women's varsity 4.
TCNJ, Eastern Michigan, Duquesne out of Pittsburgh, Fordham, Ratcliffe again, and Delaware.
The women from Delaware. Yep, Delaware, pretty strong program. This looks like a pretty tight race at the start here in the first 500. So, to get back to the conversation about the solitary of the sport, it is a lot of, once you're in the race as a rower, it's a lot of, I'm watching the head and shoulders and out of my peripheral, the oar of the people in front of me, because you want to keep time. So you like to see when their oar goes in. That's important, just for your own timing. But also you want to keep your eyes pretty much dead set ahead in order to make sure you're keeping time. Because really, like we were saying earlier about technique, keeping time is really the most important aspect of the sport. Obviously, you want strength. Obviously, you want push through the water. A solid recovery. But all of that comes from keeping in time.
So again, for the folks watching at home, this live stream, the left, where's lane 1?
Lane 1 is on our right-hand side.
To the right side.
Yeah, they're back in, looks like 6th place there.
So Radcliffe out in front?
If that's lane 5.
Lane 5,
Yep,
yeah.
that's Radcliffe, who we've already seen put up some strong times today. And then that race for second is strong. That's
Fordham?
Delaware and Fordham, yep. Or no, I'm sorry, Delaware and Duquesne.
Duquesne, yeah.
Fordham and Eastern Michigan tight together there in 3rd and 4th. But it can get tiring out there, so they train for 2,000 meters, so they're prepared for it.
But that's going full, well, not full out for over 8 minutes.
It pretty much is a full. It's not a sprint per se, because obviously you can go faster, but it is about as hard as you can pull. 2,000 meters is generally considered in the sport the test piece on the rowing machine as well. It's how you compare, speed on an indoor machine between rowers to give you an idea of, who's the strongest, who's the fastest. And a 2,000 meter, it is essentially a full sprint. So on a rowing machine, you'll probably get that stroke rate between a 32 to a 36, depending on your fitness level.
Now, would you practice on a stationary rowing machine?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
In fact,
It's
it is
nonstop.
It's difficult. That is easily the most difficult part of the sport, in my opinion, is training.
Dedication.
Yeah, I train like that rowing machine. If anyone at home has ever given it a try,
I hate it.
It's a beast.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder than a stationary bike. It's harder than a treadmill because it's a strength workout at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But it's also that, so you're getting that anaerobic burn from your muscles, but your lungs are also put to a really tough test.
Going 1.25 miles down the Cooper River. So it looks like Radcliffe is out ahead.
Yep.
And then Duquesne off
Yeah.
to the left and Delaware off to the right.
Yep. And again, it is the 3 fastest qualifying times moving to a final. A lot of these crews will stick around as there is a petite final tomorrow as well.
Mm-hmm.
So Radcliffe, though, looking to ensure their place in the final as our results come in for heat number 1.
Yeah. Drexel, Connecticut, Villanova, Stetson, and West Virginia.
So you'll see there Drexel with the qualifying time. The next 3 fastest times overall will move on to the final. So Connecticut with that 7:58, it's a pretty good time.
They're
They
probably in.
So you'll see these scores are actually pretty similar to the doubles, which does make sense when you think about it in terms of total oars. The doubles have 4 oars, the fours have 4 oars, and are a little bit heavier. So sweeping is generally faster. This sweeping, as they call it, with 1 oar.
Mm-hmm. All right, the person laying down.
Yep, that's the coxswain. It's called a bow loader boat. These fours. So they're laying down to create as much aerodynamic effect as
no
they can.
No drag at all.
Exactly. One of the things you'll look for as these boats row along is the amount of check in the boat. So
what's check?
So when you reach the catch, the boat slows down. All of your momentum is coming forward on that recovery. So the boat begins to slow down, and as you put the oars in the water, you begin to create resistance. So the goal is to create as little resistance as possible to get the blades in the water and immediately start that stroke. But it's a tough balance between, getting the oar in the water safely and missing water, because you can miss water on the catch if you're trying to get in too quickly, and you just lose form a little bit.
You call that a whiff?
Yeah, it happens.
It happens?
It does.
You don't get any water at all.
It can. It's these crews probably won't, because they're in competitive season. They've been rowing together probably for a little while, and they're stronger. A little bit more later, as we see some novice events, you might see a few whiffs as boats have a tougher time balancing the boat, because that is another key factor. It's a little bit easier when you're up at speed to keep the boat balanced, but the main thing about keeping in time and everyone having their oars go in at the same time is that the boat rocks while you're in it. It isn't just you see how slim they are, and you saw there they just missed some water on their starboard side there as they rocketed a little bit onto their port side. You'll see the boat can dip on either side, creating an imbalance. It makes it difficult. Like you have to find a hand level to balance the boat.
We have a good race here.
Yeah, these two are pushing each other.
Is that Drexel and Duquesne?
That's Delaware.
Delaware and Duquesne.
It looks like Duquesne's gonna push out ahead there at the end. It is close though. Tough to call from this vantage point. These buoys are on a slight slant, so the lanes on the inside have a slight edge at this vantage point as we see this race begin to finish up. We'll check in on those times, but it's nice as heat number 3 gets off on the course. It's nice when you have that boat right next to you pushing you when you're trying to put up a time to qualify. It's like running. Whenever you have someone next to you that you're competing against, you can just push yourself just a little bit harder than you normally would if you're just out there by yourself.
So even before one heat ends, another one takes off. Like in this case, is the women's varsity 4, heat 3.
Trying to keep it on time as the day goes on.
Merrimack, St. Joe's, LaSalle, MIT, Lafayette, and again Boston University.
So our first appearance from St. Joe's and LaSalle today, longtime rivals.
And they would both practice on the Schuylkill?
Yes, they both practice on the Schuylkill. Although LaSalle University is a bit further away, I believe. Yeah.
If you're watching in some other part of the country and you say, what is a Schuylkill? that is a river that runs through the city of Philadelphia. I mean, it's much longer than just Philadelphia, but still. Well, on one side of Center City, Philadelphia, is the Delaware River. On the other side is the Schuylkill River.
Yeah, and the Schuylkill is notorious. There's a stretch. If you're familiar with the Philadelphia area, there's a stretch between an iconic landmark of the city at the Art Museum with what we call Boathouse Row that stretches down into a neighborhood called East Falls that is famous for its rowing and other recreational activity, but specifically the rowing.
You know, it makes me nervous when I watch, like, the Dad Vale. Stotesbury, is that over there too?
Yeah.
Because there's a waterfall at the behind the art museum.
That waterfall is actually what allows that recreational activity to happen in
Okay.
that part of the race course. Otherwise, it slows down the current of the Schuylkill. They dam it there, and it kind of slows it down a little bit and allows for that.
Has anybody ever gone over it?
I'm sure. I don't know specifically.
I mean, recreational people. There are people that go out every morning and row, not in competition, just to stay in shape.
Yes, it is it's a major part of the city.
Oh my gosh, yes.
As you see here, we have Lafayette out in front, out of lane 5 in heat number 3, and Boston University not far behind them. It looked like they were pretty close there for a while. It looks like Lafayette just took a slight move to get out in front.
Oh, Boston. Hi, Colin.
It's just
How you doing, man?
all right.
Colin, our technical director, just came over. That's a little loud. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you, Colin. Yep. All right. Hopefully, you can hear us a little better at home now.
Or maybe that's not a good thing.
Yeah, depending on your vantage point. Strong race going on here at about the 1,000-meter mark there, as Lafayette leads the crew from Boston University. And again, only the winner of each of these heats guarantees them spot in the grand final tomorrow.
But you can get in if you're not the winner, if your time is good enough.
Yeah, so it's similar to, if you ever watch track and field events in the Olympics, winners or first two a lot of times in the 100 heats will make it, and then they'll look at the times from the next qualifiers and compare those, and the top 3 or 4 next best will continue to move on. That's how it's going to work here for a lot of these races today. One of the interesting things about rowing is that one of the big issues with doing things like that is that conditions can change from race to race. As you know, they're 8-minute races right now. 8 minutes is a lot in terms of weather. Mm-hmm. But luckily today, the conditions are really great.
It seems like these are conditions that runners like.
Yeah, it's a similar type of thing, right? There's not too much heat. There's no sun beating down on you. Heat can be a real issue as well. Extremes in general are an issue. Like strong cold is one of the worst things to row in. It can get a little bit better as your body warms up, but getting out there is often very difficult. And once you're rowing, it's a little bit better. But and then extreme heat is really, really difficult. And I think people who run or cycle can
say the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's any aerobic activity like that because your body's working double time. So it's overcast here today. We'll see if our conditions hold up in terms of we have some storms in our afternoon forecast. This Lafayette crew is strong. You can see those women are really, really pulling.
It's rare to see Boston behind.
Yeah, so far today, these Boston women have really, really been performing well.
Almost dominating.
Yeah.
Them and Radcliffe.
You can see this is a great shot of their faces. Just the strain it puts every time they put their look at the 3-seat in Boston there. She's the second rower. Mm-hmm. She's really, really putting herself into this, and you can see it on her face as she pulls each stroke, and the bow seat as well. So, to use some terminology for those at home who might not understand, the stroke seat is the person you see in the front. The stroke seat or 4-seat, they would call that. Behind her is the 3-seat, then the 2-seat, and then the 1-seat, also known as the bow seat. And
is there one more important than the other?
Yes, actually, the stroke seat. It's tough. Stroke and bow can be important in different ways. Stroke, though, is generally who the coach puts faith in to set a pace. Oftentimes it's an intelligent rower because it takes a little bit more mental effort than the folks behind them. And I say this as someone who never stroked. I was never the coach's choice as the stroke seat as this race is about to finish up. But it just takes a little bit more mental effort out there to keep the boat at the pace that your game plan, says to be at.
So again, this is the women's varsity 4.
Yeah, this is our last heat in this event. We'll move on to the men's varsity.
So who
4
won that
this.
one?
That was Lafayette.
Lafayette, okay.
Followed by Boston University.
Boston University on the outside. So in this next men's varsity 4, I see Army for the first time.
And George Mason. Yeah, this should be. These are some solid rowing teams: Fairfield, Drexel, Mercyhurst, and Fordham. It's interesting. You'll see different types of crews at these events, and in the women, we've already seen, Boston University, St. Joe's. We've seen West Virginia, Connecticut, schools that are synonymous with other sports outside of rowing. In the men's, you'll get a lot of the Colonial or the Patriot League.
Patriot League, yeah.
Yeah, so Lafayette, we've seen George Mason, Army, schools like that, as they are off here in the men's 4. So these crews will be pretty fast, these men's 4s. We'll see how this breaks out. It looks already, to my eye, it looks like we've got Fairfield and Mercyhurst out in front, and Drexel just a little bit off the pace. Mercyhurst, I think, has the lead. They're historically a pretty good college at rowing. They're out in Erie, Pennsylvania. And I believe they row on the lake.
Lake Erie?
It's in some
tough.
fashion. I think there's probably, like the other Great Lakes and Big Lakes, there's smaller offsets that they can row on.
So if you're just joining us now on this live stream, you probably well, it seems like almost all these schools are up in the Northeast or certainly the eastern part of the country. Is that just a distance thing?
Yeah, specifically at this point in the season, there's a lot of college racing going on today elsewhere. The SEC has some schools, as you do see here. The Mercyhurst men are pretty comfortably out in front after 500 meters. We're here in southern New Jersey, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. So the furthest school I think we've seen, to my knowledge, has been this crew actually from Mercyhurst. We have a lot of Boston schools, some New York schools, Philadelphia, and of course we've seen Pittsburgh, West Virginia, and now a school from Erie, PA.
I think this afternoon a team from Michigan and Eastern Michigan.
Oh, that's right. We did see Eastern Michigan earlier. So yeah, Michigan's not too far. Depending on where they are, about a 12-hour drive. As these crews come by our vantage point here at the Camden Boathouse. Mercyhurst has about a boat length of open water over second place. That's Fairfield.
Fairfield out of Connecticut.
Yeah. Fairfield tends to poach a lot of rowers from this area. I had a lot of guys I rowed with in high school ended up going to Fairfield to row.
What's the attraction at Fairfield?
Just a solid team. Division I, essentially. Men's is a little bit weird when it gets to Division I or not. It's really kind of only Division I or club at the men's level. The women's have D1, D2, D3 schools. So just a little bit of a different situation going on between the two, as a lot of men's rowing programs are just a little bit wonky when it comes to the NCAA.
Where's the Army team?
Out of lane 1, it looks like Army is in third.
In third, okay. And who's way out in front here?
That is Mercyhurst. Mercyhurst. Out of lane 5, followed by Fairfield. And here are The final heat from the women's, Lafayette obviously ran away with it. Boston University finishing not too far behind them, about 4 seconds. That's about a boat length of, a bit of open water there in a 4. Merrimack, LaSalle, MIT, and St. Joe's. That was heat number 3 in the women's varsity 4.
So what's the best time you think you could get today?
When these 8s get out there, I would imagine they will be getting close to that 6-minute mark.
Oh, my God.
So for reference, a lot of these rowers, I don't know women's scores as well as I know men's scores, but on a rowing machine, when you do 2,000 meters, pretty much a lot of these top men in these top colleges will be pulling 2,000 meters on a machine in about 6 minutes and 15 to 30 seconds, depending on how good they are. Some of them could be beasts and be at like 6 minutes, which is great, essentially. You'll see that the top rowers in the country are generally all around, under 6 minutes on their 2,000 meters. Those are schools like Princeton, Harvard, California, Washington. Those guys are enormous and very strong. These programs are a little bit more mid-level at an event like this. And they might be more novice than some of the more experienced rowers. So their scores can vary quite a bit. But just to put it in perspective, top male rowers in the 6-minute mark, top female rowers generally in the 7-minute mark. So in a boat, you're generally supposed to go a little bit faster than that, but it can be a tough proposition from translating from the rowing machine to the boat. It's not always a 1-to-1 comparison. So something to keep in mind as you watch these sweeping events. As I was noting earlier, as we were watching some of the sculling events, as the rowers with 2 oars, their chests were centered and they're kind of coming up at the catch. You'll see these sweep rowers are torquing their shoulder blades and their backs. We'll get a good shot of it here.
There's torquing in rowing?
Torque.
Oh, torquing. Torquing. Okay.
Yeah, not quite
Not
that.
quite the same thing.
No. So you're just applying a little bit of turn on one of your shoulders, kind of engaging your lats in a bit of a different way. You'll see a lot of rowers, collegiate rowers, will kind of end up, especially because one things that happen is a lot of these folks only learn how to row one side, which is, it's interesting.
Really?
Yeah. So a lot of and you'll see, we have a collision back there between a couple of these boats.
I see it now. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think I'm incorrect. I can't tell if that was. They might those crews just might be waiting.
They're warming up,
yeah,
right?
Or they might have finished earlier. But so a lot of rowers could end up with some back issues, and also like muscles that kind of stretch diagonally across their back because they only row one side, and they're essentially just using that one muscle, consistently.
Over a career, you would only do one side?
A lot of them will learn both the longer they race. But yeah, for some crews, for some rowers, they will only ever be a port or a starboard. I was lucky.
Can you tell them to calm down a little bit? I hear more beer being iced up than I hear you.
That's half part of the sport.
I have seen a lot of beer go by here.
Yeah.
Well, when you look and you see somebody fatiguing, what body part goes out? There she goes.
Yeah. So your legs will generally build up a ton of lactic acid. So to give you a bit of a perspective on the race itself, the first 500 meters is essentially not a total. The first 200 meters is generally a sprint for these crews. They take a couple of really quick strokes to get up to speed and then they'll probably take 10 to 20 strokes at a really high stroke rate. You'll see they're doing it right now. They're at a really high stroke rate, and then you can see them even now start to settle in a little bit after about 20 strokes or so, settle into a base rate. This is heat number 2 in the men's varsity 4, by the way. They'll settle into a base rate. They'll get through this first 500, and then this is where the race really, really starts. This is a close race as well.
This is one of our most competitive races of the day.
Yeah, so through 500 meters, there's not much between these 4 crews. The one crew off the pace there is TCNJ at a lane 4.
So it's Drexel, Mercyhurst, Fordham, and MIT battling it out.
Yep. And again, top 2 moving on. And then the next 2 fastest times overall moving on. So as I was saying, they're about 750 meters into this race. This is really where this race gets tough. So first 500 meters, essentially a freebie for your body and your lungs.
Now everything hurts.
It starts to. Yeah, this is when your body starts to say you burned off all that adrenaline that you had at the start of the race, and you're setting into your race plan. Your legs are probably starting to feel it at this point. They're trained for this, so they expect it. Their bodies aren't in shock by this, but lactic acid starts to build in your quads and your hamstrings, and you start to feel just a little bit heavier. As they get to this, so they're coming up on about 1,000 meters now. When they get to that 1,000 meters, the hardest part of the race for these folks will be 1,000 to 1,500, because that is when mentally you start to really struggle. So your lungs are starting to really burn. Your legs are starting to build up that acid, as it looks to me looks like Drexel has taken a slight edge.
Drexel would be all the way to the right on your screen.
Yep, that's Drexel out of lane 2. They look like maybe give them 2 seats, and then the rest of the crews look very, very tight.
Mercyhurst, Fordham, and MIT.
But so as a mental battle that they're fighting, once they get into this 500, it's like the mentality is, okay, let's execute. Let's get to that final 500 so we can kill it. So this is kind of the waiting period. And
look at the men's varsity 4 heat 1 that we just watched.
Yeah, about a full minute faster than the.
A full minute faster.
Yeah, so it's just a different, body type, different, different speed. Mercyhurst obviously winning in Fairfield as well, and then the next 2 fastest times, moving on. So that's Army and Drexel right now. That was really close between those 2.
Look at the seconds apart.
Yeah, just that's essentially a seat or a bow ball or a bow deck between those 2 crews. They crossed essentially at the same time.
Okay, when we take that graphic down, you'll see that this is what our most competitive race of the day.
Yeah, so Drexel really owned that middle 1,000 there. So when we saw those crews at the 500-meter mark, they were all even. As we've gotten further on, we'll say it's Drexel out in front. Looks like MIT there in lane 6 is in second, but Fordham is really close to them, and Mercyhurst has just oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mercyhurst.
Yeah, Mercyhurst is lagging just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit there. But yeah, Drexel, probably they've got about a length on the cruises. You see that 500-meter bow ball. And this is a good shot here. You see this crew. They looked like they were rowing. That's MIT there. They looked like they were rowing. Drexel had kind of settled down there in that final 500 at a bit of a slower stroke rate. They probably dropped it down. Once they took a lead, they probably dropped it and tried to sit a little bit so that they could gear up and finish really strong. Because once you get a lead like that in that middle 1,000, you want to say, okay, 500 meters left. Let's take, let's go down a beat or 2 for about 20 strokes here. And then those final 30, 25 strokes, we'll jack it up and put up a good time.
And who's making those decisions?
That's the coxswain, for sure, in these boats. They'll have a general race plan from the coach, but the better coxswains will often have the trust of the coach to make a decision out there on the race course that they see fit. You know, based on how the race is going, you do this, this, and this, versus if you're behind, you have to do this, this, and this.
So if you're new to rowing like I am, the coxswain is laying down at the bow of the boat?
Yeah, so in a 4 like this, you'll have a bow loader.
I don't know if you can see it or not. There's a human being laying down in the...
Yeah, they got a little headband, a blue headband on, and a microphone attached to that headband.
You know, the microphone is hooked to a speaker?
Yep, there are speakers throughout the boat, and you'll be able to hear it. It can get kind of loud in the boat with all the clanking of those riggers and the oars in the water. So the speakers are loud, and if you ever hear the coxswains, you know they've got what I like to call quarterback voice. They do the they lower their voice. They're gravelly and they're kind of screaming.
Do you get along with them, or you just you want to just punch them in the face sometimes?
Yeah, it can be a bit of a strenuous relationship, rower to coxswain, especially someone like me who sat a little bit further back in the boat. So the coxswain couldn't hear me cursing their name.
I hear you.
The stroke seat and the coxswain. So you'll see later in the day in the 8s, the coxswain sits at the front of the boat or the back, depending on how you look at it. But it is they sit at the front where the rowers are all looking. So
and they're upright.
They are upright.
That's what I normally see on the Schuylkill.
Yep. Yeah, you'll see the rowers in the 8. They kind of sit like this. They're upright. Because they have to like see past the rowers in front of them, and they have a much closer relationship with the stroke seat of that boat because they're sitting right in front of them, and they work pretty in tandem in 8s to set a pace for the boat.
And the stroke person is the person in front.
Yes, they're the person in front looking directly into the eyes of the coxswain.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a relationship.
Yeah, so those relationships are often a little bit tighter than the folks at the back of the boat who are, muttering under their breath.
Yeah, they're annoyed and irritated.
Yeah, and they're often not as technically sound as those at the front of the boat. So they're often the target as well of the coxswain's adjustments.
So over
the
years, you were in the back.
Yeah, so it actually shifted. When I was in high school, I was a starboard rower, but I was also a sculler. So I did end up rowing port side as well. So when I was in high school, I was definitely like a 3-seat, a 5-seat type of person, depending on the boat that I was in when I rowed 8s. I did do a little bit of stroking when I was sculling, and then when I got to Syracuse in college, I wasn't as fast or as strong as some of the recruited rowers at Syracuse. They were all 6'4". I'm only 6 foot, so I had a disadvantage there. And they were lanky, long rowers, but the one thing I had over them was I had a strong technical background, so I did do a good bit of stroking in practice for Syracuse when I was there.
I see the women's that heat finally put up on the screen there. So we still have the tightest race of the day is still going on.
Yeah, so we didn't get to see that finish. We'll have to wait for the results, but.
Basically, it was Drexel, Mercyhurst, Fordham, and MIT, right?
Yeah, so this is that's correct. This is the women's second varsity 4 event. So
Boston University, Delaware A, Duquesne, LaSalle, Fordham B, and MIT B.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a scratch here. It doesn't look like the crew from Boston University is out there.
Nope, we only got 4. Well.
We've got 5 crews, but you can tell that's Delaware, bright as day. The Blue Hens with their blue and yellow are our crew in lane 2, the furthest to the right. So no Boston University in this event, and our leaders at the moment are Duquesne out of lane 3. This is
got LaSalle in there,
slightly
Fordham,
confusing because that does not look like LaSalle. So that does look like Boston University in lane 4. So what might have happened is LaSalle may have scratched, and Boston University moved over there into lane 4.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, crews can do that. The refs might have told them to do that just so they didn't have a gap in lane 4.
We're used to looking at the red and white of Boston University.
Yeah, so that's definitely Boston University in lane 4 there, as Duquesne is out in front. But I do not see the blue and gold of the LaSalle Explorers. So I believe they are not in this race. Tight race, though, here. This is a good one. About 1,000 meters left to go as they approach that 1,000-meter marker. Looks like Delaware just took a slight move there, and they're back down to, stern deck to bow deck there. We'll call it Duquesne to Delaware. So for folks who may not even know boat terminology, it actually gets completely turned around when you're rowing because you row backwards. So for a lot of people, they know that the bow is the front of the boat,
right,
and the stern is the back of the boat in a regular sailboat. In rowing, it's the opposite. The bow is the back of the boat, and the stern is the front, just because you're sitting backwards and rowing backwards. So it's still, obviously, the bow is out in front from like the vantage point of a viewer, but in terms of rowing, when you're talking about it, things are different. So, starboard is right, port is left. Well, when you're rowing, starboard's left, port is right.
Well, you learn that quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah, especially because it becomes a hand thing. So port rowers are feathering with their right hand. Starboard rowers are feathering with their left hand. That's the hand that's on the outside is generally the one that controls the feathering of the oar there. You see it when they get to the catch. That inside hand. I'm sorry, the outside hand stays firm. The inside hand twists in order to feather the blade, and then it slowly rolls it back up on the recovery to get it in.
Now again, people are watching this on the live stream who don't know much about rowing. What is the white boat?
Yeah, so that's the referee. That's it's called a launch. Is what they call those boats. They're pretty much specifically made for this purpose. They look kind of like a small fishing boat. They have a motor on them, and they're just following along to make sure that these coxswains don't break any rules. Now, there aren't too many rules that can be broken.
What could you break?
So the biggest issue a lot of times, and lane assignments help with this, buoy markers help with this, is that a smart coxswain might say, oh, like Duquesne's out in front, Delaware is pretty close to us, we have 500 meters left, but we're out in front, so we're in a position of power. Let's move closer to that Delaware boat so that our puddles start hitting them.
You mean the wake?
Yeah, essentially. So you create a puddle with your stroke. It's not really a wake per se. It's we call them puddles, but they still create a small current.
Slow them down?
Yeah, slow them down. Savvier folks might do that. It's not great sportsmanship.
No.
But it can be part of the race. Now these buoys, these boat markers help prevent that. A lot of times in high school races where they don't have buoys, you can see more of that. Head races, that's a real thing.
So you wouldn't have these markers?
In the longer head races, time trials, that becomes a real thing as crews start to try and pass, or if they do pass, just start hitting the crew behind them.
Oh, heck breaks loose.
Yep, yeah, it's a completely different ball game. That's the point of these 2,000-meter regimented races is to keep things as fair and even as possible. So
again, it's about 1.25 miles that they're doing.
In terms of, I like to, for anyone who's ever run track and field, they know that 4 laps around a race course is 1,600 meters, and that's considered the mile.
The mile.
For racing events. This is 2,000 meters, so it's about, 1.25 miles. 16.
We're rounding it off.
Yeah, 400. Imagine going around a track, an Olympic track 5 times.
Boston moving up. Okay, the men's varsity 4 heat 2 is in. Yeah,
so Drexel did pull away there at the end and ended up winning. Really tight finish.
Look how tight the scores are there.
MIT, Fordham, and then Mercyhurst, just a little bit off. So Mercyhurst, unfortunately, probably not going to make it.
They came all the way from Erie, Pennsylvania, all the way across the state.
Yeah, but they'll have some crews rowing tomorrow.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. This next one here, you got Villanova, Delaware, and Drexel.
Yeah, a little bit of a...
They're rowers that see each other all the time.
Yeah, Delaware, obviously, Newark, Delaware, the location of Delaware, or the University of Delaware. It's only, depending on where you live, about a 45-minute drive from the city of Philadelphia.
The way I drive, I can get down there in 20 minutes.
Tell me about it.
Let's set things up again. A lot of people probably joining us at the top of the hour. Sure. What is it, 9 o'clock now, East Coast time. Welcome to our live stream. This is the Knecht Cup Regatta, the 25th anniversary of this, by the way.
Yeah.
My name is Mike Cherrick. I host a show across the river in Philadelphia called Good Day Philadelphia, Monday through Friday. And sitting next to me is Joe Leonard, who rowed at St. Joe's Prep here in Philadelphia, one of the best rowing teams in, well, yeah. I suppose the Northeast.
The country.
Maybe the country.
Yeah.
Maybe the world.
Yeah.
The universe.
It's definitely improved in the last couple of years under the coach there now. He's really John Fife is his name. He's really brought the crew along. When I was there, we were good. We were probably a top 10 team. They're now pretty firmly the #1 high school team in the country. So
in other words, he knows what he's talking about.
A little bit.
We are on the Cooper River, which is in Camden County. It's South Jersey. Cherry Hill is the name of the town that we're in, right here on the banks of the Cooper River, across the Delaware River from Philadelphia. So, in fact, on some of our shots now, by the way, the technical crew is doing a great job here.
Yeah,
we have cameras all over the place, including drone shots. And some of these shots, you see the skyline of Philadelphia. That's how close we are to Philly.
Yeah, it was a quick drive for me this morning. I live in the city. Early morning, no traffic on the roads. Took me about 15 minutes to get here. So not too far from the city. So if you hear us talking about Philly crews, it's because, a lot of them are likely...
A lot of Philly schools are here.
A lot of Philly schools are here. There's a lot of rowing in the city of Philadelphia. And, these crews are probably familiar with this race course as well because it's so close. And it is one of the best race courses in the country. Again, it's used often for... national championships and U.S. rowing championships because it's such a fair race course.
When he talks about being fair, this is a human-made body of water.
Yeah,
so it doesn't have the currents
the
like
Cooper Creek and river is a real thing. It exists. As we see heat number 2 here in this women's second varsity 4 is out on the race course.
Right in front of us.
The Cooper River exists. I don't know exactly how long ago this was created, but this body of water was essentially created for these purposes, recreational sporting activities. And it is currentless. It's just a large lake, essentially you could call it. It's long.
It's fair. More fair.
Yeah, there's no current, so there's no advantage of being in the middle lanes like some rivers might give. This is a tight race as well here in this women's second varsity 4, heat number 2. Again, this is top 2 move on to the final.
So this would be MIT-A, Merrimack, Drexel, Fordham, Villanova, and Delaware B.
Yep. So it looks like Delaware out in front, although Drexel tight to them, and then Fordham not too far off the pace.
So you see that building off to the right of your screen there? That is the Camden County Boathouse. That's where we are housed right now, looking at the Cooper River. So the #1 lane would be closest to that?
Yes.
Building.
Yeah, so vantage point of the screen at the moment, the furthest right is lane 1. That's MIT. They're a little bit far back. Next to them is, or maybe that might be, again, it looks like we might have a scratch here. I wonder if LaSalle is here today because this is the second time. Or I'm sorry, that's not. LaSalle was in Heat 1. This is Heat 2. I wonder what's going on here because that does look like Drexel in lane 3, Fordham next to them, Villanova, Delaware. So I don't know if that's MIT or Merrimack far back there next to the referee. But I haven't seen Merrimack today, so I would imagine it's MIT. But And there's been some movement in this race in the last 500 meters. Drexel has pulled in front with about 500 meters left to go, and Fordham has pulled even with Delaware. So check out this shot as we give you a wraparound. We'll give you a nice view here. Oh, and it's gone. Duquesne. So this is heat number 1 here. It was Duquesne out in front, Boston University, and then Delaware. So Boston University and Delaware currently in position, or I'm sorry,
Duquesne.
Yeah, so Duquesne and Boston will be moving on to the final. And there are your leaders, the girls from Drexel.
Yep, the gold and blue of Drexel.
Yeah, followed by the Fordham Rams there out of lane 4. You see that F next to their Vespoli boat. Drexel looks to be rowing an Empacher. And a Vespoli for the women out of Delaware, the Blue Hens.
Mm-hmm.
So they were out in front. They're feeling the burn a little bit here after, blistering start. They're now off in 3rd place. So they've got a lot of work to do if they want to get back into one of these top 2 polling positions, but they're not out of it just yet.
Okay, what part of the body goes first?
The legs. Definitely the
Thighs?
legs. Yeah, your quads, the quad muscles. If you've ever been a weightlifter, the motion of rowing is very similar to that of a deadlift. So similar back position and leg position at the start, if anyone's familiar with a deadlift or a clean. You start on the ground kind of bunched up, straight back, and then the first thing you activate is your legs. And then as you get to a point where your legs are, the bar's over your knees a little bit, then your back kind of starts to engage. And it's similar with rowing. So once your knees start to lock out, then your back kind of starts to pull up. The big difference is obviously in a deadlift, your arms don't do anything. In rowing, you do finish. So it's more like a clean to your chin, essentially. But it's very similar to a deadlift.
So when you're practicing, do you go this hard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Often harder. So they're going all out for 2,000 meters here. So this is like a sprint race. But practice is often much harder than this. They'll probably do, when they're training, they could do, maybe 1 or 2 of these a practice, but also other technique exercises, sprints. They'll practice their starts. They'll practice their finish. But it is a pretty comprehensive sport. Practices on the water last about 2 hours every day. And then a lot of these rowing schools will have weight training in the morning. So for the student athletes, it can be a big ask. I remember when I was rowing, it was really difficult for me to balance all of the amount of time spent practicing with my studies, which became a bit of an issue. It's like any other college sport where that's a huge balance. And, you have to prioritize. So a lot of these rowers are going to have to go back to school on Monday. Some of them might be heading to spring break. Some of them might just be getting off spring break. But for rowers, there really is no spring break.
Well, it's kind of tough, too, because it probably not a whole lot of recognition.
No, I mean, it's a solitary sport. Honestly, like the best rowers in the countries, like, competing in the Olympics is obviously an honor for any athlete. But it isn't necessarily at the top of minds of Olympic fans.
No.
Right? So
we're thinking of swimming and
running,
track and field.
Yeah. Basketball, like, the big name sports. Rowing's not really on there. There have been some great, in the last 20 years, Olympic rowing events. Really exciting stuff.
What kind of person gets into this? Who are you?
So I got into this because my brothers rowed. So my brothers went to St. Joe's Prep. They're a bit older than me. We're not the greatest, most athletic family in the world, but, we have some athleticism. So not the world's greatest football players or basketball players, or baseball.
It does seem to be
players.
a family thing, though.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in it, the sport kind of captivates you. It is a fun sport, despite it being as hard as it is, and it is a family thing. You know, going down to the race course every Sunday, Saturday to watch people compete. You know, the days are long, and a lot of times as a spectator, you only get to see them go by very quickly. Yeah, it's really kind of, you only watch the ending of the race, so it can be a bit difficult as a sport, as a spectator. So
but you get to sit on a blanket by the river.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's pleasant.
Exactly. So it has its drawbacks and it has its advantages as a sport. But for me, I mean, one of the main things about rowing in general is that it is a sport of privilege. And then there's no two ways about that. It is an expensive sport.
Why is it so expensive?
These shells, these boats are carbon fiber. They are very expensive. They're expensive to upkeep. You know, they're expensive to pay for, and then they deteriorate, and you have to get new ones. And also, other crews, better crews, more well-funded crews are buying better boats. So it just becomes a money game in order to keep up with the best technology.
What kind of money are you talking about?
I don't know exactly. I have never been, but I mean, in the tens of thousands of dollars to buy a boat, for sure. And, you know, it's expensive, and then you have to pay the dues as a rower to be on the teams. So that has to pay for the boathouse, the oars, the upkeep of the facilities, the upkeep of the boats themselves, all the equipment that goes into the boats, which is a lot. There's seats, there's, shoes for your feet. There are riggers, and then a ton of hardware that goes into those riggers as well. So there's a lot of equipment involved in the sport, which I think in general, in terms of sports, the more equipment needed, the more inaccessible it becomes.
Mm-hmm. No wonder I wasn't into this in Wichita, Kansas growing up.
Well, body of water is important.
Yeah, we need water. There is a river that runs through there.
Okay, yeah.
The Arkansas River, but no, there wasn't any rowing going on in Wichita, Kansas.
Yeah.
I had no idea it was such an expensive sport.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a sport of privilege, which has become a bit of a hot button issue for the sport, specifically in Philadelphia over the last decade or so. Is like, you know, how does the sport become more accessible for kids who live in Philadelphia and not just kids from the suburbs who are coming in to row?
Women's.
This is freshman, novice.
Freshman, novice.
Yeah, so these are freshmen or novice rowers. For those who might not understand novice, they could be sophomores or juniors.
But you're new.
Yep, first year rowing. It's, you know.
So there's Heat 1.
Yep, this is Heat number 1.
We got Franklin and Marshall, University of Rhode Island, the rowing club there, UMBC, TCNJ, New Hampshire B, and Fordham.
Yeah, TCNJ, the College of New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So out in lane 6 there, that's Fordham. They're out in front. It looks like Rhode Island in lane 2, currently in second. So this is only there's 4 heats. This is our first 4-heater of the day in this women's freshman 4 event. And number 1 will move on to the grand final, and then the next 2 fastest times will move on to the final, and then 6 to the petite.
This was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is a good race. Drexel and Fordham and Delaware. Delaware did end up falling off the pace a little bit there, so we'll see if they were able to put up one of the fastest, next 2 fastest times. But Drexel and Fordham moving on to the final out of that race.
Now, when would that race be?
That's going to be tomorrow.
Okay.
Looks like, just based on a quick glance, that'll be tomorrow morning.
How many races could a team do today?
Depends on the size of the team. Individual rowers will likely only row once today in this cup event. I was looking at the schedule.
Thank God.
Yeah. I was looking at the schedule. So a lot of races aren't quite like that. More rowers. This is a pretty big event in terms of the amount of rowers, but next month we'll see some larger events, and rowers will have to race once in the morning and then again in the afternoon. In races like Eastern Sprints, Dad Vale, IRAs for these colleges later in the year, there will be repechage events, which are essentially, if they don't qualify for the semifinal in their heat, they will have a chance to qualify for the semifinal later in the day.
Who's smoking here? Is that
that's Fordham?
Fordham, yeah, way out.
The Lady Rams. I had a couple friends row for the Fordham women's rowing team, so let's go Fordham.
Out of the Bronx, New York.
Yeah, been there a couple times. It's a beautiful campus.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those Jesuit schools have really nice campuses.
Is that Rhode Island off to the left?
That is the URI, Rhode Island in lane 2. So a lot of Atlantic 10 schools out here today.
I thought the sun was coming out, but I think it's the opposite now.
Yeah, I was just about to check the weather to see where we're headed. It's about 66 degrees outside at the moment.
So this would be optimum, huh?
Yeah, not too hot. I mean, 66.
Getting a little chilly, or no?
Not when you're out there rowing. It's such a intensive aerobic sport. Your body gets up to heat pretty easily. You're not seeing too many long sleeve shirts out there.
No.
or leggings. 66 is pretty ideal. 70s are good too. 70s and sunny can be really fun out there. Fordham really walking away with this now. So, little check in on our on the weather. And 67 in Cherry Hill right now, cloudy. It'll remain cloudy until and through 1 p.m. We do have thunderstorms expected between 2 and 7 p.m. So the hope is that we can get as much of the racing done today. Our final race of the day today is scheduled for 3:28, and
it is amazing how they stay on time. My gosh, one after the other.
Yeah. So actually, I believe I was incorrect. It does look like the women's and men's varsity eights will have 2 races today. So they have a heat at 10 o'clock, and then those races will be for seeding in the semifinals, and then their semifinals are today at 3 o'clock.
So you go through this twice today.
Yeah, so the eights, the top competitive events are generally the women's and men's varsity 8. Those are considered the premier boats for a lot of crews. So they will race.
We're still looking at Fordham, right?
Yep, those are our leaders, Fordham. I'm always a big fan, Mike, of the fashion in the boats because there's not a lot of room to express yourself.
No.
But these ladies have some pretty sweet sunglasses. Sometimes you'll see crews coordinate their outfits. They'll all wear the same hat or headband or undershirt. Not too much of that yet today, but...
I mean, there is a uniform.
Well, of course. There's always a uniform. That's a Fordham rowing thing. But there's even more that they can do sometimes to really accentuate. You get it a lot with the high school rowers in Philly. Just kind of having some fun out there with their outfits because there's not too much room to express yourself when you're rowing.
No, you hardly have anything on. Come on.
But it's something to look out for. It's something I have a little bit of fun with when I'm watching these events.
Now, do you still row at all?
I have rowed a little bit over the years. Not as much anymore. It's tough as I have a full-time job. But yeah, it's also a sport that has a tough point of entry at times. So
the novices, their scores are in.
No, this is so Heat 2 is out on the race course now, and we have some coxswain issues. You see there, the referee is, yelling at the Army crew. They'll probably have to stand at attention later today for that
for hours
infraction.
We took a little break there to put in our coffee orders.
Yeah, mouth is getting a little parched. Need some water here. But yeah, we just saw the looked like the heat number 2 in the women's freshman 4. So that was New Hampshire Army, who we saw getting yelled at by the referee, Pittsburgh, Monmouth, West Virginia, and Thomas Jefferson.
You know, why was Army getting yelled at? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, so it looked to me like Army, and it might not have been Army.
Was it really yelling?
It's instructions. Their voices are loud to make sure they hear them.
Yeah.
You know, based on this vantage point, it's tough to tell. Yeah, so Army is in lane 1, and you can see their coxswain's having a tough time. They're slanted right now, right? They're not pointed in the same direction as the other crews. So they're straightening out, but they're having a tough time staying off of their port side here. You can see the boat just keeps drifting into that lane 1. They straightened out and they're still getting into. So I think at the start of that race, they must have just gone straight to port and almost run into the boat out of lane 1. Yeah, so Army's really having a tough time. You can see
they would be second from the right.
If you just look at the tail of their boat, the wake that they're making, it's sinewy. It's not straight.
It's not straight.
So about 1,000 meters left to go. So they're just that might be a problem. In a couple of instances, it might just be that the starboards are stronger. They do have their bow seat is starboard, so something to keep in mind is that the bow seat, the rower, as you see, lane 3's having a tough time keeping there.
Yeah, I can see that now.
That's
who's way out in front here on the left? Is that West Virginia?
That is West Virginia out of lane 5.
Looking strong.
Yeah, they look great, and so does
Monmouth.
Yeah, Monmouth in lane 4. So yeah, as I was saying, so the bow seats are the closest to the bow, so they often have the strongest influence on the point of the boat. So if that bow seat in that Army boat was stronger by considerably than the 2 seat, then that could be affecting, the point of the boat. A lot of times coaches will try and put the lightest rower in bow seat for that reason, because they'll have less of an effect and they'll be a little bit better at setting the boat. So it comes down to a coaching thing a lot of the times about like where the rowers sit in the boat. As you see there, it looks like West Virginia just content to keep this lead where it's at. They'll probably wait a little while for Monmouth to make a move and then try and match that
move. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a Super Bowl of rowing?
Yeah, I mean, college rowing is really kind of the pinnacle of the sport. It's similar to other American sports that don't really have a professional league.
Are there professional leagues in rowing?
No, there are folks who can pursue it as a career and get sponsorships and row for national teams and clubs. So there are people who can pursue it as a career. There are no professional leagues, though. A lot of that is at the national team level is where the real competition.
So college is the pinnacle.
For a lot of these rowers, college will be the pinnacle, yeah. As you see, heat number 1 there, Fordham at 8 minutes and 10 seconds, dominating that event.
Dominating, wow.
Yeah, but next 2 fastest times overall are going to get in. So URI currently with the qualifying time after heat 1 at 8:25. So
Baltimore might get in.
Something to keep in mind. Yeah, UMBC at 922. That's going to be a tough score to keep up as these other crews come in, but something to keep an eye on as you see our leaders,
West Virginia.
the Mountaineers. Yeah, so just kind of looking at this, it looks like you can see the bow seat just dumping her hands a little bit at the finish. She's kind of coming into her lap there, which is not ideal, but she's also probably not pulling as hard as the ladies in front of her.
Now the bow again is the front, but it's their back.
Yeah, so she's the one furthest back from this vantage point.
That's position 1.
Yep, position 1. Position 4, of course, the stroke seat in this boat is the one closest to the camera.
Which is close to the back of the boat, which is the front of the boat, which is the back of the boat, which is the front of the boat. Okay.
Exactly, the stern. It's easier to use nautical terms sometimes because it can get so confusing.
Yeah. They're rolling backwards.
Yep, as they approach the finish line here. Nice heat there from the Mountaineers.
How do you know that you're staying in your lane? Would it just be by looking forward? The markers are off left and right.
The buoys keep you pointed in an event like this. Some events don't have buoy markers. Some events don't have buoy markers, so it can be difficult, and it's up to the referees and the coxswains to kind of fight amongst themselves to figure out lane assignments. But the Cooper River, I think they keep these buoys in, all the time. They might take them out in the winter, but throughout the summer, these buoys will stay in.
Do you ever see that movie Best in Show?
I have, yes.
I'm kind of the Fred Willard of that particular broadcast, so I ask the stupid questions.
No, it's great. I enjoy it.
So the little yellow markers designating the lanes.
Yes.
How are they attached?
I actually don't know.
Are they?
So I've seen them go out and do it on the Schuylkill before. There's a boat. I think there's a line with weights essentially.
So like a chain with a weight on the end of it.
Yeah,
that's permanently in the water.
Yeah, and they drop them in. They get them to the ground, and I think there's a way to anchor them.
Well, it must be, yeah.
I don't know exactly the process. I do see them out there all the time. There's a barge that goes out on the Schuylkill and does it before the race events because they're not. The Schuylkill keeps them off because rowing isn't the only recreational activity on that race course. So they only put them in on the Schuylkill around this time of year. You'll get them around May.
All right, Joe. During the lunch break, could you go out there and pull one up and see?
Yeah, I'll go take a swim.
How it's anchored. All right. Who is this? West Virginia still way out?
No, that was the last race.
That was the last race.
This is heat number 3. Looks like potentially.
So what are the choices? Boston University, Stockton, Lafayette, Assumption, Pittsburgh, their A team, and then Penn State.
Yeah, so it's only 4 crews. Originally.
So somebody's out.
Yeah. It does look like, to me, that is Lafayette there in lane 3, which would mean that's
Penn State?
Pittsburgh, I believe.
Well, blue and white. It sure is not Penn State.
Oh, right there?
No, over here.
I think that's Pittsburgh because it looks a little bit more yellow and blue/purple to me, but it's tough to tell. It could also be Assumption, who I don't know much about.
Well, now you're assuming.
Yeah, yes, I am making an assumption that it is Assumption. I don't know the oars by sight, so it's tough for me to tell exactly who it is. Maybe we'll see if we get a different vantage point of their uniforms, we might be able to tell.
You know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to donate to this cause for next year, so that we have the technology where you'd have the name over every.
Oh
boat.
Yeah, a tracker.
Yeah. If we can do it in golf, why can't we do it here?
Of course.
Where some of them are falling way behind.
Yeah, so freshman crews are tough because a lot of times, you'll have rowers come in who have experience, who are joining a team to do an athletic activity after having done it in high school. And you have other people who have never done it before who are also just trying to join an athletic activity, but are at a little bit of a disadvantage. As you see, a little rock, there was a little bit of a whiff there, as I was talking about earlier. There was call that a digger.
Where you don't get water?
So what happened there specifically is one of the rowers on the starboard side got caught at the finish, and it made the boat rock. So that is the Pitt Panthers.
You were right.
Yeah. It looked a little purple from that camera, but it is blue and gold.
Now, when they move their head like, does that mean they're exhausted?
Yeah, she's struggling.
The second seat?
Yeah, 3 seat.
Oh, 3 rather.
But yes, she is second. And again,
it's backwards. Everything's backwards.
So she's kind of rocking her head. She's looking a lot at her own oar, which is not ideal. You kind of want to. You see the stroke seat. She's pretty. Yeah. So
are they out of sync?
They're in sync. They're just. There's a lot of head movement between those 2 and 3 seat. That's kind of like they're struggling. They're at the end of this race. They're exhausted. They're trying to hold on to this lead that they have, and they will. But you know they're getting a little sloppy there at the end of the race.
Okay, this was what, heat 3?
This was heat 2, the West Virginia Mountaineers.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
So West Virginia came in first, Monmouth in second. So Monmouth with that 8:38, New Hampshire with 8:44. I don't remember what the time was in heat 2, but those are 2 pretty good times. So they'll both have a shot at moving on. We'll have to see at the end. But this is heat number 3 here, and Pitt seems to have righted the ship a little bit. Moving, but yeah, you see there a little rock there at the catch, so they're just not catching at the same time. The rowers on the port side going in a little bit earlier. You see 2 seat dump in her hands at the catch, so you kind of want your hands to rise at the catch. Her hands are falling down, causing the boat to. Oh, and she just caught a crab, a small little crab there.
What the heck is a crab?
Yeah, I was wondering when that might happen. So that was probably more of a digger. They finished up there. That was the
that
end
was
of
it.
Yeah, that was the end of our race course, and they won. So it wasn't too big of a deal, but when your oar normally it happens at the finish when you're trying to get your oar out of the water. Sometimes you feather it too quickly, or you don't get it out quickly enough, and the speed of the boat, the current, can catch your oar, and it can get stuck.
I'm going to take my meds for a second.
Yeah, no worries.
And go get.
As heat number 3 begins on the race course now. In lane 2 is Stockton. Lane 3, Lafayette. In lane 4, Assumption. No, so this is heat number 4 now. So this is going to be in lane 2, Monmouth. Lane 3, Connecticut. In lane 4, MIT. Lane 5 is Catholic. And in lane 6 is Delaware. So this is heat number 4 in the women's freshman.
And off they go. All right, so this is an oar.
Yes.
I have in front of me.
Yep.
So when you talk about, what's catch?
So the catch is when you have the oar and you're all the way at the front of the boat like this, and the blade goes in the water.
Boom.
So, yeah, so your hands raise a little bit, and the blade goes in the water. And then you pull, and the blade moves forward through the water.
Right.
And then when you get to the finish right here, you have to push down.
Push down?
With your hand, which makes the blade go up. And then you feather, and you go back and catch again.
Catch.
Yep.
Recovery.
Yep. Recovery. Nope.
So I could never do this.
No, it's all right.
It's lighter than I thought.
Yeah, so this is actually a sculling oar, so this is a little bit smaller. The sweeping oars will be a little bit bigger. You'll see if you look at the handle here. There's a spot for one hand. The sweeping oars normally will have another little piece of rubber like right here, so you can fit 2 hands on it. So that's just a little bit of a demonstration there from us about the mechanics of the blade as you go through. So
Does that give you agita or something when you look at something like that?
No, that's fine. I'm not.
Brings back horrible memories.
Yeah.
Pain.
As we see them coming in front of us here at the boathouse, looks like the crew from Monmouth out in front in lane 2 there. Not too far behind them is MIT out of lane 4. Connecticut in lane 2, back in the pack.
Catholic in 5.
Yeah, and then out there in lane 6 is Delaware. They look like they're not out of it, but they are a bit off the pace of our leaders. Again, Monmouth out of lane 2.
You know what I also just saw a little while ago? Some of the crews in their off time in between heats.
Yeah.
They go jogging.
Yeah. So
what?
So they might be what happens is those crews might be warming up. So it can be tough to get rowing machines out here with your team. You'll see at a lot of the bigger events, crews will bring rowing machines for a warm up. But one of the most difficult, as you see, MIT's really caught up to Monmouth here. One of the most difficult things about a race course like this is that a lot of these crews are launching. Some of them are launching here at the Camden Boathouse, but a lot of them are launching further upriver at the finish line. So they have a full 2,000 meters to get up to the starting line.
What?
And they need to be ready to go, warmed up when they start. And there's a lot of time waiting. So that's one of the more interesting aspects of the sport is how does a coxswain, and that's where really a lot of the coxswain comes in. How does the coxswain keep the boat warm for the start? Because if you get up there too quickly, you can
cool off.
Yeah, you can cool off. And again, if you don't have rowing machines on land and you're worried about your crew not getting enough time to fully warm up, send them for a jog before they get into the boat. Get the lungs and the muscles moving. That way they're already starting to warm up their muscles before they have to make
That's
that
the way it is
long
with
trek.
almost any sport, though. I
Yep.
mean, like a marathon runner, you see them running before the start.
You don't want to start cold. It can be, not only is it a disadvantage, it's also dangerous. It's what leads to injury. And that's any sport.
So again, this is MIT on the right-hand side.
That's Monmouth on the right-hand side. MIT. So MIT made a move earlier. This is the 500-meter mark here. At about 1,000 meters left to go, MIT made a move. They caught Monmouth. Now Monmouth has countered and is now back out in front. As you see, a nice shot of our leaders there from Monmouth. They actually have an interesting little wrinkle into the sport that I'm not an expert on, but it is called a bucket rig. So normally you see crews alternate port starboard, port starboard. This crew is bucket rigged, which means it is starboard, port, port, starboard. So that's normally done to counteract some kind of power imbalance in the boat. They might have two really strong ports.
Who's it? What's in red here? They're really smoking here.
This red boat, that is MIT, I believe.
MIT, they've really...
It does look like Boston University, though, doesn't it?
Does. We keep seeing red and white of Boston University.
All right, so there are the results from Heat 3. It was Pittsburgh.
Was Pitt.
So Lafayette, I do remember now that 8:44 was one of the times that popped up
So
before.
they beat that.
So, yeah, they did beat that. So Lafayette might have a good shot of moving on, and then Assumption, Stockton, and Penn State was a scratch in that event. So that was what happened there. And so here's what I think is happening, because Boston University was supposed to be in that Heat 3. That looks like Boston University to me now, rowing in Heat 4.
So they jumped from 3 to 4.
Yeah, that would be my best guess.
Is that Delaware?
That is Delaware,
Yeah.
yep. Blue Hens. So this is our launch camera here. So this is we have a camera out in one of those referee launches that you've seen, whose sole duty is to kind of ride along these crews in these outer lanes here, give you a nice shot of kind of the mechanics of the sport because we're so close here. Got a little bit of a ruckus going on behind us.
Get away from the beer.
It's too early.
People are having a good time, actually.
It's 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, please. All right, so Monmouth looks like they won that.
Yeah, I believe that was Monmouth out of lane 2 went on to win that event, and we're going to be moving on to event number 6. Event number 6, which is the men's. And you see they have already started to come down the race course.
So you got Michigan in there. First time we've seen them, I believe. Scranton, A, Connecticut, University of Rhode Island, Army, and UMBC out of Maryland.
Yeah, UMBC, of course, the famous first in college basketball, the first ever 16 seed to beat a 1 seed.
Okay, trivia. I believe they beat the University of Virginia.
Cavaliers, yep.
Thank you.
Tony Bennett's squad.
Mm-hmm.
Early look here, tough to tell. Best guesses, looks like those Wolverines in Michigan are doing pretty well out of lane 1. URI also looks like they're doing pretty good. Army, maybe a bit off, but it did look like UMBC, and let's say that might be Connecticut. Connecticut doing a pretty good job there. So, and there's a good look at it. It is URI. URI out in front, and women's. Oh.
Sometimes during these heats, we'll put up the results from a heat before. So
yeah,
that's what you're seeing.
I think they were trying to get the results from heat 4, but might not just be done yet. So yeah, URI looking really strong here. Out of lane 4. And then the battle for second is close. So 3 heats on this one. Winner moves on to the grand final. Next 3 fastest times overall. And then this event will have a petite final. I don't believe... Yeah, so the women's novice 4 event also had a petite final. So you'll see a lot of those crews again tomorrow. Again, check Regatta Central for full results to keep up to date with the time. To see if the crew that you are tuning in for is in position to move on to tomorrow. URI, though, currently in position to move on as they are number 1. And then the battle for second is a tight one between
Michigan
and UMBC, with Connecticut just off the pace there.
Was that University of Maryland? Baltimore County?
Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm looking at it a little closer, that might be Army. And
in lane 5.
Yeah, and that might be UMBC.
Way back there?
Yeah.
I mean, just a speck way to the left.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah, Army Golden Knights there in lane 5 with 1,000 meters left to go. So you'll see those big orange balls to each side, those big orange buoys. Those are the 500-meter marks incrementally. So halfway to go there, just past the Camden County Boathouse. URI looking really clean here, freshman boys.
And again, it's 2,000 meters.
Yep, 2,000 meters.
So again, you're watching the live stream of the Knecht Cup Regatta 25th anniversary on the Cooper River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Camden County, across the river from Philadelphia. Welcome. Thanks for watching. 52 different universities involved today.
Yeah,
52. This is one of the biggest regattas. One of the, well, I say it's one of the best regattas in the country.
You'll see there nice results coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Monmouth in that heat number 4 for the women's freshmen. Monmouth did finish in first. Boston put up a really good time, as did Delaware. So again, go to Regatta Central to compare those to the previous 3 heats. Delaware at the very least likely rowing tomorrow in the petite, if not the grand final. But Boston University in pretty good position there to move on to the grand final.
And Regatta Central is a website.
Yes, Regatta Central. Google it, or just Google Knecht Cup results. It'll come up. And nice drone shot here of our leaders from URI.
The University of Rhode Island. I'm going to tell you, there is not a breeze at all.
Now, it's a beautiful day. It does seem like the type of day where thunderstorms are coming later, for sure.
Now, what would prevent them from rowing? Lightning?
Lightning. Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, lightning's pretty much the only thing. Heavy winds could stop, but I don't think we're going to get that today. Lightning, you can't row. It's just a water sport. It is what, you just can't do it.
You have metal in your hands.
Yeah.
Or is that fiberglass?
It is carbon fiber, but the riggers are made of metal. And also just on the water, yeah, you just can't be in the vicinity of lightning. I don't know what the exact rules are, what the referees will do. I think if they see or hear thunder, there's probably at a minimum like a 30-minute waiting period. Basing that off of rules of lifeguarding, there's probably a waiting period, but based on the forecast, we could end up having to see some events get pushed to tomorrow morning, which isn't the end of the world.
Tomorrow's supposed to be great.
Yeah, the weather tomorrow should be really nice. My experience with thunderstorms, almost always, and it's already done this. I was looking at it yesterday. They were supposed to start at 12, then 1. Now it's 2 p.m. Our last race of the day today is scheduled for 3:40 p.m. In my experience, thunderstorms are always later than meteorologists expect.
Listen to you.
I don't know why. They always come a little bit later than they expect.
It's called covering your.
I get it. I do. As someone who has weather watched for much of their life, for some reason, specifically summer storms too, because they're so difficult and they change, and they come and go. It just seems like those clouds get here later than expected.
And I'm telling you, the weather has changed here in this part of the country, the Northeast.
Yeah.
Really, not drastically, but it has changed over the last 10 years. We're getting a lot more tornadoes around here than we ever did before. I grew up in Kansas. It's starting to be like Kansas around here.
That's terrifying. There were some tornadoes in Jersey not that long ago. And
is this race still on? Heat 1?
Yes.
Michigan, Scranton,
just checking
Connecticut, Rhode Island, Army, and UMBC, University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
Yeah, so we'll get the results up from that in just a minute, as Heat 2 will likely get underway. Not too soon.
By the way, I believe we're this afternoon going to be talking with a woman, who's training for the Olympics in rowing in Paris.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Let me find out. Her name, Charlotte Buck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Two-time senior team athlete. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
She went to Tokyo in 2021.
She was a walk-on.
At Columbia?
At Columbia. How do you do that? You walk on and make the team. Now you're going to the Olympics.
So a lot of rowing coaches, I at Syracuse, after going through the walk-on process, a lot of coaches are just there to identify athletes in that process. So Charlotte probably came in with a background in, this is just speculation, by the way. She probably came in with a background in some aerobic sport, whether it be track or swimming or cross country, things of that nature that gave her an athletic background. She probably had an athletic build, and a coach probably recognized that and either asked her to come walk onto the team, or she knew going in that was something she had wanted to do.
Are they off and running now?
Yeah, this is heat number 2 in our men's freshman 8.
Obviously, it's Lafayette, Michigan A, Georgia Mason, Penn State, New Hampshire, and Catholic.
But as I was saying earlier, the sport has such a high level of entry in terms of equipment that not everyone has access to it in their younger years. So you get to a school like Columbia that has those resources and has a program, a historic program.
You can excel.
Exactly. Excel in pretty drastic ways like Charlotte has.
If you were going to build the perfect rower, what does that human look like? Let's start with a male.
Yeah, 6'5".
Oh my God! What?
Yeah, 6'5", 6'4", long arms, long legs. Depending on heavyweight or lightweight, they can be different. I mean, lightweights, you want them to be a little bit lankier, maybe a little bit shorter. Just to make weight.
I thought the weight for men was 160.
It is, yeah.
6'5"?
Not for the lightweights. So the lightweights will probably be like 6'1", 6'2", lanky, skinny, but long. Length is of the utmost importance in this sport because the longer your arms, the longer your legs, the longer time that oar is in the water, the more time to propel the boat forward.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so it is a sport of leverage at the end of the day, which makes sense when you look at it from an angle like this, right? The oar goes in the water and pushes the boat along. So the longer that oar can stay in the water, the more pressure you're going to apply against the face of the blade, the further you're going to push the boat along.
All right, there's the boathouse, Camden County Boathouse off to the right, and the lanes they start at 1 and go through 6.
Yeah, so 6 is on the left-hand side of the screen. That's Catholic. As they hit the 1,000 meter mark. There.
So the leader would be, do you think that's Michigan?
Yes. Yeah, you can see the M on the back of their uniforms.
You have great eyes.
I'm wearing glasses.
We both are, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this group, it is Lafayette, Michigan, George Mason, Penn State, New Hampshire, and Catholic. Catholic doing really well.
Yeah, Catholic is looking strong here. Michigan definitely up about stern deck to bow deck, I would say. But Catholic really not out of this at all. And the camera angle just changed there. It did look like Catholic just took a bit of a move. So it was tough to tell exactly, but yeah, we have a nice shot here of our leaders from Michigan, Ann Arbor, the Wolverines.
That's a great shot. Is that a drone?
Yeah. Nice little turnaround. Give you a shot of the finish line here as they approach the 500-meter mark, or 1,500-meter mark, I should say. But yeah, there's a good shot there. Michigan definitely opened up a bit more of a lead there. Catholic holding strong in second. And looks like Lafayette there in third, and then a big gap to the rest of our crews.
Catholic University out of Washington, D.C., right?
Yeah, the National Cathedral.
Mm-hmm.
My sister went to Catholic. Pretty school.
It really is, yeah. So do they practice on the Potomac?
They do, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but a lot of D.C. schools do practice on the Potomac. There's a lot of high school crews out of Washington, D.C. as well, and a lot of colleges. Some bigger programs we might see later in the day in some of the men's 8s events. George Washington, always a really, really strong team out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, they're in our next heat 3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so George Washington is a really good program. Pretty comparable to a Drexel in terms of success over the last 10 years and the type of recruiting that they do. Maybe not the A-tier recruits, but the 3- and 4-star recruits going to schools like GW and Drexel.
Do they have a top 25 like they do in basketball, football?
Nothing quite as official as that, but coaches know. There are ERG scores really tell the story in recruiting. For example, my brother was recruited to row lightweight at Princeton and he was considered one of the top lightweight recruits in the country. He had offers from Harvard, Princeton, and Yale, and ended up deciding to go to Princeton.
Dumb guy, huh?
Yeah, real stupid.
What a dork.
Yeah.
That Catholic?
That is Catholic, yeah. Nice uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
So, an interesting little wrinkle. Those are some big boys in that boat. That you could see. Those were those might not have been freshmen, is essentially what I was saying. Because novice events
doesn't mean you're a freshman.
Exactly. They could be a little bit older, a little bit more mature, but just have never rowed before. Those boys looked pretty big.
Okay, you told me about the quintessential male athlete who's a rower, 6'5".
Yeah, I mean it's similar for women too, right? It's
taller the better.
Yeah, the taller the better. You'll see a lot of these, like the open weight women, will be taller, potentially more built. Athletic builds for sure, but weight is also still important because you don't want to be too heavy. So a lot of the top men, even though they're 6'5", they can be broad-shouldered and strong. They're probably not heavier than 215 pounds, 220 pounds, because the aerobic activity is just so difficult to keep weight on like that. But for women, you definitely see slimmer builds. Lightweights, they can be really, really small. Because again, it's only 130 pounds for a lightweight woman.
This is Heat 3 now?
This is Heat number 3 in the men's
Pittsburgh,
freshman 8.
Georgetown, New York Maritime, Army A, Fordham, and Scranton B.
Yeah, and it's just the start now, so a lot can still happen, but you see why that's the Army A boat. They are out in front. Pittsburgh not far behind. I actually give the edge to Pittsburgh there in lane 1. But yeah, height is a really important factor in this sport. It's not the only factor. It is something that people can overcome, especially at college level. But height is key.
How would you overcome that? Just being strong? Yeah. Stronger than the next person.
Yeah, exactly. And technical. You can be a little bit smaller in the back of the boat, the bow seat, the 2 seat, especially in an 8. A 4 is a little bit of a different story, but you can be a little bit smaller, especially if your technique is undeniable. They can find a way to fit you in a boat.
Look at that time, 7:22. See,
Yeah.
That seems fast to me, but you say you can get into the 6s.
Definitely. We'll see the 8s. I mean, even the women's 8s later today will be under 7 minutes, I would guess.
When you say the 8s, there's 8
Rowers.
Yeah. Now, do you have a coxswain in there?
Yes. They sit at the front, though.
In fact, I can see them out in front of us now.
Yeah, they're coming down the
Warming
race
up.
course, warming up. This is a really nice race we got going on between Army and Pitt. Not much between these crews.
So Pitt would be over on the right,
Yeah.
Army on the left.
Looks like Army's just slightly outstroking Pittsburgh a little bit, but both in their base rate as they are in the second 500.
Were you ever involved in the 8s?
Yes. So I rode Syracuse University pretty much only exclusively rows 8s. And in high school, I was in the varsity 8 my senior year.
Is one harder than the other? 2s, 4s, 8s?
8s are the easiest thing to row in.
But you have 7 helpers.
Yeah. It's easier to set the boat in an 8 than it is in a 4 or a pair. But it presents its own challenges. It is easily the most fun, in my experience, is rowing in an 8 because, I mean, it's just fun to go fast. And nothing's faster than an 8.
Because in the 8s, you could get into the 5-minute range.
I mean, the top crews in the world definitely are pushing 5 flat.
5 flat?
Yeah.
To go a mile and a quarter.
Yeah. It's faster than running, essentially, is like the way people should look at it. The fastest mile runners in history are
3.5.
Yeah, so I don't know if any boat has done a straight mile. A boat would probably beat a runner.
Yeah.
But rowers row 2,000 meters, so if they're breaking 5 minutes, they're going 4:30, 4:45. These top crews, this is college rowing. It's not the same, obviously, as like the top, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some crews break 6 minutes later today in the men's varsity 8.
So why don't we test it out? Right along the river, the Cooper River here in Camden County, there's a jogging path right next to the river.
Yeah.
So maybe this afternoon we have you run.
Sure. Yeah, maybe.
See who wins that race.
I would get smoked.
All right, that's Pittsburgh?
That's Pittsburgh. Yeah, they've put some good distance in between themselves and Army in this middle 1,000 meters. Again, that's really the meat of the race. First 500, a lot of adrenaline. Last 500, a lot of just grit and bear it, as we have results from heat number 2.
How close this was.
Yeah, it was a good race. Catholic did some crawling back there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But again, Michigan moves on. Catholic in pretty good position to
That's a good time.
make their way to the grand final tomorrow. And again, then the next 6 fastest times will be in the petite. Overall, 18 crews. So 6 crews will be eliminated at the end of the heats. 12 will be able to row tomorrow.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, nice shot there of the Panthers out of pit in lane 1. Get a nice shot there of the recreational activity on the race course there on the side.
Mostly relatives,
Yeah,
wouldn't you say?
and locals
Yeah.
going out for walks and runs.
This is a beautiful area.
It is really nice.
Yeah. Fantastic jogging paths. Beautiful parks surrounding the Cooper River. Again, it's in Camden County.
Yeah.
We're in the city of Cherry Hill, though.
And you see some apartment buildings there, so there's some likely some young folks that live here.
A lot of running, walking by the residents around here.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Just so pleasant.
It is. You see some cherry blossoms there as spring is really in full effect over the last couple of weeks in this area.
Finally,
Yeah. Although it was a pretty mild winter here.
we
to
had
say.
at the Philadelphia airport, which is where they record things. I'm not sure because nobody lives in an airport, but 0.03 inch of snow.
Wow. That must be the lowest
It's
in
got to be I
a
would think.
long time.
I think they've been keeping records since 1886. It's probably one of the lowest ever.
So Pittsburgh
be.
crossed the finish line there. They're going to qualify for the grand final. We'll see the time that Army puts up. They'll have a shot, and then these other crews likely off the pace, but still competing for spots in the petite final tomorrow morning. Yeah, in my memory, I'm 27 years old. This is probably the first winter I can remember where we didn't have a single snow day.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah,
Poor children.
I know. But, spring is here. It's April, so it's been warm this week here. This
Oh.
is probably the coolest it's been in about 6 or 7
It got close to
days.
90 a couple days ago.
That was crazy.
It was fantastic. Okay, so now we get to see the eights next, right?
Yeah, we'll see some. So this is fun. Yeah, the women's varsity 8s are making their way to the starting line. So this is just a seeding race. So there's no elimination in this race. I was a little bit confused earlier about the schedule, but there is a semifinal later this afternoon. Now, again, I mentioned earlier there are thunderstorms in the area, so there is a possibility that the semifinals are canceled and this goes straight to a final. So these races are still really important for these crews. Right now, it's just a seeding race for lane assignment for the afternoon. But again, if those races get canceled, this could end up being the deciding factor for who makes the grand and petite final tomorrow.
Go for it.
Exactly. In this sport, you can't say, oh, we can take it easy here because we know we'll be able to make up for it later. It's just not really how it goes. Also, a lot of these crews are training still for later in the season. They're not at their peak yet. That happens around the end of May for a lot of these crews. So these athletes are still working on getting into peak conditioning. So to have 2 races in one day and to go all out in both of them is a huge experience right now.
The 8s are off and running. We got West Virginia, Eastern Michigan, LaSalle, Ratcliffe, and Drexel.
And yeah, you see the Empacher all the way on the left out there. That's the name of the boat. That's Drexel in that yellow boat.
Way off to the left.
They're the state-of-the-art boats these days.
An Empacher?
Empacher. Yeah. Hudson, Empacher, Vespoli are the big 3 of racing. Empachers are really the choice of a lot of the top crews. They're defined by that yellow, that light yellow hue that you see out of that Drexel boat.
Is that like the Mercedes?
Yeah.
Cadillac, whatever we say here.
Yeah, essentially that's the most expensive. It's the preferred of the top crews these days.
Well, that's not fair. What if you have like the Lexus of boats?
I told you, it's a sport of the haves and the have-nots. It really can be. Drexel, though, there's not much. As they cross here, Drexel's got about a full length on second place out of lane 1. Looks like that, or lane 2, that's West Virginia. And then LaSalle, Eastern Michigan next to them. LaSalle slightly off the pace, and then Radcliffe looks about even with Eastern Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So a really good race here. Drexel's up, but not by that much as they approach the 1,000-meter marks, halfway to go.
The one in the distance is LaSalle.
Yeah, LaSalle's off the pace at the moment.
Yeah.
Drexel continues to open up a lead a little bit. Looks like Radcliffe really kind of, I'd say Radcliffe in second, but they are close there with West Virginia, and Eastern Michigan just off the pace now a little bit, a couple seats back. And again, this is at the moment just a race.
So early.
Yeah, it's very early. It's also only a race for seeding for later this afternoon. But again, as I mentioned, weather could affect that. So these crews need to put up times. And winning, obviously, is a huge benefit. Yeah, so not much has changed over the last 400 meters. Drexel maintaining a lead, maybe improving it a little bit. I'd say Radcliffe over West Virginia by about 2 seats, maybe 3 seats. And then Eastern Michigan about a length down from second place.
Drexel's pulling away, aren't they?
Yeah. So these are my favorite boats, often because I think it's just the most aesthetically pleasing to see 8 oars going in at the same time. And it's also the fastest.
You have a need for speed.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm. Now, again, who's keeping them in sync?
Well, that's on
this person up to the left-hand side of the screen.
The young lady with the red hair is setting the pace, and then it's up to the rowers and the coxswain to make sure that everyone's keeping time. So when you row long enough, it kind of becomes second nature. You can kind of feel it in your seat, your legs when you're in time. It helps to keep attention forward. Watch the shoulders of the person in front of you. But it kind of becomes a natural feel after you row together for long enough, and you've practiced this enough times. You know the beats that you need to hit.
The coxswain, we saw her. She has a visor on the. What is she barking out?
So she's calling the moves. and she's like the race plan. So
There she is.
a crew like Drexel in this event, it's only a qualifying event at the moment, so they don't necessarily care too much about their competitors. They want to row their own race. So she's looking, but they're not too worried. They have a race plan from their coach. Their coach has said, go out, do this in the first 500, do this in the second 500, do this in the third 500, and then do this at the end. And so there are built-in moments where she'll say, okay, like team, let's in 2 strokes, we're going to take a 10 to focus on like really driving our legs down, really getting a powerful like stroke. Maybe slow it down a little bit and just drive. And then they'll take 10 strokes to just drive. Other times she'll say like, okay, crew, like someone's getting close. Let's take 10 strokes to raise the stroke rate by 2. And really put the pedal down as they just finished. And strong race. Radcliffe comes in second. Third place to West Virginia, and then Eastern Michigan not far behind them.
So in the next one, it's MIT, B, Duquesne, Connecticut, Villanova, and Delaware.
Yep. So we'll get a good look at what the times were for those. I imagine it's 10:09 right now. That race was scheduled to go off at 10:02. So I imagine those times were pretty quick.
My goodness. The 8s are more fun to watch. I hate to I hate to play favorites here, but
it's different. Rowing a double is, like we saw early this morning, is a real challenge mentally for those 2 rowers because it's just you two. Oftentimes they say that the hardest thing to row, and they don't have them here at this. I don't even know if they have them at the collegiate level. I think they do, but it's called a pair. So earlier we saw the doubles with 2 oars. A pair is a boat that sweeps. So each rower has 1 oar, and they do not have a coxswain. So it's just 2 guys out there trying to balance a boat.
1 oar apiece?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like you go all over the place.
Yep, it is easily the most difficult thing to row, and it's apparently the most conflict-driven, which makes sense, right? It's like you're like, I'm not messing up, you're messing up. Yeah. In an 8, blame can kind of be spread out across the boat. It's a little bit harder to discern who screwed up when.
I've always said there are a couple things that will define a relationship. If you go canoeing with someone,
yeah,
and if you hang wallpaper with someone, if you can survive that,
yeah.
So I can see where there'd be conflict.
Exactly. Yeah, it's similar.
Quit screwing up.
Exactly.
I'm not screwing up.
It's you.
It's you.
So heat number 2 now on the race course in the women's varsity 8 in this qualifying event. Yeah. That looks good. Looks like Delaware out in front there, out in lane 5. In lane 6. Next to them in lane 5 is Villanova. Connecticut in lane 3. In second place right now, Duquesne. And then in lane 1, off the pace a bit, is MIT. But Delaware starting off really strong here. And then, yeah, it goes Delaware out in front, and then 2, and then 3 and 4 look like they're neck and neck.
This is one of our best shots.
Yeah, this drone shot's really nice. Just about 600 meters into this one for our leaders. Really fast start there. So that's interesting. We'll see if Delaware can continue this as they settle into their base rate. It does look like, is that Duquesne in lane 2 has already started to pull back even as they settle into their base of their rowing. That's not abnormal. You will see schools that go out really fast and then just can't keep that pace throughout the body of the race, and they can get overtaken by more fit crews. Might not be the right word, but essentially crews that have a little bit more. But Delaware, after that initial pushback from Duquesne, has gone back up by about a half a length as we have our results from heat number 1. It's Drexel, Radcliffe, West Virginia, Eastern Michigan, and LaSalle. But that was a good race.
Mm-hmm. Drexel is really showing their stuff today.
Yeah, Drexel's a good program.
Now, would you know about the other crews? I mean, do you keep track of how good they are? And
if you're one of the rowers, like the teams themselves?
Yeah, you know each other? I mean,
it
the
depends.
reputation of each team?
It depends. Yes and no. So some of these crews have probably raced against each other already this season. We're about halfway through the spring season, so some of these crews have probably seen each other already. Other times it's their first time seeing them. So the rowers themselves might not have an idea, but it is the coach's job to get a scouting report, know who the competition is, check out their times.
Well, do you just concentrate on rowing, or do you look around and see where you are?
So
you're not supposed to look around.
You're not supposed to look around. It's really hard not to.
Your peripheral vision, you know who's ahead of you.
Yeah, so these crews all know that Delaware is out in front, right? Now, the women in lane 2, right? That's Duquesne.
Yeah, that's Duquesne.
They know Delaware. They can see, like the women in like the bow 4, they can see Delaware. They know they're within striking distance of Delaware. They don't know exactly how far ahead Delaware is. The coxswain does, obviously, because she can see. And she can let people know. And you're supposed to be able to rely on the coxswain to do that. It doesn't always happen.
So the coxswain might say, listen, we're so close to beating them. Let's go, go, go.
It's like, hey, we're down a length. Like, let's take a 10 to get that back. Like, let's take 4 seats right here. Go. And then she'll count down, and then they'll take 10 strokes where they're just focused on ripping it and trying to catch them. And it looks like they might have they done a little bit of that. They're running out of space here, though, so they got to go quick. Here's a nice shot. See, if I were in this boat, I would be very upset at the young ladies not wearing a yellow visor.
Oh, come on.
What are we doing?
You got 2 without yellow visors.
We need uniforms.
Maybe it blew off. They're moving so fast, maybe it did blow off.
The coxswain should also be held accountable.
Well, she has a blue hat on.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. How do I get that job, the coxswain job? Especially the one where you're laying down. I think I could do that.
Yeah. So, that's also a size thing. They're the smallest people on campus, generally.
Need to lose weight.
Tell me about it.
Get that job. All right, so Delaware's still out in front.
Yeah,
but
Delaware,
not by much.
Yeah, but they're coming to the finish line here. That's the 1750. It looks like that little marker there. So 250. This is where teams will take their sprint, and you see Delaware, starting to raise their rate a little bit. They're not going to get caught at this point.
Duquesne is not going to catch them.
No, in fact, Duquesne needs to watch out because here comes out of lane 4. That's
Villanova?
Yeah, Villanova.
And they're not going to catch them.
I don't think so either. It is close though between those two.
Good rivalry there between Delaware and Villanova, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely. All these local crews probably have a little bit of an edge. I don't know. I don't think Temple's here this weekend, but
I haven't seen them anywhere.
No, so they must be somewhere else this weekend. But
what about Penn?
Well, Penn. So that's where it gets interesting with men's and women's rowing. Now, excuse me, and that did finish Delaware, Duquesne, Nova, Eastern Michigan. When it comes to Penn, the men specifically are in a conference called the ECAC, and that is only that's the Eastern Coast schools that are the best rowing programs in the country, and that's the Ivy Leagues, and it includes Northeastern, Syracuse, Wisconsin, and I'm sure I'm missing a few, but those are generally the best schools. They race at Eastern Sprints and IRAs. They don't go to the Dadvales.
That's a regatta in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Dadvale.
Other schools, for the women, it's a little different because there's Division I. So we were looking at the trophy for the women's varsity 8, and Stanford is at the Knecht Cup. Stanford is historically dominant in that event. So Division I women's rowing is a little bit different. You'll see some of the top programs competing at cup events like this, whereas the men's is very private, and a lot of times they do just one-on-one races. So every year there's HYP. Every year, like Navy will race Princeton one-on-one. So it just works a little bit differently in men's rowing than it does in women's. It's kind of the nature of the beast. So, and Penn wouldn't show up to an event like this because they're probably racing. I don't know who Penn is racing this weekend, but they're probably racing Dartmouth or something like that.
School on school.
Yes, one-on-one often. Sometimes there's 3.
Okay, looks like they're off and running here on, this is heat number 3, women's 8s.
Yeah, women's varsity 8.
First time we're seeing Iona.
Yep.
Stetson, Fordham, St. Joseph's, MIT-A, and again, Boston University.
Yeah.
Where's Iona? That New Rochelle, New York?
I think that is correct.
The Iona Gales? Is it?
That's pretty good. I don't know.
I'll have to look that up.
I always get them mixed up with Iowa, so I'm always thinking Cyclones.
You can't. Iowa State Cyclones.
Yeah.
Yeah. You couldn't have more different schools.
No, no. A liberal arts college in the suburbs of New York City.
Exactly.
Yeah, versus Iowa.
The cornfields.
Yeah. Good race going on here. Check out lane 6. That is not. Oh, that's Boston University.
Yep.
Yeah, the Boston women today, really, really strong.
Really showing off.
So Boston out in lane 6. They're in first. MIT next to them in second. Sure, that's a rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
St. Joseph's off the pace in lane 4. Fordham in third place in lane 3. Stetson off the pace, tied with St. Joe's in lane 2, and then Iona back of the pack.
And if you're just joining us, the lanes are 1 through 6, right to left.
Yes.
So the team in the lead here is in the 6th lane.
Boston University.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and approaching the 1,000 meter mark here, Boston looking really strong. You can kind of see just their stroke is a little bit cleaner than some of these other crews we've been watching today. They're getting in and they're really rocking that finish. You see their arms are just hammering their chests right now. They just raised their rate a little bit. They're taking a move mid race.
And the finish is what part of the stroke?
That's when the blade comes out.
Comes out of the water.
When the hands reach the chest.
Mm-hmm.
So, catch, finish. I'm looking at the Boston University boat.
Finish.
Catch, finish. Catch,
okay.
finish.
They just wanted to buy another orange buoy there every 500 meters?
Yeah, so that's halfway. That's 1,000 meters right there,
Okay.
right past that boathouse where we're sitting. Boston continuing to just slowly increase this lead. MIT hanging on, as is Duquesne. I'm sorry, not that's Fordham. The Rams out of Fordham in lane 3 there, trying to put up a good time. Again, this, as I stated earlier, this is really just for qualifying for lane assignments for the semifinals later today. But again, we have thunderstorms in the forecast, so
you want to win.
Yeah, you want to win. You want to put up a good time. As Fordham making a strong move here onto MIT, MIT going to try and hold them off. Boston University not untouchable just yet, but they're getting closer to that point where they can kind of cruise on in. That's often the ideal scenario in a situation like this. Finish first. You don't even have to use your sprint. at the end, unless you want, the coach wants them to get a rep in. Coaches are different.
Okay, coach. Seriously, we won. Do we have to get a rep in?
Yeah, it's different. There's different styles within the sport. It's become a really interesting sport over the last 20 years. As the technology has really advanced it, but it is still pretty simple.
In the Philadelphia area, who's normally at the top?
Well, as I said, it's different because Penn kind of operates on a different level than the other schools. Drexel, if you ask rowers at Drexel, they'll probably tell you it's them. But Penn probably turns their nose at that.
Oh, stop.
Would be my guess. Temple historically has been great. They're not. Drexel's really overtaken them in the last 2 decades. If you look back at results from Dadvales in the 80s and 90s, it was really all Temple. Nowadays, it's really all Drexel.
Drexel.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's a big rivalry, those two.
Dragon boats. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Boston University, nice shot there. They're kind of just hanging on to that lead with MIT. 2:50 left to go. Let's see if they do the sprint.
So this is Boston, MIT.
Yep.
Back and forth.
Yeah.
Across the Charles from each other.
Yep. MIT is in Cambridge, right?
Cambridge, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, would they be of all different class? I mean, freshman, sophomore?
So this is varsity. So, yeah, they could be any year. You might have gotten a sweet recruit who's a freshman who...
Put her in there.
Yeah, exactly. These are the best 8 rowers on the team. Doesn't matter their year. They're likely all seniors just because that's, more mature, stronger, bigger is generally better in athletics in general. But it's not always the case.
Looks like Fordham's coming in third. Would you say that is?
Yeah, Fordham's going to cross in third, followed closely by St. Joe's.
Our friend at Iona looks like they didn't.
Yeah, they're not in the picture right now.
No.
It's Stetson. That was heat number 2 there now on the screen. Delaware. Duquesne and Connecticut. Wow, that was close. Closer than I realized. Villanova and then MIT.
All right, next up, men's 8s. So in the first one here, we're going to get Iona, Catholic, Trinity, Michigan, and Drexel. So these should be pretty fast.
Apologies. Yeah, this should be fun. These are the men's varsity 8 now. Yeah, look for Drexel. I was looking at some results from a couple weeks ago. Drexel was racing Temple and a couple other schools, and Drexel was putting up some pretty quick times. They were beating Temple at least. So we'll see them against Catholic, Trinity, Michigan, and Iona.
All right, let's reset again because it's 10:30 in the morning Eastern Time. You're watching a live stream of the Knecht Cup Regatta, the 2023 version, the 25th anniversary of the Knecht Cup. We're on the banks of the Cooper River here in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, which is part of Camden County. We are inside of the boathouse called the Camden County Boathouse because we're delicate flowers and we were afraid it might rain on us. So we're inside of a building, but we're right on the river. We're looking, Joe and I are looking straight out onto the Cooper River. And Joe, of course, is our expert today. I'll be playing the part of the dope, the novice. There's so many silly questions. Joe Leonard is his name, sitting next to me. Rode at St. Joe's Prep here in Philadelphia. Yeah, Philly's right across the river, the Delaware River, from where we are right now.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here on the Cooper in high school, and just watching my siblings as well. It's kind of always been a part of the Philadelphia rowing culture. 15-minute drive for me this morning to get over here. It's very close, and it's a great race course.
And even though we say it's a river, it doesn't have much of a current.
No, it's more of a man-made lake. is essentially it's long and thin, so it doesn't look much like a lake.
But nice and fair.
Yeah, very fair. No real advantage. This is going to be a barn burner.
The men are off. Iona, Catholic, Trinity, Michigan, and Drexel in the men's 8s. And again, the lanes are 1 through 6, right to left. So off to the right-hand side of your screen is lane 1. And that is Iona. Then Catholic, Trinity, Michigan, Drexel. And like you said, Drexel is out to an early lead.
Yeah, so Drexel kind of even there. The other crews had solid starts. Looks like
Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan and Trinity.
No, we're not on. You can walk in front.
He walked behind.
Interesting that we even asked that.
Yeah.
With so much room behind the camera.
Yeah, doesn't. I think they might be confused by the monitor on the other side of the camera.
They think that it's pointing out toward the.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Drexel there, out in front. They're not putting too much room between themselves right now, and Michigan, and then Trinity right there as well. All 3 crews rowing what seem to be MPOCers.
And if you're just joining us, an MPOCer, I got that right?
Yep, MPOCer
is a fancy pants boat.
Yeah, they're nice.
Do we even call it a boat?
A shell.
Shell?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a shell and a skull?
It's a great question.
Okay. I'll look it up.
All the boats are shells.
They're all shells.
Yeah, they're all shells. Sculling boats are can be a little bit different, but you can rig anything to be a sculling boat if you wanted to. That just means that when you're sculling, you have 2 oars.
So they're sculling.
No, these folks are sweeping.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, they each have 1 oar.
They each have 1 oar. Yep. This race has tightened up a little bit in the last 500 meters. Trinity and Michigan pretty much dead even. Drexel's lead definitely has shrunk. They're only a bow deck in front. Looks like really fun race going on here.
So they all have the 3, like I said, fancy pants boats. That's a high-end quality boat.
It is. Yeah, I mean these are
Shell.
Good programs. You know, Drexel, Michigan, Trinity, schools that have the resources to be able to, put it into their their rowing programs. Not everyone has that luxury, and again, it matters.
Man, this is tight.
That's not an MPOCer, I don't think actually.
What is it, imposter?
It's just a light yellow boat.
Okay, because the MPOCers are light yellow.
Yeah, that Trinity boat is for sure. The Michigan is just the color of their school, the Wolverines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Vespola. You see it there.
So again, it's Iona, Catholic, Trinity, Michigan, and Drexel.
Yeah, so this is the varsity 8 from Drexel. Whether or not I do not know. Coaches do wonky things in the season, so they could still be messing with their lineups. So this might not be the final lineup that we see in a month's time at Eastern Sprints and IRAs for Drexel, but as of right now, this is their men's varsity 8.
Joe, does this really bother you that they don't have the same hats on?
Yeah, this is a little different because they're all over the place. So there was no attempt. It's more annoying when you have 6 people wearing a hat and 2 just not conforming. It is what it is.
So if you are just joining us, Joe has this peccadillo thing where he likes them all to wear the same hat.
I just like some uniformity. I've seen some over the years. You get used to seeing all these crews. It's nice to see a little flair every once in a while.
Some flair.
Yeah, show your personality. It's not a very personal sport. So.
It really is. It just seems like there is like we've talked about before, it's such a solitary sport. You spend a lot of time either just with your teammate or your teammates.
Yeah.
But there's so much training that you'd have to do on your own.
Yes.
Like on a rowing machine by yourself in your basement or whatever.
So, yeah, I mean, these crews, again, there are a lot of Northeast crews, so they've been training. They've been training as a team, but it is individual, right? They are on a rowing machine doing the pieces that the coaches have set forth for them day in and day out.
Year-round?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh.
In the summer, the coaches aren't – so they operate on college sporting rules. So in the summer, there's only so much that a coach can contact the rowers. But it happens. There are programs that they have that they give out before the summer ends.
Oh, look at Heat 3 here.
Yeah, so we saw that Boston University crew.
Yeah.
They were great. And then MIT also with a good time. And, again, this is just qualifying at the moment, so –
all right, let's get back to the race we're in right now.
Well, it just ended, that Michigan.
That's it?
Yeah,
Michigan got it?
Drexel won.
Oh, Drexel?
Yeah, Drexel, Michigan. I didn't see what happened between Michigan and Trinity, but I do believe Drexel pulled it out.
Okay. All right, next one is, again, the 8th still for men. Fairfield out of Connecticut. Lehigh. Mercyhurst, which you say is in Erie, Pennsylvania, right?
Yep.
And MIT out of Massachusetts, Boston. Just 4 teams.
Yeah, so not too many entries in the men's varsity 8 in this event. And we're working our way through our heats today. We should we're going to go up until 3:30 later this afternoon.
So some of these families, this is an all-day event.
Yeah. A lot of the folks here probably are here to root on one person. Maybe there's multiple people from a family rowing today. I'm sure that's not out of the question. But you'll see we've had a couple shots of it. When we get that ride-along shot from the launch, you'll see that there's tents set up.
There they are.
Near the
well, across the street there.
No. That's not a great shot. This is the starting line. It's towards the finish line. You'll see if we get that shot again that these crews will have tents set up where the families can come. Maybe they'll have some food, some coffee.
The supporters.
Exactly. It's a little bit more prevalent in the high school scene just because, college kids come from all over. So it's a little bit more difficult to get, families out at each and every race. But they do it. They travel with the team. So we have heat number 2 here. And another good start. 2 crews separating themselves in the first 500. That's MIT and Mercyhurst. So dark green from Mercyhurst. The red and white of MIT. Just off the pace there is Lehigh. And then behind Lehigh is Fairfield. So
Fairfield in the distance. At the top of the live stream, we were talking about the weather. Mm-hmm. It seems like most of the marathon runners that I talk to love this type of weather. Sun's not out.
Right.
It's not overly hot. It's not overly muggy. There's no wind.
No wind. Yeah. The wind might pick up as the day goes on, but at the moment, conditions are really solid. All right, and that was heat number 1 of the men's varsity 8 there. You did see Drexel.
Yep.
Drexel did the Trinity and Michigan did make a nice push there at the end on Drexel. Trinity coming in second place, just edging out Michigan, and then Iona and Catholic off the pace. MIT, you see here they've started an open water lead on Mercyhurst now as they're 1,000 meters in. So again, as this race is just for lanes in the semifinal, MIT has the luxury now of kind of sitting on this race a little bit.
And like you said, Mercyhurst is right behind them. Then Lehigh and Fairfield in the distance.
Yes.
Are we getting lunch? Is that
yeah,
what they brought over?
Bit of an early lunch for us today, as this is heat number 2 in the men's varsity 8. We're going to have a third heat after this, and then about an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and 10 minutes of break before we come back at noon for the rest of our day. The referees will come off the water. They'll get some lunch in them, and yeah, we'll continue our day from there. But
what happens on the live stream? Should I do like a soft shoe or some type of dancing?
I mean, I'm sure I would love that, Mike.
I could do like a stand-up thing for 20 minutes.
I think it'd be fun if they watched us eat and heard us chew.
Okay. Oh, great.
A little bit of ASMR for our viewers.
Yes, hello, Joe. That's tuna fish.
Yeah. Nice shot here of our race course. You see some park area in the background there. A little bit of a marina there. So there's some sailing, I guess, that goes on not too far from here.
We concentrate on the MIT.
Yep, this is MIT, 1,500 meter mark, 500 to go.
Again, they're rowing for about 1.25 miles. We kind of rounded off to 2,000 meters.
Yeah, 2,000 meters is the event. It's uniform across the globe. Meters. Obviously, us in North America here using the system that we use is abnormal. And rowing is a global sport. So, metric system. Oh, a little bit of a goose hit there. That's okay.
What's a goose hit?
They hit the goose with their oar. Sometimes the geese are pretty good at getting out of the way.
This is not this is literally.
Oh no, yeah, they just ran into a goose.
Oh, I didn't realize that was part of the sport. Now, are you sure Trinity is in this?
Yes.
Okay.
Trinity was in the last one.
So MIT just has T's on their shirts?
Yeah, Tech, I guess.
That's Tech?
Yeah, Massachusetts Institution of Technology.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be an M.
No, I think you could fit MIT onto a shirt.
Yeah, that's true.
My goodness, come on. How much fabric do you need? So they actually hit a goose.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. The goose looked like it might have got out of the way. There it is.
Duck.
It happens in the sport. The geese can be a little oblivious.
Oh, why don't they move? We have a. This is a Seinfeld episode.
Yeah.
We have a pact. If we run toward a pigeon, the pigeon moves.
Yeah. Geese, they like to stand their ground a little bit. They can be feisty. Not too feisty when they get smacked with an oar.
No.
But, yeah, no, it is part of the sport. It normally doesn't affect people too much. I mean, MIT was well out in front, so it really wasn't too big of a deal. But, yeah, it happens. And this race is this race is finishing up here, Fairfield.
Joe, did you ever hit a goose?
Yes.
You have hit.
Oh, yeah.
You've killed a goose.
I didn't kill it. I don't think I
cooked it.
I have seen them get pretty beat
horrible.
up before. Yeah, it's tough.
Well, I've certainly learned something today. This really is turning into a best in show. Oh God.
I love Christopher Guest. So.
Oh, he's the best. He's married to Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes. Yeah.
Did she just win an Oscar?
She did, first time.
There's a couple of his movies that are fantastic. Best in Show and Waiting for Guffman.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that?
I haven't, but I have seen the mockumentary, and its name is escaping me, about the rock band.
Right. Turn It Up to 11.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, come on. What's the name of that? Is there any way to communicate with the live stream people?
I'm sure there's a chat. I don't have the chat in front of me.
Colin can tell us if there's a chat going on. I can't imagine what they're saying.
It can't be good, right?
No. You could hit me up on my Instagram, Mike Jerrick, MikeJerrick, or Twitter, same thing. Come on, talk to me.
Yeah, tell Mike what he needs to know about the sport, because there's only so much I can do.
You're doing a heck of a job. Now, you went to Syracuse University.
I did.
To be a broadcast major.
I did, yeah.
You should do this for a living. You're really good.
Oh, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that.
Okay, somebody's writing in here. Can you please get a finish line camera for the finals tomorrow? Colin, can you do that? One of our viewers says, can you get a finish line camera? Don't we have something down there? No. Well, how could you not cover the finish line, for God's sake? Okay, drones. All right, we're going to try to improve that drone footage for tomorrow. We want to see the end of the race, okay? Well, that was constructive criticism. Colin's going to kill me.
Yeah. bringing the head producer on onto the live stream. Let's grill him.
Always a good idea.
Yeah. All right, our final race of the morning here is on its way down the river. We got Army in lane 3, Adrian in lane 4.
Yo.
Yeah. George Washington in lane 5 and LaSalle in lane 6. So some good schools here. GW obviously in lane 5. I was talking about them earlier. They're a good rowing program, and then of course the Explorers from LaSalle out there in lane 6.
Adrian, by the way, is in the state of Michigan. It's
So
a private United Methodist Liberal Arts College in Adrian, Michigan.
Interesting. Don't hear about a ton of
No.
Methodist colleges,
No.
but that's cool. LaSalle here out in front after their first 500. George Washington keeping them close to the hip, though.
By the way, Adrian only has 1,800 students.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive, then, to see
To
them.
get 8
Yeah, right?
people?
and men. So it's really only, split at 50-50, 900 men.
And how many rowers would be on a team? Do you have substitutes?
Yes.
Reserves?
Yeah, so it can really depend. When I was at Syracuse, they had 3 full varsity 8s and some spares, and then they had two full freshman 8s and some spares, and there was a middle 8 as well. So do the math.
Yeah.
50 to 60.
Yeah.
50 to 60
Okay.
folks for the bigger programs, and for the better programs. And again, they can afford to be a little selective as well. So they programs could be bigger, but they only have so many resources to devote.
Oh, he too
the
is
times.
in. Like we.
Yeah, so that was
saw
MIT, Mercyhurst, and then Lehigh and Fairfield finished up after that.
Okay, so we've got LaSalle, George Washington, Adrian, which is out of Michigan, and Army and LaSalle. Well, in the lead.
Yeah, well, the Explorers out in front. They've opened it up a little bit. They're at a much higher stroke rate than George Washington. You see, like their oars are going in at a much quicker pace. You see it in their puddles as well.
And puddles are.
Yeah, the little splashes that the oars make when they come out of the water. You see, call those puddles. Good shot here. A little bit of a point adjustment there for our leaders from LaSalle. George Washington struggling to keep up at this point. About a full length lead, bow ball to stern.
Army is in third, and then.
Yeah, Army's moved up there over Adrian. Adrian's close though.
It's a great shot.
It
Man,
is, yeah.
This crew does a really good job of covering a regatta. My goodness.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a few years now. That's a cool shot there. They just cut away from to give us these grimacing faces, which is also great. The park there, the Cooper River Park, has a series of flags that's really, really nice looking. It makes it look like a very official course setting, and of course it is. So when they have U.S. rowing events here, it really looks the part of an official race course with the American flag and the state of New Jersey, among others. As we approach the finish here for our leaders, and I was a little confused. That's George Washington. I don't know why. They're out in lane 6, but that was
So they switched George Washington to lane 6.
yeah, and that looks like it could be LaSalle, right? In lane 5.
So they just switched him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to tell without seeing the jerseys, but that certainly looked like George Washington. I was a little bit confused as to why LaSalle was in white. Interesting. You know, we've seen that throughout the day today. There's been a little bit of switch-ups between our sheets and the actual races. That can happen.
Well, the logistics are unbelievable.
Yeah.
You got 300 crews here.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot going on throughout the day as we see our final men's varsity 8 heat 3 finish up. Yep, and our 2 leaders cross there.
It's George Washington and LaSalle, but we just don't know.
I think.
With
Yeah, I
the
mean,
switch.
there's 4 boats in the race.
Yeah.
Army crosses
Here comes Adrian.
and Adrian.
All right, next up, we'll go back to the women.
Yeah, that'll be in an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay.
In the meantime, we're going to take a little lunch break to get the referees off the course. We'll be back in about an hour and 10 minutes to continue with some of our heats for the day, and yeah, we'll catch back up at noon.
All right, see you in about an hour.
Yeah, see ya. see it back up here. Check 1 2 1 2.
Check, check.
All right.
Oh, we can hear you.
That's a more interesting conversation than
Yeah.
we're about to have. Yeah.
Oh, we don't know that yet. This could be the best race of the regatta. We don't know.
That's
Okay.
true. That's true.
You just got to keep high hopes all the time.
You went to Columbia 4 years.
I did.
Yep.
So that's where I started rowing.
Yeah, I was
You
explaining.
didn't
Yeah.
row before Columbia?
No.
What's
I was,
Damn.
I was
That's what I'm
explaining to
saying.
Mike earlier how a lot of people get to college and to pick up the sport then.
Yeah, walk-ons are still, like, rowing is one of the most common sports for people to start later in life and still be successful at the highest
I'll be
level.
darned.
Yeah. Were you an athlete beforehand?
Marginally. I was like a poor tennis player. I played
Okay.
basketball until I quit for debate club.
Gotcha.
I would say people would be like, oh, you look athletic, but you don't really do athletic
Oh
stuff.
my God.
Right.
Stumbling
so-
around.
Picked a good sport for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a ton of eye-hand coordination. A little bit, but not.
Repetitive action.
Yeah, exactly.
Competitiveness, hard work, that'll get you everywhere.
Yeah.
So. Also, walking on is great. When you're 18, you know, I don't know. I feel like it is a little easier, especially as a woman. You get stronger at that point. Where like, I would have been a pretty weak 14-year-old trying to pull these boats
But
around.
18.
But 18, I had a little more brawn by then.
Yeah. They didn't have a rowing club at Nyack High School.
Not at the high school, but there actually is a junior program in my county. And actually, I went back and coached for them after I graduated college.
Rockland.
Yeah, Rockland Rowing.
Oh, Rockland's good.
But I just was busy doing other things.
Where do they row? On the Hudson?
They row in Rockland Lake, which now has a 10-lane buoy course. They're actually,
Oh my gosh.
doing a Masters Regatta on July 8th. Oh, look, we got the first
Yeah, I was going to say,
heat.
so if anyone can hear us and is listening, our Women's Club 4 D1, D2, event number 3, heat number 1's out on the race course.
We
got
just can't see them yet.
Well, we can see them right in front of us. at the
Well,
house,
that's true.
But
I'm
not
talking
on the
about
live
the
stream.
live
Yeah.
stream audience.
We have some good separation with, let's see, possibly Penn State B ahead, lane 3.
By the way, that is the voice of Charlotte Buck, two-time U.S. senior team athlete, Olympian,
An Olympian. Yep.
Tokyo.
Yep.
Yeah, nicely
Women's
done.
8.
This woman walked on at Columbia University at what, 18 years of age?
Yeah, 19 technically.
And now you're an Olympian.
Yeah,
Dang.
it's pretty fun.
Casual.
I haven't even done it for 10 years, and this is where I am.
All right, smart Alec.
Well, okay, that is the cool thing. You don't know. Any of these kids who are out on the race course today, they could be the next me.
That's true.
Right.
Like, that is really the fun thing, is you guys still have a long time in your athletic career, and it only gets better.
Well, this is only going to get better once we have visuals.
That is true. It's a little hard without it.
Regattas on radio is not a big draw.
I mean, sports in general on radio. No, who listens to baseball on the radio anymore? Not that many people.
That's so true.
Let's not-
Okay, all right. We're taking shots over at this side of the table already. I love listening to baseball
Okay, but
on
I would say
radio.
that's the only radio
Philly's a little different because we have an affinity for our football radio guy. So he's like a celebrity in and of himself.
Merrill Reese.
Yeah, he talks like this.
Okay, that's good. You just got to really have your radio voice down.
Yeah, well, he's fantastic.
Okay, Charlotte, who's winning this? You can't even see them.
We think it was Penn State and
Possibly Penn State. It was
might have been New
or
Hampshire.
maybe George Mason. It was whatever lane was closest to us. I couldn't really see their blades.
It wasn't George Mason because that yellow
yellow
boat
shells.
was
Okay.
in the yellow shell was in 4th. So it might have been.
Maybe we should give it to New Hampshire A.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Well, instead of stumbling around, let me establish what we're doing here. This is the 2023 Knecht Cup Regatta. We are on the banks of the Cooper River that you're going to be seeing here in just a little bit in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Charlotte, you ever been in Cherry Hill?
Oh, many times.
Many times.
I've been on this race course many times. Oh,
we
there
are
we
back.
go.
And we have drone technology. We have cameras in the boats themselves, the big white boats there, and then on the shoreline as well. So we got you covered. Can we tell what's happening now? By the way, this is the Knecht Cup Regatta. Welcome.
I think so. This is a women's club for D1, D2. I think closest to us on the screen in the yellow boat is George Mason. In the next lane over, we have New Hampshire A, and then Penn State B, and Pittsburgh A. So it looks like New Hampshire A is currently in the lead as we come into around the final 500.
Yeah, 500 meters left to go for these crews. New Hampshire with a comfortable lead. And then second place right now is Pittsburgh A. And again, this is 3 heats. So first place will move on to the grand final tomorrow. And then an aggregate of the 3 heats, the next 3 fastest times will also move on. And then the next 6 will compete in a petite final tomorrow morning.
Nice shot of Pitt here. You can see their coxswain cheering them on from the bow of their boat. You can see, they might have the urge to look over their shoulder, see how far away New Hampshire is, see if they can walk back on them in the last 400 or so meters.
If we can, in the control room, get a shot of the 3 of us now, because I'd like to reintroduce Charlotte, who is our special guest. You know Joe Leonard, obviously. St. Joe's Prep for 4 years, went on to Syracuse University. This is Charlotte Buck, 2-time U.S. senior team athlete. She's an Olympian, went to Tokyo, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Showing it off a little.
She was a walk-on. Your hometown is Nyack, New York, Rockland County.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
You go to Columbia University, very brainy, decides to walk on and start rowing.
Mm-hmm. I was bored. I didn't have enough to do. I was like, I don't know, I'll try this. Oh my God, I love it.
So she's bored her way all the way to the Olympics because you're training now for Paris?
I am training for Paris, but first we have to qualify the boats this year. World Championships is in Serbia, so that's really the first step.
When do you go to Serbia?
September.
I hear it's beautiful there. Croatia is.
Croatia, I heard, is very beautiful. I heard great things about Belgrade. I hope it
We'll
stays.
see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Are you still coaching?
I'm not coaching anymore, but I used to coach at Rockland Rowing in my hometown and also at Columbia University for a little bit.
She knows what she's talking about. She's doing it.
I've done a few of these,
Finally,
especially
someone who knows what they're talking about. Up here,
on the Cooper. I've done many a Ivy League championship here.
Yeah.
Brought my juniors here for racing. It's a great race.
You ever met Joe?
No.
Not before
He's,
today.
so. Nice
he's
to meet you.
brilliant. He's got us through the first 5 hours of this. Very knowledgeable.
Did my best. I've also rode on the Cooper, a handful of times in high school, obviously over in Philly, so we'd come over here pretty much every year.
Well, it looks like we've got these Club 4s coming through the line. Big cheer from the bow seat of New Hampshire A.
Warm up. I always get this angle always messes me up because I feel like the crew that I see has caught a crab, but really they're just
That's their paddling already.
yeah, they're just paddling along.
If you're new to watching, maybe your kid's a freshman on their team, this is your first time you're watching a rowing race online, sometimes the parallax, so the angle of the camera is a little deceiving.
Yep,
and
like they're
we
opposite.
might tell you somebody's ahead and you're like, no, you're wrong.
That's what's been great about the drone shot. So at this point in the race, we can't really tell. I mean, this is heat number 2, by the way, as we have New Hampshire, Penn State, Lafayette, and Pittsburgh. It looks like Lafayette has a bit of an advantage as we see another goose get in the way there.
You ever killed a goose, Charlotte?
I have not, but actually at the Cooper, I have ran very hard into a goose that I thought I killed.
Yeah.
So they are, dangerous
I never
obstacles.
knew. I did not know this happened in these regattas.
Oh, they don't like to get out of the way. They're not afraid.
No.
They need a little
No.
more fear, especially, if this Lafayette crew is charging ahead.
They're from Canada,
Oh, the geese?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like the Canadians, sorry.
Oh, my God.
Some
That's Charlotte talking.
rivalries.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Are they not? Yeah.
Yeah.
I got some issues with them. I'd like to take them down.
Well, she's competitive. That's for sure.
What was going to get me here?
So New Hampshire, Penn State, Lafayette, and Pittsburgh are out there now?
Yes. Yeah. They just pulled out a screen, and you can see a nice shot of the starting line there. The genius thing about this course is that it really is only about 2,400 meters long, and in general, so the whole course is just built specifically for this purpose, almost perfectly.
So this is so much better now we have the drone shot back. Lane 1 is off to the right?
Yes. Yeah, and that is Lafayette with a good bit of open water. Looks like the crew from Pittsburgh in second, and followed about a length down Penn State, and then a length to them is New Hampshire.
You can see this really smooth, controlled rhythm from Lafayette, very comfortably out ahead. I do have to give a specific shout out. One of my old juniors from Rockland Rowing, Hannah Basileski, is in this Lafayette crew. So
Do you know which seat?
I don't know, but I'm not supposed to be biased, but I am rooting for them.
It's all right. I looked at the sheet today, and I saw that there was no Syracuse, so I almost whipped out my Syracuse hat. So.
Well, Syracuse is doing very well. I mean, ranked
Are they?
second right
Are
now?
they really?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know.
Nope.
There are rankings for
There are
rowing
rankings.
teams?
So when we come to sort of the varsity eights, I have some of the rankings down for like the D1 team specifically, and D3, and even so we have like there are different ACRA rankings, IRA rankings, and CRCA rankings, which are the women's rankings.
Right.
I'm in the weeds now.
Yeah. A lot of acronyms being thrown
Yes.
at your way, Mike.
Jeez.
Yeah, so I was explaining to Mike, to the best of my ability, which is not that much, the differences between men's collegiate rowing and women's collegiate rowing, because they are quite, different in a lot of ways. But they really show up in the conferences and the different divisions, because you see, in these women's events, we're going to have D3, D1 events, some club events. It doesn't really present itself in the same ways in the men's rowing competition as much.
So D1 and D3 can be in the same heat?
They can for a race like the Knecht Cup, which is actually very special to have everybody sort of compete regardless, because there are, some people might consider, D3 is definitely going to get beaten by D1. No, that's not the case.
No.
There's definitely a lot of overlap, and so it's really cool to see people sort of have outside their conference competition.
So that's Lafayette way out in front?
Yes.
Are they the Leopards?
Ooh, I don't know.
Let me look that up.
I'm not great at mascots of other teams.
I'm really good at mascots. That's one thing I got going for
Columbia, the Tigers.
Oh my God.
Lions.
Lions.
I'm sorry.
Lions. Okay, here we have the results of the first heat of the women's club for New Hampshire with a pretty solid, comfortable win. In second, Pittsburgh. Third, Penn State B. And in fourth, George Mason. Really great racing. Yeah. Oh my God. No. Horror. I know you're the orange men.
Yeah.
We know stuff here.
Yeah, what is that anyway, an orange man?
That's a great question.
Anthropomorphized orange.
I don't
That's what
know.
it
Yeah.
is.
I had a long running feud on campus with the mascot, so I'm not the world's biggest fan of Otto the Orange. So don't even.
Walking
get me started.
citrus.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's more the color, to be completely honest with you, like the Cleveland Browns.
Well, Crimson Tide, things like
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Well, they have an elephant though.
I
so.
know. Oh,
Yeah, I've never
weird.
understood that. Stanford is worse with a tree.
The tree and the cardinal. I mean,
Yeah.
Harvard too, crimson, but no.
Yeah.
Eh.
Sorry, I
Anyway,
Well,
I forgot Princeton is the Tigers. I should have put that one together.
It's fine. I live in Princeton now, so
Nice.
a little bit. It's my home team.
That's a nice race course they have.
is that why you're there?
That's where the National Training Center is.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Here we got a nice shot of Lafayette. Hannah rocking it out in 2-seat. Boat looking
Nice.
very good.
I've learned that 2-seat is 2 from the right. I mean,
Yes.
1 is
so-
in the back.
Yes, rowing we count from sort of, well, it's hard to say, the back or the front. where the boat is going, you count from that direction to the other direction. So
everything is backwards.
Yeah, everything is backwards.
And the person having a stroke, no, that's not right, is the, is the first person.
Stroke seat.
The stroke seat. So you can see up here, just setting a really nice rhythm. They sort of have the important job of making it clear how everybody else should row. Everybody has to fall in with stroke seat.
So Charlotte, I was telling Mike a little bit earlier about game planning. So this is kind of the start of the middle of the season for these college crews. This is maybe some of their first experience with, this season at least, with cup rowing, where they're going to have multiple races over multiple days. It's not too crazy to have a 2K today, a 2K tomorrow, but when you're Lafayette and you're this far out in front in the final 500 meters, do you maybe sit on the lead a little bit? Or
Absolutely.
As a coach, would you prefer to just row your race, put up the best time possible, or do you sit?
Well, there's sort of a balance. You don't want to do anything totally dramatically different because it is still early in the season, and you want to replicate, okay, if I have to go through 2 hard races, what's going to happen when I come to championship? So you don't want to be like, okay, we're really taking this down.
Right.
But you want to just sort of allow the rowers to relax a little, just make sure your rhythm is good, but not lift. So normally if you were coming into the red buoys, it's the final 250 of the race, you're going to bring the rate up, see how fast you can go, really push it to the line. I would say Lafayette, probably even Pitt here, they're probably going to relax a little, just stay where they are.
Well, Pitt actually can't
qualifying
because it's a qualifying time.
Okay, so they're going to push it still.
Yeah, they're going to give their sprint here. Lafayette is going to, cruise.
See, they're by themselves.
Oh,
they're just going to relax.
Wow.
Ooh, but we got a very tight race for second.
Oh, that's fun.
So that's
New Hampshire, right? Or no?
Penn State and Pittsburgh B.
Oh, there's a good rivalry right there.
Yeah.
I think Penn State's got about a seat. Also, there's a slight angle towards the inside lanes on that finish line. So I do think Penn State's got about 2 seats there on Pitt.
When they get to the red buoys, I know they're small. What does that mean? You have 500 meters left?
250.
250.
So last bit. Basically,
red alert.
Around a minute.
I got
Less, more, depending on your boat class. But that is just like all out. I really enjoy the blackout 10 for the last bit, that you're just like, okay, a little bit forget technique.
Yeah.
And just go for it.
Yeah, hammer it.
So how many times will they row in a minute?
For a race like this, probably somewhere around 34 to 38, depending on the boat class, depending where they're comfortable.
Right.
And as they go through the race, they'll bring the rate up, so they'll take more strokes per minute.
Into the 40s?
Probably
the 8s.
The 8s, but probably not in smaller boats, 'cause it's a little harder. And a lot of them will come off the line at a 40. So when you start, you go really hard, and then you sort of lengthen out, relax into whatever's the most effective rhythm for you.
And when they say the 8s, there are 8 people
Yes.
rowing.
8. Yes.
So, at the start, you're going really fast because a lot of times you're only taking half, 3/4 strokes just to get the boat up to speed so that then you can lengthen out into your full stroke, into your base rate. A lot of crews will take a 10 at a high rate to start the race as well, just to get the boat up to speed and then kind of settle in. We've seen a lot so far today, especially in some of the bigger crews, how the first 500 is important, but it's really that middle 1,000 where these crews kind of put their foot down and say, all right, we're going to go ahead and take over this race.
This is kind of interesting. Some schools that we haven't seen today. Like, this is going to be Thomas Jefferson, Franklin Pierce, Dionville, which is a school up in Buffalo, New York.
Oh, coming pretty far. I mean, Seattle Pacific coming all the way.
Yeah.
Seattle Pacific.
That's easily the furthest school we've had, followed by the second furthest, not too far away, in Central Oklahoma.
Central Oklahoma.
So Oklahoma is D2, actually.
Okay.
And they are traditionally pretty high in the D2 rankings.
Gotcha.
Shout out to one of their alums, Brooke Wolford, who has trained with me on the national team. So, people come from all over the teams.
Right.
You must be good.
I don't know. You don't know anything. You don't know how I row.
Well, that's true.
Would have snuck through.
You could tell me anything. I believe you.
Yeah, I imagine making it all the way to the Olympics, and she's just been faking it the whole time.
Yeah, none of this working in the middle 1,000. That's when you take it off.
Yeah.
You're like, it's fine.
When is Paris?
So Paris is next, end of July, beginning of August, 2024.
2024.
Yes.
Does that feel like a quick turnaround from you? I mean, obviously, Tokyo was delayed a year, but just as a fan, it feels like it's come very quickly.
Yeah. It's interesting because so I haven't been on senior team for very long, but normally in a quadrennial, people take the year off after the Olympics because honestly, it was one of the most emotionally charged things I've ever done. And it was a pretty big come down to like go from racing on a world stage, especially it was my first time on a world stage, and just all the energy that comes with being at the Olympics and expectations also. So people take some time off. No time for that this year.
No.
I took like 4 months off and then I was like, okay, full-time training. We got to get back. So that has definitely been different, and like to only have one world championship last year and then go straight into qualification, which makes this year incredibly important. It definitely feels like everything is rolling quite quickly.
Boy, Tokyo does seem like yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness. So do you train every day?
Oh, yeah. Every day.
How many hours?
Well, this morning I did an hour on the bike, and then I did 90 minutes on the water in a single after that, and this was like a light,
Where was that?
light day. Oh, up in Princeton. Why do you think I showed up at 12? I had practice.
Where in Princeton?
So we row on Lake Mercer. So we got the Mercer Juniors up there. Great
nice.
program. We've had
Mercers are
some
great.
friends from USC training with us this week because they have the Ivy Invitational at Carnegie.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, it's a great place to train. The women's team is there. We're getting some more guys on the men's team to join us. It's one of the training centers for the U.S.
Oh.
But yeah, rolls around quickly. Got selection camp for the World Cup in 2 weeks.
World Cup is this?
So we do, okay. The World Cup, it's confusing to everybody who thinks about soccer and
Right.
things like that.
Sure.
So we have 3 World Cups, and then we have World Championships.
Oh.
So it just is, the like names we use for everything is a little different than other sports. You don't have to go through all the World Cups before the World Championships. It's sort of a choice. It gives you more racing opportunities. The U.S., obviously, it's hard. Almost all the World Cups are in Europe, and we don't really have the funds to stay in Europe for 2 to 3 months for all the World Cups. So we usually choose to go to one of them. So we're going to the second World Cup in Varese, Italy, but the first World Cup is coming up in 3 weeks.
Is that the thing in Serbia?
No.
No?
So that's the last thing the whole
Last
year.
thing.
That's World Championships.
Okay.
That's the last hurdle of the year.
And these are annual events,
They are
correct?
annual.
Yeah.
So there's always 3. Next year is the real dramatic. We have the Regatta of
Right.
Death. So
Oh,
that's the third World Cup.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, you're like, well, I've never heard of that. This sounds ridiculous.
Does that qualify you for the Olympics?
Yeah, so it's the last qualification. So we're going to World Championships in Serbia. We got that. If we don't qualify a boat, they send them to that. Oh, here we have the
Real
results
quickly.
from the Women's Club 4 heat number 2. Lafayette taking the win, 8:33.
Smoked them.
I mean, great time.
Yep.
Yeah.
And faster than the first heat.
Yeah.
Coming in second, Penn State A. In third, Pittsburgh B. And in fourth, New Hampshire B. Great racing. But yeah, so we have qualification for national team boats this year in Serbia. If you don't qualify, which it depends on the boat class how high you need to come in the results, you go to the Regatta of Death next year in Lucerne. And it is very dramatic because only the top 2 from each boat class go.
Wow.
So it is tooth and nail. But the cool thing about that is people have come from that last chance regatta and then won the Olympics.
Wow.
Oh.
So it is like, it doesn't mean you're out of it. It just can mean your crew is different that year. You've changed something. You just had a bad race the year before. The New Zealand men's 8 came through with qualification for Tokyo in Lucerne. So you never know.
What's your specialty?
It's been the women's 8 for the last 2 years.
Oh, you're in the 8.
I'm in the 8. But I do a little bit of everything. I just...
Where are you in the 8?
This past year, I was 6th seat.
Okay.
So, like, pretty close to the back. Or the front, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Glass half
third
full.
person down. But we row in pairs a lot of the year. And I raced in a 4 at the World Cup last year, and I'm hoping to row again at the 4.
Nice. We got a start
But we got
shot
some more
this
4s.
time.
Ooh, look at this. 6
This is a
boats
different
across.
view.
Yeah,
This
so
is
this
a great
is
view.
these are the stake boats there. That's the start of the race course. As I said, it's really just a 2,000 meter course. There's really not much else to it. But yeah, we're off here in heat number 3. Thomas Jefferson, Franklin Pierce, DeUville, Seattle Pacific, Mercyhurst, and Central Oklahoma. Nice start here from all crews.
Yeah, I mean, not too much separation as we get to the 250. Does seem like we've got the outer lanes and lane 4.
Lane 4, yeah, Seattle Pacific. And I think Oklahoma maybe give them a little bit of that stern deck out in front, or bow deck, I'm sorry.
But pretty close. And this is, as we were talking about before, they're going to start settling into their base rhythm, just hammering away at the middle section of the course.
And if you're watching us, just join us here. So lane 1 is off to the right.
Yes.
And then you move over to 6 on
That's
the left.
Thomas Jefferson over there in lane 1. And they're in 3rd place, falling behind just a little bit here as they settle into their bays. Oklahoma with a really nice start there, a really nice settle, and they've kind of opened up bow deck to stern deck for Seattle Pacific there in lane 4.
And that's a great shot.
It's beautiful.
Yep.
I mean, this is why I think rowing is so amazing. It's just gorgeous to see everybody work this hard, but make it look really easy. Like, you don't know how hard these women are working right now to try to be in the lead.
We were getting some great shots. There is a camera that we have a trail launch that's getting some shots of these folks, and you do see it on their faces, just how hard they're working. But you're right, from this angle, just the backs of their heads, they're just cruising along.
Hey, Charlotte, what makes you good? Because you walked on it at 18. Did you know you were this good?
I didn't. I knew I was okay to start. Look, there are a lot of things in college rowing that you can sort of figure out what are your strengths. Either you can be a very technical rower, which I would say I did not start off as a very good technical rower. You can be good at rowing all different seats. So, like, are you a really good stroke person? Are you really good at bowing? They take a little different finesse to be in different seats in the boat. The thing that helped me the most to begin with was I was pretty strong. So that is sort of the base thing that helps in rowing.
I was going to say, Mike, she said earlier she was the 6th seat. That's generally the strongest seat in the boat. Yeah.
They put you in the middle if you've got a lot of power.
Yeah.
So I would say that was definitely a key point. And it will be true for these boats, especially when we get to the bigger boats. The middle seats are often called the engine room.
Yeah.
But they're just there to go to work.
Fours are a different story, though, because there's less variables between the 4 seats. So coaches play around a little bit more with, who sits where in a 4. It's similar, but still a different ball game.
There goes Central Oklahoma.
Yeah, looking very smooth here.
Middle of the country, but still, they're good.
Yeah, where do they row?
It's in a creek. No, I have no idea. There are rivers in Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I was going to say, OKC, there's a high performance center out there.
Okay.
So, we've got good water everywhere in the country.
Yeah.
Not as good as New Jersey, though.
Now, when you go to Paris...
Thank you for assuming that I'm going to go.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you're in. I'll talk to somebody.
Yeah, okay.
Where will they row on the Seine?
No. So
it's a man-made or
like
woman.
This, you need a 2,000-meter course that's straight. The Seine is not straight enough
Nope.
for any
No.
period. So it's actually 40 minutes south of Paris.
Is it human-made
I think it was sort of a
or a lake?
facilitated. There was something there, and then they continued to
Made
dig
it
it out
better.
a little.
Okay.
Similar to this.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this was pre-existing, and then they built it up to be this course that it is now. But yeah, fairness is paramount in those races. You can't have current.
Yeah. And I mean, that's part of why the Cooper is quite good, is like the depth of the water also matters, and it's pretty similar across all 6 lanes here, because if the water is too shallow, that actually can slow things down, and the depth actually matters. There's a lot of physics going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
It's a sport of leverage. It is.
Really, the depth of the water makes a difference.
Yep. And the temperature. So that actually is part of. So this is still, the Knecht Cup is a pretty early season race. The water temperature, even though it feels very warm out here on the course today, the water temperature is not that high yet, and that means we won't be getting super blazing fast speeds yet.
How wet do you get?
Okay, that also depends on who's in your boat.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see. Okay, we'll look at Central Oklahoma, since they're in the lead. You see their blades going in. There's not much of a splash.
Right.
Sometimes there's a lot of splash. So
sometimes coaches want a lot of splash.
Why would you want splash? Doesn't that slow you down?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
If you have sometimes it's a good way to get a definitive catch. So the catch is when the blade goes in the water. And if you're just really trying to get your crew to be synced on each other, sometimes it's a little easier to be like, okay, you're really just going to be up and in and go. And there's just a very clear, that's when you're catching, and it can help with timing. But also sometimes when your blade work is a little off, it just, it gets a little wet and wild.
When you get blown out of the water like this, some of them are way back there.
Just there's a spread. There's a spread. Some people,
Does that bother you? I mean, Do you just give up?
She's never
I
been
would say
blown
that
out.
I don't lose by
Yeah,
that
I
much
was gonna
anymore.
say she's never been blown
I
out.
have lost by a lot before
Oh, where was that?
in college.
Okay.
I love Columbia, but we did not win very many races. So it is a formative experience to win or lose. I think I learned a lot from losing. So there are takeaways for all these athletes, and especially since they have championships later in the season.
Right.
You can figure out what you did wrong in a race and really improve race to race, even to tomorrow, to the finals.
What's the mentality of a rower?
Ooh, work as hard as you can, pretty much all the time. Give up everything else for rowing.
Yeah.
It's kind of lonely, isn't it?
No, but that's actually the
No?
amazing thing is you do it with all your teammates. Like, I do love rowing the single by myself, but why collegiate rowing is amazing is you have your whole team. You're not making these choices by yourself. You have all of these other people who are also committed to the same goal, and you cannot do it without them. So these 5 athletes that are in this boat, they can't do it without the coxswain. They can't do it without bow seat. They need everybody who's in that boat, and they need everybody to be working as hard as they are to actually have a successful
Joe, you
crew.
agree?
I mean, that was never my mentality, but I also am not an Olympic athlete, so I think it's different for people, right? At the end of the day, these are still students. So a lot of these folks are going to go back to school on Monday, and that's going to be their number one priority. So it is different. That higher performance schools that recruit and look for walk-ons like Charlotte who can compete right away. It's a bit of a different thing. So at Syracuse, when I was there, it was a very, very serious program. And it was, you wake up in the morning, you go lift. And then that afternoon, you're on the water. So it was 2 practices 3 times a week, 1 practice the rest of the week. So certain programs are really intense. Other clubs are a little bit more come and go as you please. It's not a one-size-fits-all mentality. To be competitive, though, you do need to lock in. I mean, it is a sport of commitment, without a doubt.
All right, what do we got here? Central Oklahoma's going to win this thing.
Yeah, they're coming in the last maybe 4 strokes right here.
Is that Seattle Pacific second?
Yes.
I think so. Came all this way, making it worth it.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. So Central Oklahoma, they're D2. So actually the different levels of schools, you have sort of different amounts of commitment and time. And even that's like NCAA regulation
rules, yeah.
of the amount of hours you are allowed to practice per week.
Seattle Pacific, is that D2? I would think.
I think so.
I would imagine Duville is as well, as they come into, they just finished themselves.
Duville is a small school in Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, Seattle Pacific is D2. They are currently ranked 5th in the rankings.
Wow.
University of Central Oklahoma is ranked 3rd, so not a particularly surprising win for Central Oklahoma to come out on top. But, you never know. Sometimes in the smaller boats, things really happen differently.
They did beat Mercyhurst, who was ranked 1st.
Nice.
And you never know who's in what boat at this time of year. Mercyhurst raced a 4 earlier in the day. I'm pretty sure that may have been their number 1 boat. So, coaches are still tinkering with lineups at this point in the season, and you're just trying to get reps underneath the rowers, really.
By the way, there's a party going on in the back here. I don't know if you can hear them or not.
Yeah. Look, there looked like there was a party going on at the finish line, too. We got a lot of great spectators, people cheering on their teams, parents coming out. Honestly, it means a ton. If you are at the finish line and you shout for your crews, you can hear it on the water. And it really, buoys you on to be like, okay, last little bit. I'm going to do it. People can see me here.
All right, this is
go.
This is men's club for D1 Heat 1 out on the race course.
Do you know what U.S. MMA is?
Yeah, U.S. Merchant Marine Academy.
Listen to you. Nice.
Been around enough.
Yeah.
The Merchant Marines.
They look like they're doing pretty well there in lane 2. Sorry, that's lane 1. Never mind. New Hampshire is in lane 2. They're out there. Back of the pack in lane 3, George Mason. Your leaders here from Michigan. Next to them in lane 5 is Penn State. And next to Penn State, out there on the left, is Pittsburgh as they deal with a couple geese in their way.
You're good at spotting the geese.
It's one I like the weird idiosyncrasies of the sport. Just the geese flying around on the Cooper River is hilarious to me. I think it's really funny.
It's hilarious until you hit them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It hurts.
It really does.
You know, when I started this morning, I really knew nothing.
Look, you're learning a lot. So, okay, here's another thing to talk about. Michigan, they just went over the buoy line a little. So that's their coxswain, who we can see is seated in the boat. She's steering.
She's right up front, which is actually the back of the boat.
Yes, and so her feet are underneath the bow deck. But the crew kind of got a little close to the buoy line. When that gets dangerous is if you get your blade hooked under a buoy. Ooh, especially we got this
that's close.
red marker. We smacked a little bit from 3C.
Yeah.
It throws you off your rhythm. You can catch a crab, which is when your blade gets like sucked under the water. So bad stuff can happen. We gotta, root for the drama a little, but we don't want anybody to get hurt.
No. Crabs are never a good thing to root for. They're violent oftentimes, especially when they're going this fast.
So when he said crab earlier in the day,
yes,
I thought that the actual crab.
Yeah,
no
here.
No crabs.
So then when he brought up geese, I thought he was joking. Or it was a euphemism for something. No, it was actually a bird.
No, the geese.
A fowl.
Crabs. Something that just happens in rowing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Michigan looking pretty secure, not too far off the rest of the pack, but a really great club program out there in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, and there's a good shot of all the spectators, all the parents and family and teammates out there supporting their rowers here today. It's a really nice race course for it.
And a great weather, which does matter. So that's part of when you asked about if you get wet. When you have flat conditions like this, it is a lot easier for you to have cleaner blade work, stay relaxed in your rhythm, not get too tense in upper body, in your shoulders. You really want to apply all of your leg power.
What's the worst weather you could be in?
Oh, terrible headwind. So the wind is going against the way you're racing, and if it kicks up water on the course, that is my least favorite thing. And you get white. I've raced in white caps. It's not fun.
Yeah, same.
Not a good time.
It's really tough.
It is. Then it's just whoever's the most skilled definitely can win. But you can see the effort on these kids in the pit boat right here. Bow seat really cranking on it, looking over to see where his competitors are. And that does really spur you on too. If you can tell that you're walking, so you're moving through another boat, it gives you a little more energy to keep going.
That's another term, walking?
Yes.
What's that mean?
So that means that your boat is going faster than the boat next to you.
Hey, we're walking here.
Yeah, you're walking through them. Exactly. Very New York.
Okay.
Yeah, you take like you every single time you take a stroke, you see a seat come by you. Then you're walking.
Done.
So yes, that was our first 3 crews to the finish line. Michigan taking the win in our first heat.
Yeah, so this
of
one,
the Club 4.
This one's a little bit less packed of an event. So top 2 finishers there, moving on to the final. So that was Michigan and Penn State. And then the next 2 fastest times overall will have a shot. So Pittsburgh still in contention.
Yeah, they weren't too far off the pack. So we'll see how the second heat shakes out, but they could be on to the final tomorrow.
Definitely. And we will have one more heat of this. Some similar names again in this heat. Penn State, Pittsburgh, Penn State, George Mason, Connecticut, and Lafayette.
So Penn State, they're C and B teams?
Well, so there's C and B boats. So
But
it means
it doesn't mean anything about their ability.
Well, it means that their coach has sort of chosen, you want your first boat that you've picked to be your priority. That's your best boat, and then it goes down from there. But honestly, sometimes the good thing is people who are in the C boat, they got a lot to prove.
Oh yeah.
And they end up going faster sometimes.
And as I was saying earlier, it's still the middle of the season, and the coaches can tinker. So these C boat rowers are like, well, let's go out there and prove we're better than the B boat. They seem to be failing at that at the moment.
Wait a minute, this is already underway?
Okay. Yeah, so this is our next heat.
Who's way out in front?
That's
That's
Lafayette.
Jeez.
Cruising already at about 7:50 into the race.
Lafayette's been having a pretty good day as a team. We've seen them open up some pretty big leads, and as they're about 7:50 into this one, they're got a fair amount of open water, and then the rest of the crews are pretty close together. So Lafayette with a really great first 500 to set them up to kind of, sit on this race the rest of the way.
So, I mean, the real race then in this, Lafayette's probably going to be relaxed. Things can happen, but then it's going to be whoever comes second to have the next qualifying spot. That is really where things are going to heat up.
So Lafayette does not continue to go full steam.
Well,
there's still a lot of race left.
There's still a lot of race.
Oh.
They're actually coming by the boathouse. We can see them in front of us right now on the race course. They look very calm and collected, and that's you just want to stay in that rhythm. You're not really going to take it down that much. I mean, there's not that much space. It looks like
Very
hot
calm.
on the
Seat
drone.
3 smoking a cigarette. Look at that.
Yeah, just hands off the oar.
So
Yeah.
there's an interesting little wrinkle right there. That boat in lane 1 from Penn State, they actually have a stern-seated Cox in this 4 as one of those. Oh man, I think it might have been Pittsburgh, or maybe it was the stern-seated Cox. It was tough to tell as we have some results, but they completely veered off the race course there.
In lane 1.
I think it was the lane 2
two?
boat. Yeah, Pittsburgh coming out of but we'll see again.
And here are our results from the women's club 4. Heat number 3, Central Oklahoma taking that win. Definitely with the fastest time we've seen in those club 4s.
Yeah.
And second, Seattle Pacific. I think that they will definitely be on to the final with that time based on the other heats.
I think that was a qualifying time, yeah.
And then third, Thomas Jefferson. And on from there. So there will be there's a petite final tomorrow as well. So those teams will still race, but they
Yes.
won't race for, all the glory of first place in their event.
So, yeah, you see there Lafayette, pretty lengthy lead there.
Jeez.
Looks like we've got – it's tough to tell exactly who that is. I would venture to say it's Connecticut there in second, followed by potentially Penn State would be my guess. And then there's the other Penn State boat there.
Now explain to me how you can get so far ahead.
I mean, it's a lot of factors. The strength of your crew just might sort of outdo the other crews, but also especially in an event like this, it like we were saying before, it might be just the amount you train. You might be like, this might be your main focus versus somebody else. School is really important to them.
Mm-hmm.
There's just is a difference.
Okay.
But it also can come down to the coaching. Like a really great coach can take athletes that are not as physically strong and put together a faster
Joe,
boat.
you say so?
I
Same thing?
100% agree. I think technique, when you get to the higher levels, technique tends to flatten out and strength really becomes, a more important factor, like times. At a level like this, I think technique is really everything. I think the boats that are better coached, that are more in sync, and you can see Lafayette's really.
Oh, relax.
Looks like they're rowing at 28.
They might have done what you said. They definitely, so they took the rate down.
Mm-hmm.
They're just looking easy breezy.
They're
as they
not
come out.
paddling, but man, they're not really yanking on it at all.
No.
But that also might be how they're coached too. Is like have a very relaxed style that is good for conserving energy. I would say though, Joe, I think it comes back around. Sort of
Yeah.
like when you get all the way up to the top, everybody's basically the same strength again, and it is
That
who
makes
can
sense.
row better.
Yeah, that
So,
mak's sense.
Will they row again today?
Not today, but they'll
They're
row
done.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
So, unless some athletes, double up, if their team needs them to be in another boat, they could go out in another event. But hopefully, these kids get a little bit of rest before their next race. I was never a fan of the turn and burn and get back to the start line for the next race.
I can imagine.
I've done it. I don't like it.
What's
that's
the? I was asking Joe about this. What body part goes first?
Ooh, it depends on any given day. Because
it's everything, yeah.
If I get tense, sometimes it's the wrong body part, aka like my forearms. If I'm
Yeah.
over gripping,
Yeah.
that actually kind of, because that's not as big a muscle, you actually don't want to rely on your small muscles. Usually, it should be your thighs and your legs and your glutes, like those big major muscles that are generating the most force will also feel the worst at the end. And sometimes for me, it's just the cardiac exhaustion that you
Yeah.
just feel.
Oh,
Like the
God.
Your
breathing
lungs,
is
for
so
sure.
hard, your lungs. I actually have exercise-induced asthma, so have
Oh,
fun
wow.
asthma attacks crossing the line sometimes.
That's terrifying.
So
Um,
it's a little bit of everything.
I was explaining to Mike earlier, it's a bit like the motion is similar to that of a deadlift.
Yes.
So when you're pulling on it to start, your hamstrings are really engaged. Your quads as well, but those big hamstring muscles are hugely important to kind of just getting you off that seated motion at the catch.
I'd say that's one of the things if you're looking at and you're watching not only maybe your kid on the race course today, but sort of other teams and you're trying to tell the difference. A really good team will have sort of a solid catch, good leg drive with very calm bodies, but then lever their bodies into the bow. But there's always a balance. You don't want to swing so far that your abs can't pull you back up and over. So it is just like this very fine balance of, a deadlift is definitely the example that people give. Like, you're doing 280 deadlifts down the course. And can you keep your form good for, the last 40?
When you put it like that, it really does put into perspective just how grueling this sport can be. Like, it's not your max deadlift, but it's a pretty good.
It's not light.
Yeah, it's not light.
Because in any boat class, you're pulling your own weight, possibly your coxswain's weight, and then the weight of the boat. So
I've also learned that that's the job I want. You just lay down and scream at people.
No. See, that's oversimplifying.
Okay.
That's not what I said. I want to make that clear. That's not what
He didn't say that at all.
I would say a good coxswain can also make or break a race. You do obviously have to motivate and, maybe yell a little.
But they weren't rowers.
Well, sometimes coxswains have rowed before, and actually I think that makes the best coxswains.
I agree.
Because they have sort of the best conception of what the stroke should be like and the application of power should be like. But really, a coxswain should be a good coach. And that's the important thing.
They're an extension of the coach in the boat. They're executing that game plan that they've written up. They know what they're supposed to do at every point of the race, and they know what they're supposed to do situationally. If they're down, they're supposed to do this. If they're up, they're supposed to do this.
But a lot of them have not been rowers.
A lot of them have not, and they just
because it's a size thing, right?
It is a size thing.
You got to be little to get in there.
Yes.
Yes. But, if you rowed in high school, people were smaller than you could have started off. But also, like, anybody can hop in a single. I think people forget that sometimes, and they're, like, a little afraid of sculling. But you can get in that boat regardless of your size. It does look like we've got the next race coming down in front of us. We got some 8s.
Yeah, some 2Vs.
With the women's second varsity 8, our first heat with Iona, Stetson, Eastern Michigan, Connecticut, and Drexel.
Dragons out there again, another one of our top competitors here today at this event.
Drexel's been doing really well.
Oh, nice. I mean, they have historically been a great team.
Yeah, they're a good program.
One of their grads, Justin Best, is on the national team with me. Excellent rower, excellent guy. I do have to say I'm rooting for Eastern Michigan. Their coaches, Kemp and Delaney, have also coached me, and it's a really excellent program out there in Ypsilanti.
All right, I'll root for them too.
Okay, good.
Eastern Michigan.
Get you on board.
Yeah.
I will be the unbiased commentator.
You're like, we have some Philly rooting.
Yeah, for sure.
Home teams.
Yeah.
I have to say, also, big love for Iona. They train up in New York on Pelham Bay, where I used to train at New York Athletic Club.
Oh, very
They're
cool.
coming by the boathouse right now.
New Rochelle, right? That's where Iona is.
Yep. So great team out there. They have to deal with the same things I did, which is terrible current out on Long Island Sound sometimes.
Well, it's interesting. A little pun game for you. You grew up in Nyack, and then you rode for Nyack.
I know.
Yeah.
Everyone at New York Athletic Club hates it because if anybody calls New York Athletic Club Nyack,
I'm sure it's
they're
terrible.
Like,
it's
no. And I'm like,
NYAC.
but I'm the kid who's from both, so. And they're both my home. Like the athletic club is a great place to train.
Yeah. You're training for the national team right now, so you're not really. But when you go back and you're training at just like an athletic club, is that your?
That's my home
base. Yeah.
It's about like 35 minutes from my parents' house, so whenever I go home for holidays, I head over there for training. But predominantly, I'm down at Mercer, in New Jersey. But I spent 2 years after I graduated from college training in the single at the athletic club.
Wow.
So I know those waters well.
Yeah, a friend of mine actually rose out of New York Athletic Club to this day, I think. Paul Verney.
I love Paul. Paul and I trained together for years. Oh, yeah, Syracuse,
of
course.
We're the same year at Syracuse,
Yeah.
so we were on the freshman team together.
Amazing. No, Paul and I had a lot of fun and ups and downs in the singles.
All right, let's go back to the ups and downs. What was the big problem?
Okay. I would say, so a lot of these athletes, if they start in college, also even if they rode in high school, they've only rode sweep. So have we gotten to that discussion of sweep versus sculling yet?
Yes.
Very, very surface level.
Yeah.
Well, if you're new to live stream, sweeping is what we've mostly been seeing right now, which means you have one oar. You either can row the pair, the 4, or the 8. So yeah, you pull
to one
side or the other side. I now row starboard, but you can row port. Those are your 2 options. So since I walked on in college, I only swept because collegiate racing, especially Columbia, was a D1 team. We only sweep.
Yeah.
When I graduated, I wanted to keep training. And really the only option was I didn't have any friends immediately that wanted to train with me. So the choice is the single. And I think it's an amazing boat. So you have 2 oars now because you're sculling. You can either row the single, the double, or the quad.
So sweeping is 1 oar.
Yes.
Sculling
Is 2 oars.
is 2.
Yes.
And the basics are the same of the mechanics of your body movement, but the stroke itself is different. As I was telling Mike earlier, like when you sweep, you're torquing your back to one side of the boat marginally, but you are. And then when you're sculling, you want to kind of keep your chest centered and forward. The hands come up a little bit more at the catch to get those smaller blades in the water.
By the way, the catch is where the blade goes into the water. Good night, everybody.
Don't catch anything else. But it is interesting. So it's like sculling is sometimes a little faster. So if you have a double versus a pair, because you have more oars in the doubles actually go faster than the pair.
Oh.
Right.
But it sort of is a different partnership, and there are these fine details between sculling and sweeping, but most people that can row one type, they can row the other. It just takes some time. So I would say it took me some time.
Yeah.
So I was pretty fast in college by myself, but then being in a single, you're like, oh no, you're not that fast.
Yeah, you have to
You're
relearn
quite slow.
it. Yeah.
And then the single is punishing because if your momentum is off, if just anything is off in your technique, there's no hiding.
Right.
So
And it's only you
It's only
that you have
you.
to look back on. I was telling Mike that a lot of people consider the most difficult thing to row a pair because it's harder to balance with just the 2 oars, and also the fighting becomes a little bit more personal when it's just, I didn't do anything wrong, it was you, like kind of thing. So the pair can become a little bit more of a
Combative.
yeah.
well, it's just
little bit.
it's a tough partnership, but also you need each other, so you have to work together. As opposed to, we got our second heat of the second varsity 8s for the women with St. Joe's, West Virginia, MIT, and Delaware.
Do we ever know who won the first heat? Was it your favorite Eastern Michigan?
I don't know that it
think we-
was, but we didn't see the finish line
we
camera.
didn't get a
so
shot. Yeah.
if you're looking for results and you're like, my athlete just raced, you can go on to regattaworks.com and look up results.
Drexel was out in front for a good portion of the race when they came by here, so they'd be a safe bet. But again, another heat out on the course now. We should see them coming by pretty soon. Looks like that lane 5 crew, that's MIT, at least out in front of Delaware. We'll see the other crews start to populate the picture and get a full view of what's going on here.
I've also learned that that's one of the fancy boats.
Yes, so the yellow boats are
Expensive.
M-Pockers. There's a lot of fancy boats, though.
There are fancy boats.
M-Pockers are German-made.
Oh.
Beautiful. I mean, these MIT women rowing it really beautifully.
Yeah, they're out in front for sure.
They're out in front, but not,
No,
Delaware
Delaware's
is hanging
there.
on, and in third,
West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Yeah, West Virginia's there
so
as well.
No one is out of it. Even back to fourth with
St.
St.
Joe's.
Joe's.
Yeah.
They're not, they still have bow to stern deck on West Virginia.
There it is, yeah.
So it's really important to keep contact. Sort of when you lose contact, that does hurt morale. You want to still
It's
feel
demoralizing.
like you can see and feel the boat next to you, and especially in the 8s with the coxswains, you can hear them. So that is, you sort of have that connection to the other boats, even if you can't see them.
Come on, St. Joe's. Only because I work in Philadelphia.
Oh, I mean, who can't?
Go Delaware, because they watch too.
Yeah. I used to share a boathouse with the St. Joe's women, so I'll throw my support behind that.
Well, there's a
as
whole
well.
other story, Joe.
No, so St. Joe's Prep shares the boathouse with
Oh.
St. Joe's University, Gillen Boathouse on Kelly Drive.
So I would say that is also an amazing thing about rowing is people are very supportive of each other, and sometimes we don't have a ton of space for another boathouse, and the collaboration between junior programs, collegiate programs, even so the national team shares our boathouse with Mercer Juniors.
Yeah.
Like that is very important for all of us on different levels of rowing to work together.
It seems to me, I'm learning today, that this sport, it's a very close-knit fraternity sorority.
I would say it is. You look at these 2 boats of 9 women each. Like they're doing it together. It's all about the time together. And
Something really hard they're doing
yes,
together.
Incredibly hard, and sometimes not that rewarding. I have to say, like college programs, rowing is not, the thing that everybody's bragging about. You're doing it for yourself. You're doing it for your teammates.
Unless you're Cal or Washington.
Or Texas.
Yeah, Texas has been great, yeah.
But even so, like, no one gets quite the press of the football team.
No.
So
No.
you got to just do it for the love of the sport and for each other. You see some really great racing between MIT and Delaware right here.
Yeah, so MIT racing from a position of strength. Every rower in their boat can see where Delaware is, and they can feel when Delaware starts to take that move. They can hear the coxswain say, all right, let's go. And they can say, all right, if we can just hold them off as they take this move, and then we take ours, we're in good shape.
And see, this is also where the coxswain comes in key of the Delaware coxswain can look over. They can tell their athletes, are you moving right now? Give me a little more. What's going to help with that? You can see they're bringing up the rate here as we get into the final stretch.
And for the viewer, the coxswain is the person sitting facing the rowers.
Exactly.
Mike, this boat was so close to uniformity. They were so close.
I know. And then the third seat.
And the bow seat,
so very disappointing.
Ladies, come on, yellow visors, right?
Joe likes continuity.
I thought you were going to yell
And the
about
hats.
the blade workers thing, and I was like, the blade work's pretty good.
Oh, no,
no.
They're rowing great. I can't comment on their.
Joe has a thing about the hats. He wants all the same color.
You're a team. You should look like a team.
I have to say, yes, I agree. But also, as a college program that did not provide me with a lot of gear,
Oh, yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're like, no, my yellow hat looks terrible now.
That's fair.
I can't wear it.
That's
they only
fair.
gave me one. I lost it somewhere.
Yeah, no, that's 100% fair. I just like to point it out. Because it happens once in a blue moon that you get an 8 that's like, yep, we're in sync. We've all got the same hat on today.
And this is pretty good, these two.
I mean, this is close racing. That's what you want to see is like Delaware's not letting up. MIT is not letting up. This is where like the most important thing is just your willpower. You cannot crumple to the other boat. You need to keep trying to take them
This
down.
seems like such a mental sport.
Oh, it really is. Especially when you're in as much pain as these athletes are in the final 5 strokes of the race. Everything is screaming for you to stop, and you have to overcome that.
What other sport is like this? Maybe speed skating?
I think swimming.
Swimming,
yeah.
I also think cross-country skiing, notoriously difficult.
Awesome sport.
And these 9 athletes in both crews can relax now that they've come through the line. We do have 1-2 to grand final, so both these boats will be going on to the grand tomorrow, and the following 2 crews will be headed to the petite final.
So we have one more heat for the women?
One more heat of the second varsity 8 with Duquesne, Fordham, Villanova, and LaSalle.
Yeah, around here we say LaSalle. We have a lot of in this area of the world.
Nasal.
You know, a lot of I can say that. I've been here long enough.
I mean, I'm from here, so.
I'll say nothing as a New Yorker.
There you go.
I can talk in a Philadelphia accent for the
Look, that's what might get you famous. That's what the people want to hear.
Yeah,
That's
for
right.
sure.
Just want to know.
It's a beautiful day on the water.
Yeah,
I mean, it's almost time for water ice. So.
It is.
it is. It's spring. Rita's is open.
Here we go.
Nice.
Okay, we got our last heat heading
Here we go.
off. First 10 strokes tight across all 4 crews. To the right of your screen is Duquesne. Next to them, Fordham, then Villanova, and LaSalle out to your left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so LaSalle looks like they got a bit of a jump there at the start. Obviously, not much between the crews to start this out, but definitely LaSalle and Nova jumping out to quick starts here.
Yeah, maybe a seat or so lead over the other 2 crews, but anything can change. once
Where
they get
is
to
a
their
race
race.
won?
Okay, well, I would say, as a former coach, a race is never won off the start, but it can be lost off the start.
Oh.
So you don't want to get left behind. So that's all these 4 crews have done a really good job of being close together.
Got some results.
So, yeah, Drexel did end up winning that first heat. Connecticut second, Stetson, Eastern Michigan, and Iona likely headed to the petite final. Connecticut to the grand with Drexel.
It's great racing from all those crews.
Oh, here we
But
go.
you see, even between seeing the shot before to this shot, we've got great movement from our outside lane on the right,
That's
Duquesne.
Duquesne, yeah.
So that's the thing. That is what sort of makes rowing interesting is like it can be any part of the race. And it can come back down to literally the final stroke. I have seen races come down to a photo finish that are a
Of course, yeah.
thousandth of a second.
I remember, I think it was it London, the great comeback from the men's lightweights from South Africa?
Oh my God, great race.
One of my favorites, yeah. They were down, in the final 500 open water and ended up winning by a bow ball. Really fantastic. Anything can happen at when you're competing. A lot of times it just takes finding an extra level. This race should be fun. We have 3 crews. Fordham not far off either, but we have 3 crews through 750 meters. Not much between them.
So Villanova and LaSalle next to each other?
Yes.
Yeah, and then Duquesne has started to take a bit of a lead here in this second 500.
Maybe about
Villanova's
2
coming up.
seats. So sometimes there is also an advantage if you're the outside lane and the next sort of placed boat is not immediately next to you. You kind of can sneak by them and they don't notice as much. They're busy fighting off, between Villanova and LaSalle. They're focused on each other, and you can just sort of sneak by, like Duquesne is trying to do on the outside.
I thought you were just supposed to concentrate and look ahead.
Well, you are if you're in the boat, but the coxswain, should
Oh,
fill
yeah,
you
okay.
in and do other things.
You're supposed to.
I won't lie and say that there are some photos of me
Snake.
on this specific race course looking at
Oh,
a
I
boat
was
during a race.
I was notorious for it in high school. Just like photos of like, oh, Joe's head's out the boat.
God.
Sometimes you just gotta know,
Yeah,
and your
that's
coxswain might not have told you, and
Yeah.
you're just like, I need to. Oh, we got another goose.
There's a goose.
listen. It's like a video game. It adds a little bit of extra obstacle to the course.
And a little, you have to have that extra level of calm.
Yeah,
You just gotta roll with the punches.
yeah.
But we're saying, like, we're halfway through the race. There's not a definitive clear leader. Duquesne is winning, but, it could come down all the way to the final.
Because Villanova's coming on.
Fordham is still in position to take second or even first potentially, but they're not out of the grand final yet.
You're right.
I got to root for Fordham. Their head coach, Rebecca Gronsdahl, is a friend of mine. She took over the program 2 years ago and has really been doing fantastic things with those women. So it's been really great to see all of the work that she's put in with them.
Charlotte, you know a lot of people.
I do. I mean, that's the thing I like about rowing. I like meeting people.
I had some friends that rode for Fordham while I was in college, so I'm a fan as well. So
So we got to keep pushing through. Let's
they
go
look
Rams.
they look good
They
right
do
now.
Look good.
Yeah, they've really clawed their way back into this.
So that's what I mean about the losing off the start versus winning off the start.
Yeah.
I would say, notoriously on the world stage recently, my crews have not been fast starters. But it doesn't mean that we're out of it. You just sort of then have a little more work to do in the body of the race.
Who are the best rowers in the world? Who's the competition in Paris?
Ooh, I mean, that depends on the boat class. So, you got to look at, the single right now for the women, big names. Emma Twigg from New Zealand, she won gold in Tokyo. She's also, she won last year as well. Caroline Florin from the Netherlands was on the podium. I love Kara Kohler from the U.S., excellent single sculler. So it's sort of that is very individual. In the women's 8 side, since that's my discipline for the
That's your
moment,
thing.
the people to watch out for, the Romanians set the new world's best time when we were in Tokyo, but the Canadians won last year. The Dutch, always a crew to watch out for. The Australians not out of it. The Chinese always a danger.
Where's USA?
We came 4th the last 2 years,
Well-
so I'm a little sad. But, we're coming back. We're making big changes, big improvements. And like any of these crews, like there's things that you can work on every day to make yourself better.
I love this shot, by the way.
Yeah,
I know.
this is great.
I mean, there's nothing between them, but you can see Fordham really worked up and
What
is
a great
getting
third
through.
500 by Fordham there. They walked through Villanova and LaSalle, and they're in position to
I'll be darned.
have a grand final tomorrow.
That is some of the toughest racing. It's racing when you're from a down position and trying to get back to the lead, or at least in a position that you want for tomorrow.
Yeah, so here's a good shot of some faces in distress. It is, I mean, looking at 5-seat and her 4-seat behind her, they're pulling on this. They're going for it. From an aerial view, it looks pretty calm.
This is the agony.
Yeah,
This is the agony. It's tough work.
Why do you do it?
Because
Just go home and lay down.
No, winning is very satisfying.
That's true.
But also, I think even if you don't win a race sometimes, putting together an excellent race is equally as satisfying.
Explain that a little bit.
I've had many races where I did not actually win in the end, but I executed my race plan. I really did the best I could on that day. And that is an amazing feeling, to just feel like you have achieved what you have set out to do, regardless of how the other crews have done.
It's like any competition. Winning is obviously the ultimate goal. Why would you do it otherwise? But when you don't win, there are things to take away that are positive almost always. Losing isn't it stinks, but it's not gonna like crush your soul. Or at least it shouldn't.
I need to hang out with you two more often. You're very positive people.
Well, rowing teaches you so many life lessons. Sometimes you don't want them, but
Yeah.
it does teach you.
Give me 2 or 3.
Ooh,
Discipline, obviously.
A lot of rigor, a lot of, I would say also grace under pressure is very important, that you can't really know how you're going to react until a situation is very difficult. And you have
to stay inside yourself, don't you? There's no panicking.
There's no panicking. There's no, I think going back to there's no glory in it. It's about the team. It's about the effort together. And that is very rewarding. The individual stars in rowing, it's a lot less of a frequent
You're not
thing.
making the front pages of the paper.
No. And that is sometimes, I wish we were a little more, but it's also rewarding just to do it for other reasons. I would say that I would have considered myself a hardworking person before college. I was not. It taught me so much discipline. It actually made my school work better because I could not stay up past 9:30. I would literally fall asleep on my books. So I had to make sure that I had completed all my work by then. I pulled one all-nighter in college, and that was to take care of my friend that I had to take to the hospital.
Oh.
I did not do it for work. You could not do it for schoolwork. So I think that is one of the amazing things about this sport. And
You just would fall asleep out of exhaustion every
I would just
evening.
be my eyes are going to close. I can't do anything else.
Yeah,
So
I mean, when you're up, as we're getting started here on our men's second eights heat number 1, Fairfield, from right to left here, Fairfield, Army, Trinity, George Washington, Michigan, and Drexel. So Mike, when I was in college, and I didn't row for long in college, it wasn't in the cards for me as a walk-on at Syracuse, but it was grueling, and my schoolwork did suffer as a result because I was up at 5 a.m. and I had to walk to catch a bus to take me to a different part of campus to then do the hardest workout of my life, go back. Maybe I go to class. Maybe I take a nap. I have to eat as much as possible just to like vegetables and things like that, just to refill my calories. Because guess what? I have another practice that day at 6 p.m. on Lake Onondaga. So, and that's a wholly separate bus that takes us to a completely different place. And so in between, I go to class, and then I get home from practice at 8 p.m. and I'm exhausted. So I'm lucky to finish my schoolwork by the time I'm passing out.
it's tough.
So Drexel's in the lead, huh?
Oh, looking pretty good. But
Here we go.
Still connected to Michigan, George Washington A, and Trinity. Nothing really between those 3 crews in second place. I think possibly we have.
So this is a top
George
3 grand
Washington.
final, this event. And then the bottom 3. So two heats of 6, top 3 to the grand, bottom 3 to the petite. This is a really close race. It's passing in front of us right now. Drexel probably has about 4 seats on George Washington and Trinity, and then Michigan is about a length back of Drexel. And then this angle makes it look a little bit more promising for Drexel.
But still tight connection. You really could hear the energy.
I can
from these
hear 'em.
coxswains. You could hear coaches can ride their bikes along the opposite side of the course so they can
Who's that?
make sure to cheer on their team still. I think we got Fairfield here crossing in front of us right now. Drexel trying to push out a little further.
Good news is it looks like our thunderstorms keep pushing back as I predicted.
Okay, good. I was worried about that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure the kids were worried about that.
definitely. I mean, hopefully at the very least we can get everything up to the varsity 8 semifinals in, because then tomorrow they could either run the semifinals in the morning or they could forego the semifinals and revert back to the heat finishes. But it would be nice to get all the heats in before we have to skedaddle as Drexel continues to open water.
Michigan, George Washington, and Trinity.
Yeah, all very tightly locked together. Maybe a little, more water back to Michigan. We've got Trinity and George Washington maybe in those second and third qualifying spots, but still anything can change with the last 500 meters to go.
As we learned from the last heat.
Exactly. It is not over till it's over. And here are our results from that second varsity 8 heat.
Look at that.
Duquesne coming in first and Fordham taking that second qualifying spot. In third, LaSalle, and in fourth, Villanova. But really, you look at those times, not too much
No.
spacing between all of those crews.
And Fordham looked like they were out of it. But
Yeah.
no.
Just, maybe they didn't have a great start today, and that's like the great thing about going into the final tomorrow. Clean up the start. Totally changed around. Take the whole race for the win. But Drexel looking very strong here.
Yeah, so their men's first 8, I believe, put up the fastest time in this morning's pole racing for the semifinals later today. So this is their second 8, so not surprising that their second 8 would also compete at a really high level as they're pushing the guys in that first 8 for seats.
Yeah, deep team. They've got open water back to these 3 other crews. I mean, Drexel, they have been a great team to watch. Their 1v1 Dad Veils last year.
Mm-hmm.
So no surprise that they're having a great race here.
Yeah, they've beaten, in the last, they won Dad Veils in 2017. A friend of mine, I believe Justin Best was on that boat.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine was on that boat. And they since have become an Eastern Sprint school. So they'll do the Dad Veils still, and then they'll go to sprints and then compete at IRAs. So Drexel's kind of moving themselves up in this world of rowing over the last decade or so.
It's a good crowd
It really is. I mean, that's
along the
you
shoreline.
gotta have all those people cheering for you. Especially, it's turned out to be a pretty nice day, nice spectating.
Can you hear them?
When you're driving by, when you're on the water,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's cheer for your teams. Drexel deserves this win. Hopefully, it's big cheers. And then coming through the line,
They've kind of maintained, yeah.
we got Trinity,
Nice.
and then
Georgia Wash.
possibly Michigan over George Washington.
Yeah, it looks like Michigan came back into that one.
But see, very, very tight, and especially since it's going to be those top 3 places qualifying to the grand final, that's where you want to be.
Yeah, and one more heat of 6 there coming up next. 8-minute centers here, so those men finish pretty quick, probably in the 6 minutes there. So we'll have a little bit of time here probably until the next heat goes
I was
off.
looking up Marietta.
Oh.
It's Marietta, Ohio,
I know, it's coming pretty far.
not Georgia.
Right, because
Ohio.
there is Marietta in Georgia.
I'm getting a geography lesson, too.
Yeah, it gets you a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
See, you're going to be a pro the next time you're going to come back. So
Oh, this will never happen
if
again.
you've noticed, what are you talking about? You're doing a great job. One of the things that you start to learn as you've really been around and rowing for a while is you notice all the blades are different. That's like
I have
one of-
noticed that.
Yeah, especially we're in the boathouse here. We've got some Rutgers blades. South Jersey has these fun like lightning bolts on it. But when you're looking out on the race course, that's sometimes the easiest thing to see from the distance. If you know your team has, if you see something like yellow blades with green stripes, that's the best indicator from a distance. Oh, that's my crew, especially if you can't figure out what lane they're in.
I hear you.
But every team has their own blade, so.
Rutgers blade. Do they come off the thing pretty easily?
Yeah.
Yes, they're one of the smaller blades, some of these sculling blades. See, we're gonna get you in a boat
Yeah,
next.
bit of show and tell going on
Yeah.
here. You can stand in
look,
front of
yeah.
you can stand in front of the table, Mike, if you want to.
Sorry. Oh, jeez. There you go.
Yeah. So you see, this is their blade design. Everybody's got a little bit different. Look, see, this is the problem with the men. The men are going too fast. We have too much time in between our races for
Yeah.
us to get up to shenanigans. But you can see this is a sculling blade because it's a little smaller. So we've got some singles races tomorrow, which I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, so no single racing today. I guess it was a straight to
Straight
final.
final.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
too many ambitious folks want to go out there, do it just by themselves. And it just depends if their school offers
Right.
it. It's less frequent.
Well, a lot of times, so I cover a lot of the high school racing here in Philly, and a lot of times what you see out of high schools is that it's folks who have gone to school but rode before high school and have their own shell, and they just say, they go to their high school and they say, hey, like, if you help me pay the entry fee for these, I'll just compete. I have the equipment. That might happen at the college level to a certain extent. Probably not as much. But
We're off and running, huh? George Washington, Lehigh, Marietta, which we now learned is in Ohio, Drexel, B, MIT, and LaSalle.
So already got a tiny bit of separation between these crews as they're heading through the first 500. It does look like we've got Drexel, B, MIT, and LaSalle out in front.
Yeah, so another fast start from this LaSalle crew. Just something to keep an eye on. The women in this event started out pretty fast as well. Might just be a team-wide ethos, or this crew might just be better.
Well, the Philadelphia teams, they practice over here on Cooper?
No, they practice on the school.
Always Schuylkill.
Yes.
Yep, they rent spaces in Boathouse Row. So I don't know exactly which clubs they row out of at this point, but Drexel and LaSalle and those two and Penn all row out of Boathouse Row. St. Joe's, we're a little bit further down the race course at the Strawberry Mansion Bridge.
So we got LaSalle in front.
Yeah, MIT tight on their hip, Drexel close to them as well.
And since we're in the second varsity eights, this Drexel B boat probably would be considered Drexel's 3V the rest of the time with racing. But it does probably mean that their team is pretty deep to be this close to the other 2Vs. And they're really pushing up only about 4 seats down.
Yeah,
on
it
the
looks
lead
like
crew.
MIT might have taken a lead here. We have a bit of an angled view, so it is tough to tell. The drone might tell a better story, but MIT's really right there with LaSalle. Not much between them.
It is great when you see both a men's and women's team from a college doing well, and then I hope that at those colleges, like, you support each other. That's like one of the best things is you can go out and cheer for your men's team, cheer for the women's team. Maybe you guys do some practices together, but really you're all doing exactly the same sport. There really is nothing in it between a men's and a women's team.
I don't know, I can't speak to it today, but when I was in college, I was pretty close to a bunch of rowers at Drexel, and I can say that that was the case. They were a pretty tight-knit group. Obviously separate teams, but they hung out together, and you'd see them out together all the time.
So we've got the results from the first heat, Drexel A boat in the 2V taking that win.
Yeah, Trinity came in second. on
Yeah,
that
shout
one.
out to Trinity.
Yeah.
My friend Nate Clark is one of their coaches.
Yeah,
He did a
Nate.
Great job.
Okay.
Yeah, so Trinity and then Michigan, right? Over George Washington.
Yes.
And so those top threes to the A final tomorrow.
This is a great race. These two are really, I mean, not much has separated them for 1,500 meters at this point. Almost,
MIT's
so,
on the bottom?
yeah.
Yes.
And then you see the
The
oars
ribs.
of the Dragons, Drexel, peeking in there. They're off the pace just a bit. But again, it's not over.
As we're getting to the red buoys, this is where these crews are going to take it up. They're just going to throw whatever last bit of energy, take the rate up. Because if you're taking more strokes per minute, hopefully you're applying more power than the other crews can push out in front.
Yeah, so here's the 1,500 meter mark right here. I mean, these two, again, it's top three to the grand final. So, this is where coxswains can get a little tricky, maybe lull the other team into a false sense of security. Like LaSalle might say, hey, let's not race our sprint. We know we're going to make it to the grand final. Let's not show MIT what we've got. And MIT might do the same thing, and it might just be a wash. But, there's a little bit of gamesmanship that can go on at this point.
I have a
in
question.
race.
Okay, what's your question?
Coxon,
Yes.
do you have to be a student?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, you can't do it.
I was
You
going to
can.
say.
Okay, look, great master's program. Master's, anybody above 27?
I'm just
Go be
above
a
that, yes.
Go be a master's coxswain.
Okay.
But you're right. Like, they do have finals tomorrow. Maybe you don't want to show all of your cards. Also, even though it's a day between them, it feels like a tight turnaround when
It
you're on
does.
the water.
It does.
You still feel exhausted. You've got to be making sure you're doing everything right. The sun is out today. It is pretty hot and humid.
Yeah.
You have got to be refueling after your races,
Definitely.
drinking enough,
Yeah, I mean,
resting up.
The process of recovery starts as soon as they get off the water and put their boat away. They're going to start hydrating pretty much immediately. They'll probably have to eat within the next hour.
Okay, I want to get into diet here a little bit. What does a rower eat? Is it just protein all the way?
No, I mean, you need a lot of carbs to do a sport that's as cardio intense as this. I burn about 5,000 calories a day, so you got to eat 5,000 calories however you can. And it's going to be pretty similar for these athletes, especially the guys. 4,000 to 6,000 is pretty common for the amount you're doing. I'm going to blow your mind. I'm a vegetarian, so you just
That
get it
must
all
be
from
a
plant
lot of
protein
Yeah.
and
Well,
dairy,
dairy.
but a lot of tofu, tempeh. Shout out to all my vegetarians on the course. There are
Sounds
not that
delicious.
many of us.
Mike, this is an interesting. So my brother was a lightweight in college who should never have been lightweight. He probably weighs 190 pounds, 95 pounds at his best weight as an adult male. And he had to be 160 pounds in college. Every single day he ate the same thing. Yogurt, egg whites, and granola. And that was pretty much, and spinach. And that's pretty much it for 4 years of college.
For 4 years.
Yeah, he ate the same thing every single day. Not exactly the most healthy.
No, but he got down to 160.
He did.
I would say to any lightweights listening, do what is best for your body, not
Yes.
what is best for you being at a weight.
Exactly.
Like it is any weight class sport, there is a fine line from being built to be at that weight class and like forcing yourself to do it. So
Yeah.
it's hard. Women's lightweight, very different. 130, I could never, ever, ever be 130 in my life. But you have people that try to push down and be into a weight class, they'll be more competitive. But
Right.
I would just counsel anybody who's doing it, you still got to think about, which is still what I think about too as an athlete, how is my body going to do in 20 years? And like
Right.
that is an important thing. And you having a good full life is more important, I shall
Absolutely.
say, than
Yeah.
your sport sometimes. So
Yeah.
I feel like also this is a good PSA to parents of like,
Definitely.
don't, push your kids if you want to push your kids a little, but also they're doing a lot.
Yeah.
Let them just do whatever they want. If they're having fun, I still come back to, I still have fun every day at practice.
Good.
That is the most important thing. You have to enjoy it. It is too hard to not enjoy your sport.
Do you really have fun?
Yeah, I do.
Well,
I know it's
that's
crazy.
great.
I mean, I would say, working out, you get a lot of endorphins. That in itself, great benefit. We love natural drugs. But also, I love my teammates, and that helps a lot.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very fun dynamic, and I still learn so much about rowing.
You believe in the endorphins thing?
I do believe in the endorphins.
I also do. I mean, when I was rowing, there was nothing better than finishing an erg piece. That first 5 minutes after you get up is pretty much after you get over the heaving of your lungs. It's pretty blissful. You feel really good.
Look, the studies are pretty good on it. I actually was listening to NPR this morning, and they were talking to a neuroscientist about it. It's a little different than we thought the mechanics were originally,
Okay.
but it does produce endorphins in your brain, and it is really actually important for longevity. Maybe not racing 2,000 meters as hard as you can when you're 85, but lifelong exercise, which rowing is definitely a lifelong sport, is very important to your mental facilities later in life.
You
So-
can go well into your upper ears.
Yeah, there are masters at New York Athletic Club in their 80s. My mom started rowing when I did, when I was 19. She was in her 50s.
Yeah,
So-
my mom still rows. She picked it up after we had all graduated high school, and she's 61.
So we've got the women's freshman or novice 8. Might be one of the first races for some of these women out there on the race course. We have Assumption, Monmouth, West Virginia, and New Hampshire. I do look very fondly back to my novice days. These are some of the toughest races where you do learn the most. And it can really come down to just how well these teams are working together and how quickly they've picked up the sport.
What was your first race
My first race was
for Columbia?
At UVA Ravana Romp. It's a fall race, so it's longer than 2,000 meters. It was hard. I also did 2 races that day. And then my first 2K was against FIT and University of Miami down in
Nice.
Florida on
FIT,
Spring Break. Yeah.
not the Fashion Institute of Technology.
No, I wish. Florida Institute of
Okay.
Technology.
Okay, I was going to say.
FIT is actually a mainstay at the Dadvilles every year. They
Oh.
come up every year. They've got a good program.
Charlotte, when did you know you were good?
Well, maybe like these Monmouth women who are out in front. I don't know. It took a while. Sometimes, when do I think I felt like I was good? I was the fastest erg on my team. So that means metrics indoors by the time I was a junior in college.
What's an erg?
So an erg is an ergometer.
Rowing
It's
machine.
a rowing machine.
Oh, okay.
So I was the fastest person on my team for a 2,000 meter piece by the time I was a junior. And I still got a lot faster by the time I was a senior. So I was okay. I got invited to U23s, so that's the college level national team. I did not make the team. Don't let setbacks, get you down too much. I wasn't good enough. I was somewhat realistic about how good or bad I was at that point. I knew that there was a lot to go still, but ergs do help with sort of how you compare person to person. And I know some people out in the race course kind of hate that. Ergs don't float, which is totally true.
Yeah.
They don't make or break something, but they do help.
Ergs don't float.
Yeah. It's a common saying because you'll see, especially at a college level, you'll see folks who might be a little smaller, who don't necessarily have the power to put up scores. You put them in a boat and that thing can move.
It's about efficiency. And you can
really
see even
is.
this crew that's out in front.
Is that Monmouth?
It's Monmouth.
Yeah.
We've got these results from the second varsity 8 of the men's, with LaSalle taking the win and MIT in second, and Drexel B quickly behind them. But you see the crews on the race course. Often the crew that's winning, you don't look at them and you're like, oh, those are just the biggest kids out there.
Right.
These women are rowing very slickly, very cleanly. Their blade work is great. That is providing so much speed. Especially, one of the hardest things is getting, especially in 8, when you have the bigger boats, up to speed. And then you need to maintain it. So
heavier can sometimes be a
it
disadvantage.
can be harder. You have to be using your weight well. Because every time you're sort of taking a stroke, your weight is pulling against the handle, and you need to leverage your weight against the push.
Why? Once you're up to speed here, why would you ever reduce speed?
Well, you don't intentionally.
Oh.
But if you're
Fatigue.
if you're finishing the stroke a little off from other people in your boat, it creates extra drag, so it's extra resistance on the water. If the boat dips to port or starboard, especially when you've got wind and there's other things happening, that sort of slows things down, and then it's harder to get it back up to speed. Worst case scenario happens, somebody catches a crab, that really slows down a boat. You can come to a full stop if you catch a crab. So you definitely want to avoid that.
Another issue can be, when you're not handling the recovery in a correct way, you can move too quickly up the boat and essentially physically use your weight to stop the momentum, because you're going against the way the boat is moving as you move back up the slide to the catch. So you can, if you're not careful, you can, there's going to be a natural check no matter what because of just the physics of the boat, but there are ways to reduce it.
Yeah, you see, if you look at these women right here, when they come up to take the catch and put the blade in the water, there's not a lot of time when they're waiting up at the front end. That can be the worst thing. If you get up into the catch position and you don't get out of that position very quickly, it slows down the boat because the weight is just sort of sitting at the back of the boat.
And for novice crews, that's often, you see that a lot. And so when you can have a novice crew or a freshman crew that doesn't do that, it can be a huge advantage, as we're seeing with this Monmouth crew. They look really, really good.
And it allows you they're very relaxed all together.
Now, would you stay with starboard or port your whole career?
Not necessarily. I rode port for all of college, and then when I went to do my first international race, which was actually the World University Games right after I graduated, we had an imbalance of ports and starboards of who my coach wanted to select, and I somewhat voluntarily decided to change to starboard, and now I row starboard, and I've only raced internationally on starboard, but I can do both. And it sort of allows for more flexibility, for the coach can sort of put you in any seat. It does take me some time to transition. So most people, you get comfortable on the side. It takes, it's not a day to switch back and feel as comfortable on port versus starboard if you have an advantage. But it is useful to a coach if they can switch around everyone.
Monmouth is now in Trenton, New Jersey. They're that far ahead.
It's a good place to be.
Charlotte, do you think sculling after you graduated college aided you in being able to make that switch, or do you think it would have been kind of a similar difficulty either way?
Well, so I switched to starboard before I started sculling.
Oh, okay.
But I actually think sculling is one of the reasons I was successful and able to make the Tokyo Olympics, even though I made it in a sweep boat. It is so valuable for just sort of your boat feel and learning how to, like you were talking about before, not check the boat.
Yeah.
You don't let any weight drop. And it also allowed me to train through the pandemic, which was pretty nice. I know a lot of people out there got into singles for the first time because that was the only option, but it is a very helpful skill.
We're looking at West Virginia.
Yeah. So you see the effort on all of their faces, but still, for novices, I'm going to say this is better blade work than I had as a novice.
Yeah, they look pretty good.
Hopefully being buoyed on by the cheers, the finish line as they come down into the last few strokes of the race.
All right, another dumb question.
No such thing, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just learning.
This-
Probably like a lot of our spectators.
The coxswain, does it have to be the same sex as the crew?
It used to be, but not anymore. So actually, that's been really cool that we have been able to have both on collegiate teams and actually on the international elite level
really?
now
Nice.
have men coxswomen and women coxmen.
That's cool.
So it is hard, honestly, with the, as we've explained before, the weight class for coxswains is a very distinct thing, and sometimes, women traditionally smaller than men, it's a little easier to be at that weight.
Well, what
But-
kind of weight are you talking about?
So the elite level, the weight for a coxswain is 120 pounds.
That's max?
Well, that's minimum.
Yeah,
But
minimum.
you
Oh, minimum.
don't want to be heavier than that because you don't want your crew to have to
Right.
carry more weight. But it's naturally you should sit around that weight because either way, you don't want to have a coxswain to have to put on a ton of weight to get there or do anything, but you also don't want them to have to lose a lot of weight to get there.
And there are ways, the coxswain can be made fair in ways that the rowers cannot. Like, you cannot weigh down a rower. Coxswains who don't necessarily hit 120, they can bring weights, like, with them into a boat to make sure they reach that minimum, which is why it
You
is
mean
only-
like sandbags?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they'll check it. So if anybody in the race has to have a sandbag, when they cross the finish line, the referees, very importantly, will ask them to hold up their sandbag so that it is clear to the opposition that they have followed the rules. They're all the same weight.
So just like any other sport, there are ways to cheat.
Yeah. It's harder than a lot of sports.
Yeah,
to
it is
cheat,
harder. Yeah,
But
especially, I mean, when you extend it out over 2,000 meters, it's pretty undeniable sometimes, like the results. But when it's a really close race, there's always people looking for an edge.
and so they don't do it for a lot of collegiate races. They will do it for championships, but we also weigh the boats because
Oh, you weigh
there
the boats?
is a minimum weight for the boats so
Makes
that it's
sense.
fair. Especially you pointed out that yellow boat, the Emphocker. Some schools can afford to have the top of the line nicest boat, but you don't want there to be too much variation between the nicest boat and maybe somebody who's using a shell that's a few years
Some
old.
of these boats are $50,000, $60,000.
Oh, all the eights are.
Yeah,
All the eights are that much money.
Yeah, they are.
yeah.
It's-
The Hudsons are expensive as well. I haven't seen a ton of those out here, but Hudson is another really high class, and then Vespoli is the more common, but also still very expensive style of boat.
I guess here we go again, huh?
Yeah, heat number
Yeah.
2.
Army, Lafayette, Rhode Island, Pittsburgh.
It does look like we've got Army out in front to start.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good. We'll see if we have the same separation in this heat as the last one, and then maybe we'll have a pretty good final if those two crews both get out to such a lead. Seeing them face off tomorrow in the final will be really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Army out in front here. They've got about a half length of open water past the Camden County Boathouse where we are situated. And again, this event is going to be the top 2 finishers move on.
And the next 2 fastest times. So even if you're in a third position here, you really want to push as much as you can. You don't know that's the thing. You're on the water. You don't know what happened in the heat before you. You
Right.
cannot take any guarantees that you're in a good enough position. So you've really got to push it all the way to the line for these crews.
They just went by right in front of us here at the boathouse.
Yeah, it looked like Lafayette, Rhode Island, and Pittsburgh were all pretty close together there. Army definitely putting some distance between them and the other crews, but still a pretty close race there.
Not enough to be so comfortable just yet.
No, not at all.
And especially, I would say, as a novice, like we both, did novice races in college, you're nervous. You really got to get sort of like all those nerves out, get your first race under your belt, really establish like what you need to do as a crew. But it's sometimes the most rewarding because you can change the most race to race and really improve.
Yeah, novice racing is it's an experiment. It's you're learning every single time you do it. You get better every single time.
Well, you get relaxed a little bit more, don't you? I mean,
Sometimes,
There's
but-
always going to be butterflies. It
Really?
it never goes away.
yeah.
There's levels to it for sure, but championship racing brings a different type of energy. But every time you're sitting there doing your warm ups, you're like, man, I gotta go race. Like this is you're hyping yourself
do the
up.
butterflies go away once you start rowing?
Yeah, I mean, for me,
Yes.
they would go away when I got into the boat.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got the results from the first heat of the freshman novice eights with
Woo.
Monmouth taking the win.
By
And
how
second
much?
By
Look.
about 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Great job, Monmouth.
Great race.
Second
It's a
place,
great
West
time.
Virginia. Third, New Hampshire. Fourth, Assumption. I would say similar. I feel that I get calmer as I'm on the water.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But let's be real. I
Yeah.
went to the Olympics. It was freaking nerve-wracking. It
That
was
must be.
terrifying.
What was it like
So-
in that grand final as you're sitting there with like blades in the water, ready to row? Like, what's going through your mind?
I was actually not panicking as much as I thought. That's what I told
Okay.
people. Was like, I thought that I was going to just be having a heart attack.
Yeah.
Turns out I was okay. But it took just the trust in my teammates to give me that sort of calm. Like that is sort of what I always come back to that relaxes me. I would say for me, often the worst race or the most nerve-wracking race for me is the qualifier race. So this year so far I've had pairs racing. We had speed order down in Florida. The most nerve-wracking race was the semi to get to the final. Because if you're not even in it then
Yeah.
you don't even get a chance
That makes
to race
sense.
for the big bucks.
It's almost counterintuitive, but it does make sense because it's like once you're in the final, you're like, I mean, this is what I've trained for. This is all gravy at this point. Like I have to rely on my training. Until you get there, though, it's like I better get there. Yeah.
And I'm sure that's what all these athletes are thinking right now. This is pretty tight still. Army is not sort of coming out to the same distinctive lead to the other crews. We've still got Pitt.
It has started to spit a little bit here out on the race course. We've got some rain coming down and sunshine, so
Yeah.
you know, a little bit of mix of everything today as we head into our spring months.
No, but the nerves go away once you're doing the actual
Yeah.
motion. You're too stressed and working
Yeah.
too hard to really get nervous
Yeah,
once you're in it.
your body's in such a state of shock that you're not really thinking about you know, whether or not you're going to
Yeah.
perform well. You're just doing it.
So, Charlotte, when you walk on at Columbia University, there's no way you ever imagined you'd be in the
Oh,
Olympics.
no way. Honestly, one of my favorite stories is my mother picked me up to go to a concert my sophomore year, and she told my friend who was also coming, I can't believe Charlotte hasn't quit yet. And I was like, thanks for the, immense amount of trust in me. But it was true. I had
Backhanded
given
compliment.
up a lot of sports beforehand. I had not really enjoyed them as much as I enjoyed rowing. Maybe as much as these Army women are enjoying winning
Yeah,
right now.
nice race.
Definitely helped. But yeah, no way. I walked on to do it for fun, to have friends, to do something very competitive, because I've always been a very competitive person. I did not know I was going to be an Olympian. So, you don't know. Some of these freshman girls, maybe LA, we'll see them on the race course.
Yeah, maybe so. So, two things. What concert were you going to?
This is going to be incredibly embarrassing. I was going to a New York Philharmonic performance of the score to Lord of the Rings: Two Towers live with the movie.
That's awesome.
It
That
was
sounds so
really
cool.
good.
That sounds really cool.
You can see why I went to Columbia.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like Backstreet Boys or something like that.
No.
But-
I was
oh,
like,
no.
yeah,
Okay, also, how old do you
embarrassing.
think
The
I am?
Philharmonic.
So let's go to Backstreet Boys.
Like some elevated stuff there.
And then, second, have you forgiven your mother for saying it?
Oh, absolutely. She is one of
Okay,
my biggest
good.
supporters.
All right.
Yeah.
She's like, nah, we're not close anymore.
No,
No.
you didn't believe in me,
Sharon,
Mom.
this one goes out to you. She has believed in me in everything. She was just surprised.
Hi, Sharon.
It was a compliment, really. She's like,
It was backhanded compliment.
And she's rowing now?
And she rows. She doesn't really love racing, so that is the thing.
yeah.
Rowing out here, so we've got the second heat of the men's freshman novice eights going off. Michigan A, Stockton, Pittsburgh, Connecticut, and Army. If you're just joining us, Michigan is on the right of the screen. And
Yes, heat number one here.
heat number
yeah.
one, excuse
Yeah.
me. And down to the left. So some of these athletes are going to be discovering if they love it or not.
Mm-hmm.
My
Right.
mother, very different, time to start rowing. Does not love racing.
Well, she's just rowing
She just rows to enjoy
fit.
being outside,
Yeah.
and to have a good time. Which, today is a perfect day for it. It looks gorgeous. We've got our little speckles of rain, but not too much.
Yeah,
It
it's-
is an
cleared
enjoyable
up. It cleared
sport.
up already. We've got. I think it was
Yeah,
just
the sun's out.
one rain cloud that kind of passed over. So we're gonna hoping for the thunderstorms to continue to set themselves aside until 4 p.m. today. so we can finish up this race. There's a good shot there. Michigan out in front in lane 2. Crossing our camera first here from the inside. So they probably have a nice little lead.
Yeah. Looking good, long and strong. They already have open water to the next cruise behind them. Greg Hartstuff doing great stuff at Michigan.
Yeah, and it looks like Army there in second place, followed by potentially. It's tough. I don't know who that red crew is because it might be Connecticut. Potentially Stockton switched lanes. It's tough to say.
Connecticut is blue and white, right?
Yep.
I think so. You know, Huskies.
The Huskies.
That crew, if you know your crew's blades, they were black and white checkered.
No, excuse me.
I don't.
Yeah,
the thing is, I don't even recognize which blades those are. That's the thing. There are so many different schools. I will admit, I'm still learning stuff in rowing. I don't know everybody's just from their blades.
Stockton University is in Galloway, New Jersey. So I was thinking Stockton, California. No, they're close by. Galloway, New Jersey.
Yeah, not too far. I know what Pittsburgh's blades look like. I do not know. There's the Heat 2 there from the women's freshman 8.
Army taking that win decisively over the next crew. Not the same spacing as the first heat, but
no, but it is. I do remember Heat 1, Monmouth, who was out there by themselves for a long time, went 7:54.
Yeah, so that's going to be great racing tomorrow.
Yeah, Army, Rhode Island, Monmouth should be pretty fun.
Not that I'm going to take anything away from Army, but sometimes heats times are not exactly comparable.
Yeah.
The wind might change. You might get a little more of a tail. You might be a little more protected. So
the wind has started to pick up just a little bit here.
Yep.
Also, Monmouth was out by themselves for most of that race. It's hard. I was saying earlier, it's a lot easier to push yourself when you have someone on your hip pushing you along. It's like you can dig a little bit deeper. Whereas when you're out there, you might just sit.
You might relax.
Yeah, and again, that's a game. That's a race plan thing as well by the coxswains. So, maybe Monmouth sandbagging a little bit there at the end to put up a slower time than they had to.
I'll give you $100 if you can tell me what Stockton School's mascot is.
Oh my God, I'll lose that $100 immediately.
It sounds like it's something ridiculous for you to have put the money.
Well, yeah.
So no, I don't have a guess.
Well,
The Weasels.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'm kidding.
Oh, I was to say, well, we got the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah,
so
true.
Pretty
how,
close.
How less or more crazy?
It's the Osprey.
Okay.
So,
I'll take it. I see quite a lot of birds on Mercer, so.
I was gonna say Long Island Sound. You might get some osprey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Michigan looking really good here out in front. Can't really see where the other crews are if they really broke that much water open on the rest of the field.
I would say, given that they're in lane 1, and we have the vantage point from the inside lanes here, I would say it's pretty significant, given what we've seen from other races earlier. And we're gonna pan, and there we go. There's Army. They're out there with them. But it's just those two.
And the good thing is it is 1-2 plus the next 2 fastest times to the final. So both of those crews will be going through to the A final tomorrow.
Yeah, so looks like only. Okay, so top 2 and then the next 2 fastest times will move on to the final. So it'll be a 4-boat final tomorrow.
So when rowing events are on TV, are you glued?
The problem is they're never on TV except for the Olympics.
It is rare.
I was doing it. I would say, actually, guys, don't bother going to the Olympics. It's way less fun to watch them because I was so nervous the entire time. I watched none of the Tokyo Olympics because every time I started watching another sport, I had this panic attack of, oh, that's going to be me.
Oh, my God.
So it was the least enjoyable Olympics I've had to watch, but obviously it was the most fun I've ever had getting to go and be in Tokyo.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
No.
I went to the University of Kansas, good basketball school.
Yeah.
Great basketball school.
It's fantastic. They won it all last year.
Joel Embiid.
I will leave my apartment if they're falling behind
Oh no.
and just walk around.
Well, it's funny you should say that. The Sixers are playing right now, Mike.
I know they are.
Oh.
So,
But stay with this live stream.
yeah. Don't watch the Sixers.
Hey, if you're like me, you just cared about women's basketball, so now it's all over and there's nothing else.
That was a great women's
That was
basketball tournament.
So good.
I mean, did you see that that Final Four game, West Virginia versus South Carolina? Not West Virginia, Iowa
Yeah.
versus South Carolina.
South Carolina.
The highest watched college basketball game in American history.
Let's go. I mean, the
Women's?
Final Four
Women's.
games
In history.
in
Yeah.
history, but also the final had more viewers than any NBA game this year.
That's right.
So
Crazy.
what's important? Women's sports.
Yeah, I mean, women's basketball rocks.
So fun.
Yeah.
That's a think that my mom was sad that I was still sticking rowing. My dad is definitely a little sad that I didn't stick with basketball. I was
Oh,
a basketball
yeah?
player from second grade to ninth grade, and then I was like, I don't love it. And my dad was like, no, you were supposed to be my basketball
So what'd you
star."
play? Forward?
A center.
Center.
Because I was always tall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nyack High School?
Yeah, I was Nyack High School until I gave up basketball because I couldn't do basketball and mock trial, which is courtroom law debate. So
That's hilarious.
Is your mother or father an attorney?
nope. My mom's a doctor. My dad's a scientist.
Okay. I believe it. What's her specialty?
My mom is an OBGYN. And if you're interested in my dad's specialty, he's a geophysicist.
Nice.
So
What a bunch of dummies.
Yeah, what a bunch of nerds in my household.
Do you have siblings?
My older sister, environmental science major,
Okay.
and then business major. She works for a green energy company now.
Oh, very
So a
cool.
bunch of slackers.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. Honestly, I am the least degreed person in my entire family. I have 2 doctors as parents. My sister's
Yeah.
got
She's got a
an MBA.
graduate degree. Yeah.
What am I doing with my life?
I've-
All I get is the OLY.
In the Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep up, Charlotte. My brother's a nuclear physicist.
That's quite impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Literally the thing people throw around as being
I
very
have a
smart.
TV show.
Yeah.
Hey.
We'd be here all day talking about my siblings. I have 5 of them. So
Whoa.
yeah. Big family.
Definitely.
Catholic?
Yep.
Yeah, me too. I have 5 siblings as well.
Oh wow, nice.
All right, where are we?
So we got a little break because the men's novice eights, posted pretty good time. So we
Yeah.
got a little spacing until
The second heat, yeah.
until the second heat, which started a minute ago. So we'll probably get back up to the start.
That's Rhode Island, Lafayette, Villanova, Michigan, and Drexel?
Exactly. So same
Yeah.
as our last 3 races. It might be some of these guys' first time out on the race course, maybe first or second. They've gotten a race or 2 under their belt. You also can be a freshman in the boat and have rowed in high school, so maybe you
Oh.
have had a lot of experience. So the spacing between an event like this might be pretty big. You might get a lot of kids that have 4 or 5 years of high school rowing experience, and then someone like us that
Yeah.
just, showed up and they were going to do it.
We could make this more interesting. You put some money on it.
I mean,
Who you
Okay.
got?
it's going to be Drexel.
Drexel?
I mean, it'd be hard to bet against that. But I will say, look, betting is what ruined rowing in the U.S.
It is? Oh, was there a
It
scandal?
is.
That
So
sounds
rowing used to be the biggest sport in
Right.
the U.S. It was bigger than football. It was the biggest thing. It was so important.
How many centuries ago were you talking about?
The
One.
1940s.
Yeah, 1 century.
In the what?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 century ago.
Through the 50s, it went downhill because we were talking about cheating before. It's hard to cheat, but it's easy to throw a race.
Yes.
So if you have one person in one of these eights who decides, I'm going to get paid to not pull hard, you can lose a race.
Oh, yeah,
And
you
so
should.
people did it for
Good.
money, and it became less fun, and rowing lost its prestige because there was a bunch of betting issues. So curses on those men in the 1940s and 50s.
Yes.
Some great stories.
1940s.
Yes. This past century, recently.
So
Bigger than football.
shot there, we've got Drexel on the left, Michigan next to them. They were going to be my 2 guesses. Obviously, it's the Michigan B. We just saw the Michigan A win Heat 1. Drexel obviously has been putting up really good times throughout the men's varsity 8. So if you look at a program like Drexel that wants to fashion itself like the best programs in the country, they've got 3 varsity 8s, right? The 1, 2, 3V. And then their 4th fastest boat is very likely this boat, the freshman 8. They're like Drexel recruits. So these guys are likely high school rowers or club level rowers from their early teen years who are now rowing in a freshman event for Drexel. And you do see there, they've got a bit of open water on Michigan's B boat.
So these results from the Heat 1, obviously we got Michigan A with that win, and our second automatic qualifying time, Army, and so then we'll have to check back in to see who else is going to make it to the grand final based on times. But Drexel looking pretty smooth coming back by our vantage point here at the Camden Boathouse.
Well, there they go.
They have 2 boat lengths, would you say, of open water?
Yeah, just about. Which, to give some context, a boat length in general is about 3 seconds if you're stern to bow or bow to stern. So 2 more boat lengths is another 3 seconds each. So that's about a 9-second lead there for Drexel, give or take.
Is that considered huge?
I mean, big, not
insurmountable.
Yes. Like it would
very impressive.
Very impressive for one of these other boats to come back and claw back that big a gap, because you have to be going so much faster than you assume these Drexel Dragons are keeping up the speed that they have already put out, and they're not. They would have to really diminish, and other crews would really have to accelerate.
You do see it a bit more at a higher level than this, where the crew, like if, for example, like a Henley Royal Regatta where there's just 2 boats going head to head, you can see boats get out to really big leads early, but it's just 1 versus 1. So the other boat's also generally really good, and they can sometimes make pretty miraculous comebacks when it's kind of just a one-on-one setting where it's 2 evenly matched boats, at least on paper. But in an event like this where it's different levels of programs, different levels of crew experience, it's a bigger ask.
I don't know who's flying this drone, but they're doing a heck of a job.
They really are. I mean,
360s.
5 Tribes production, great rowing video. Like, I have come and commentated at U.S. Rowing Nationals when they've done it. This is the best way to watch rowing. You really get to have a sense of what this crew is doing out here in the lead. And even if you're on the race course, honestly, this is a better view.
It is. It's like watching football. You'd rather be sitting on your couch at home than in the stadium.
Now, from that angle, it looks like the boat is listing to the left.
Well, so they might have hit a little gust of wind, and it might have kind of gotten blown a little bit. Often you can look at sort of the trail of, what they're cutting through the water behind them to see if they're going perfectly straight. I would say their coxswain is still doing a great job.
Sometimes if the coxswain makes a drastic change as well, they're really supposed to make incremental small changes. If they make a drastic one, that can the rudder changing can throw off the balance of the boat a little bit.
Darn. Can we go back to the 1940s again? This was the #1 sport in America.
Yeah.
So have you read Boys in the Boat? Anybody on our live stream right now, you should go read Boys in the Boat, especially if you're new to rowing, your kids are new to rowing. It has an excellent explanation of why this sport is so tough and so difficult, and it's about the University of Washington crew that
Huskies
goes and races at the Nazi Olympics.
Yeah, so they raced
what?
A college crew raced as the U.S.'s one varsity 8 at the 1936.
So
36.
That's what it used to be. It used to be they would pick collegiate teams to go. You would go and race that crew. It's not the same. Where our selection process is very different. I mean, rowing has changed in that people do get a lot better post graduation of college. It used to be much more collegiate based.
Boys,
Boys in
the Boat. Cannot recommend it enough.
Okay.
Just really a miraculous story of what makes rowing wonderful and what the amount of work that goes into over all of the years.
So instead of White Lotus tonight, I should watch Boys in Boats.
Yes. But if you want another flower themed, the Red Rose Crew is also a great book about women's rowing.
Red Rose.
No, I've never read that.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Well, so women's rowing, not to take away from these freshman men, but women's rowing balances men's football at the collegiate level, and that's why we have sort of the strength of American women's rowing that we do. It is really due to Title IX, which Yale's not here, but shout out to the Yale women that protested to get Title IX actually enforced. It was revolutionary, and that is why rowing is so big still for women.
Yeah.
So.
I was letting Mike know earlier, a lot of these programs, these big schools that we've been talking about that have the big, like Texas having a great women's rowing program and not really having a men's program to speak of, at least at a high level, is because of Title IX. Texas has introduced women's rowing to offset football being an all-male sport, there's no female collegiate football, and the sports need to be equally funded, and you need to have the same amount of Division I sports for men as you do for women. So for a lot of these colleges, they use rowing as that extra sport to counteract.
Especially so football can be such a big roster sport. You've got 100 guys on a team.
Yep. Right.
You can have 100 women on a rowing team, and that is not the same as like you're not really going to field 100 soccer players and sort of like no one gets to play. And there are 10 people on the field.
It also just wouldn't make sense as a coach to be doing that. Yeah, exactly.
But you can have a team that fields, like Texas has 5 8s that are racing. That is a ton of women that are going out there and getting the chance to compete at that level.
And compete against each other to make each other better. I mean, that's why deep programs often succeed is, obviously they're recruiting, so that's part of it, but another part of it, and the coaching is at a high level. And those are the main parts, but, being able to compete day in and day out against rowers that are of a similar caliber to you and to be able to push yourself against your teammates each day is a huge part of why some of these programs continue to, put out great crews.
I understand the University of Texas, a lot of money. A school like Drexel, it's pretty small. How come they're coming up? How do you bring your school up in stature?
Some of it is the history of the sport also, of like rowing being important in Philly is
access.
Key important thing, and that the school is there, the like camaraderie between the different teams and Boathouse Row is really important, that like this is a valued sport that people are encouraged to start and encouraged to be a part of.
And they continue doing it, and they continue rowing, and they stay connected to that program and continue to live in the city of Philadelphia.
By the way, that's the building we're in right now.
Yeah.
If I had any energy at all, I'd run outside.
And a nice, beautiful shot of our city of Philadelphia right there in the distance.
That's actually one of the best things about being at the start line at the Cooper. You can see the Philly skyline on a nice day, and it is really spectacular because that is not something that you get at a lot of other race courses. You're sort of off, in the middle of nowhere just on this lake, but you really feel connected to the place you are.
Is there anything like Boathouse Row in the country?
I mean, the most similar thing is then in Boston. So Philly and Boston are two of the biggest rowing hubs for the U.S., and Boston doesn't have exactly the same like congregation of boathouses, but you go past, the Harvard has both the Harvard and the Radcliffe Boathouse. There's the Northeastern Boathouse. CRI is a really big community rowing in Boston that has juniors and masters, and just Cambridge Boat Club on the turn. So all of these, if you watch Head of the Charles, that's your next thing to go look at.
Head of the Charles.
Commentate. Head of the Charles is the biggest regatta in the world.
Joe told me about it.
I did. I mentioned the Charles.
It's a lot of fun.
It is a great event, and the boathouses differently are kind of scattered along that course a little bit. A lot of times they're bigger too than the Philly boathouses are historical sites at this point, so you can't really touch them. They can update them, but they can't change them.
In fact, they're updating them now.
Yeah.
For the next 8 months.
Yeah.
Penn got a nice update, but here we have our Women's Club 8.
Here we go.
D1, D2 first heat, with Stockton, URI, New Hampshire, Lafayette, and Pittsburgh B.
Yeah, so that's Lafayette. They've been really dominating some of these women's 8s events today. They're out in front again, about a length over our Lane 2 Rhode Island, a club school, rowing here up with the D1, D2 schools.
I mean, that's one of the best things about these races, of seeing these, like, what are considered different classes of teams, still the same speed.
Yeah.
Still going toe-to-toe with each other. They're not letting Lafayette go.
So Lafayette is Division I, correct? They're in the Patriot League.
Ooh, the leagues are where I get a little shaky.
I know they're a Patriot League school in other sports.
I would say that it's probably
like football, Lehigh, Lafayette.
Yep.
They play each other every weekend.
Yeah. That's like Patriot League is Army, Navy, Lafayette, Lehigh, Bucknell, Colgate, a couple others as well. But and you see there's a lot of Patriot League schools here today, so I was just kind of basing it on that.
And so for women's rowing, the leagues are very important. So how we select NCAAs for championships, the winner of each league goes to NCAAs automatically. And that automatic bid can be really important, especially, I was in the Ivy League, a very competitive league.
Yeah.
It's really hard to win your league, and that is like such an experience to get that and then go to NCAAs.
Yeah, that was one of the interesting things at Syracuse, right, is that the women are in this Division I program in the ACC, and the men are in the ECAC competing against the Ivies, but at it's just a different kind of thing because there's no real qualification, right? They just show up at Eastern Sprints every year.
And the IRAs are sort of invite.
Right.
It's just
Yeah.
men's and women's and how you select championship a little different.
It's cool, though, for the women to be able to have that conference. It makes it a little bit more like a real college sport. Not that it isn't, but you know what I mean.
More
it's a little
similar to a traditional
exactly, yeah. It
team-based.
gives you that feel of, like, yeah, you're competing at something you would have watched on TV.
So it's Lafayette battling it out with Rhode Island?
Yep, that's Rhode Island in lane 2 there. And then a little bit back there is New Hampshire.
So this is when particularly the coxswain is important, especially in the leading crew, of they can turn around and look and sort of give a good judgment of where they are on the other crew when you can't really feel across 4 lanes between them. You really need somebody else to fill you in on what's happening.
So this will have a grand final tomorrow and a petite. So winner, Lafayette in good position here with about 7:50 left to go. Winner moves on to the grand final, and then the next 3 qualifying times over the 3 heats.
So races tomorrow should be close.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the idea.
Much more competitive.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So you got to tune back in.
I
Are
guess
we all back on the mic tomorrow?
we're all back. Can
Yeah,
you
Okay,
come back?
amazing. So
Yeah, I'm
we'll
here.
all be back. I'll actually get here on time. I don't have practice tomorrow
Nice.
until the afternoon.
I was going to say, I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Get the morning off on Sundays.
So here's a look at that men's first heat, second heat, sorry. Drexel winning by 36 seconds there over Michigan. Sorry, not 36. Yeah, no, that was
No,
right.
36.
Yeah.
The graphic's kind of hard to read because
been
it's
a
white
while.
on white.
Yeah.
But
And
also,
then-
we don't know. Same thing as we've talked about for other races. They could have, relaxed a little. It'll be really cool to see how much speed they bring in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, Michigan, Drexel, nice setup for that final tomorrow.
Lafayette still looking strong as we come down into the last 500 of the course.
Yeah, Rhode Island not going away though at this point. They're fighting against the clock now in this first heat. They want to put up a good time. They want to be the time to beat for these other crews trying to qualify for the grand final tomorrow. So you have a bit of an advantage. You have a bit of a disadvantage going first because you don't have a time to beat as the coxswain. The rowers obviously have no idea what time they're putting up. The coxswain, though, will, if they're doing it right with their stroke coach, they will have a good idea of what their time is and what time they have to beat. So you just want to get in, get a good time up, and hopefully, that time can hold off the crews in the next 2 heats.
And hopefully, based on sort of the caliber and speed these other crews have put up, I was always a notorious stalker of results, that I would look at how other teams had done in the season, and so you can sort of know, okay, how fast do I need to be to get in to the final?
I was wondering if you did that.
Oh yeah, I, data nerd all the way.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I mean, isn't that a great question? When will I retire? I don't know. I was a bio major in college, probably like some of these athletes. Pre-med, did it all. It was tough. I don't think I'm going to med school, which was my initial plan when I didn't think I was good at rowing. I don't know.
Well, you don't
I
know.
don't know yet. I would like to win a gold medal at the Olympics. Let's do that first.
So would I.
Yeah, it's a great plan.
Yeah. You stick with that.
I will.
You can do it.
I think I have a shot at
I
the
believe in
basketball
myself.
team next time around.
Okay.
good.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm playing for the Sixers tomorrow.
Yeah.
By the way, Sixers are winning.
Oh, thank you for that update.
All the important sports updates.
But I promise to follow rowing more closely.
I agreed to do this a month ago, and the schedule for the playoffs came out this week, and I was like, really, man? Like,
Really?
We couldn't have got the 6 p.m. game.
I know. I thought it was going to be the evening game.
This is so funny because my issue was my coach moved practice back this morning, and I was like,
Oh,
oh, no.
no.
I also agreed to do this before.
Yeah.
Well,
you had an excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the difference between you and me and Joe.
Yeah. You had responsibilities.
Right. We'd be on the couch watching the Sixers.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe better life choices, though.
Well, no, I don't know about that, Charlotte. When you let your hair down, what do you do?
Well, I don't get that much time off, so
It's got to be tough.
I had a wonderful vacation with my teammates after World Championships this year. We got like 2 weeks off before I went back to training.
Where'd you go?
We went to Greece.
Oh.
Pretty wonderful. Worlds were in Prague. I will say, that's the cool thing about being on the national team, trying to encourage any kids. The travel's pretty amazing. I got to go to Italy last year, and...
How was Prague?
Prague was amazing. The race course... See, this is the thing. The race course here, so close to Philly. If you're here, you get to see Philly. If you're a parent watching, maybe you can go into the city and do stuff. Race course in Prague was 45 minutes away.
That's tough.
So we didn't do too much in the city until we finished racing, but still like a gorgeous historic city.
Because it never got bombed in World War II.
Exactly. They have a lot more buildings that have survived.
It's my homeland.
Beautiful. Oh,
I'm Czech.
Czech.
Did you go to Santorini?
We did not. We went to Naxos.
Oh, yeah.
We don't make that much money also, so we went for the cheapest options. But it was a lot of fun. I mean, really in my spare time, this is definitely a plug. I run the national team Women in the Boat Instagram account for our team. So go give us a follow. Hit us up. We give out free advice. If you DM the account, I will give you rowing advice.
Can you help me with my love life?
No, I can't
It's
really
not
help
that kind
with
of okay.
Not that kind of account. Rowing, yes. Love life, no.
Any kind of advice.
Any kind. I mean, I can give you life advice. It might
not want to take
be
it.
Helpful. Yeah. As we said, like rowing is all I do, so I don't really know.
Okay. What's the name of it? I want to follow you.
Women in the Boat. Very just straight up
Women
what's happening.
In the boat.
Yeah.
Very descriptive.
Yeah. I will shout out to MIT Lightweight Women. They are girls in the boat. And so what our name is from Boys in the Boat, of the same idea.
I could say something that would get us shut down by the FCC, so I'm not going to. Let's move on.
We're stayed. There's no, delayed bleep on this.
No,
we
I
are
guess not.
live.
So I just checked the weather. It's really opened up here. We've got some wind. Looks like a slight tailwind here. It seems like we're going to get good weather for the rest of the day.
The sun has come out. I got a little. I'd have to. I just want to stretch my legs a little bit.
Yeah, no worries.
Can you see? Can they go back to that shot? Can you see me?
No. We're back up at the top for the women's Club 8, D1, D2. Penn State, George Mason, Pittsburgh, and Army.
Oh, you're actually covering the race?
Yeah, it started to come back down.
I will say also, if you're new to watching rowing online, these big red buoys, when you see them on the race course, are our 500-meter markers. So that can be good if you really not sure at what point the boats are in the race. You got marker at 500, 1K, 1,500, and finish line at 2,000 meters. The Cooper is great. You get to warm up on the side of the course, maybe cheer on some of your teammates as they're coming down for racing.
How much warm-up is there?
Okay, it depends crew to crew what you like to do. I'm a big fan of about a 35-minute warm-up, which is about 4 to 5K. You got to do some 10s. You got to practice your starts, just sort of like make sure everything's on. I really love a half slide builder, so you don't take a full stroke. You take half of your leg drive, but it's good for just quickness and getting used to, okay, we have to bring the rate up at the end, but I'm not yet doing like a 45 on the water.
I got you.
So you're saying like a continuous just leg drive stroke or just doing it one at a time?
No, like doing half slide, like with bodies but continuous.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is this one finishing?
So those are the crews headed up to the start for the next race.
I think those are the men's that we're seeing. I think the next women's race is probably getting into their stake boats right now. But we have Heat 2 on the courses. We have the results from Heat 1 now.
All right.
And that was Stockton. I was right.
Well, Lafayette with a win, 10 seconds ahead of Stockton. And we will have to watch out for the times because it is just top time to the A final and then the next fastest times. So we do have another heat coming down past the Camden Boathouse right now.
I see them.
Golden Knights out in front here from Army. Give them about a boat length on top
some
of
good separation here.
Looks like Pittsburgh there. And then Pittsburgh just one length up over Penn State, or is that George Mason?
George Mason.
I think it's Penn State. They got the S on the blades.
Yeah. All right, where's George? There they
We're
are.
in, yeah, heat 2. So still very important, even though Army is in the lead, since we've got qualifying times, those chasing crews are trying to go as fast as possible to get themselves into the grand final.
You would think Navy would have a team.
They do have a team.
They do?
They're not here, but
They're good.
shout out to Columbia women's rowing. We beat Navy last week. They are pretty good though. And well, the Navy lightweights beat our lightweights, so goes back and forth. Honestly, I think Navy, Army, all of the military academy schools, it's one of the hardest places to be a student athlete because your job is not just to go to school. It is very demanding to do that and then do a sport on top of it. And
especially rowing.
Yes.
My God.
Of something that's so time consuming and so exhausting. So it is really a testament to how hard these women work that Army is out in front. You're doing so many other physical things that it can help, but it can also take away, that you can't spend as much time actually on your sport.
Yeah, so the Navy women might not be a Patriot League school. They might be as well. I'm not sure exactly, but they're a pretty competitive team. So they might be in a separate conference for rowing, because I know the Navy men are in the ECAC.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know.
But it seems to be pretty good separation between these crews. Army coming down into their final 500 in the qualifying position.
So I was looking at one of the cups earlier. It might have been the 4. And I think it was saying that Colgate had won last year. It doesn't seem like we've had any Colgate, so they're not coming back this year. So that's a trophy that's open for a new champion this year.
That's always exciting to see. Honestly, I am so not a fan of people winning the same stuff every year.
Yeah.
You got to change stuff up.
Yeah, for sure. Don't tell that to...
What, Texas?
I was going to say Cal, but yeah. But Texas has been a bit of a powerhouse, huh?
Mm-hmm. For the women, definitely.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Stanford's giving them a run for their money right now. So
Yeah, so that's the other name on the cup, the women's cup. Stanford used to come, maybe not this year, but they've been at the Knecht Cup a bunch over the years, and their name is all over that trophy.
it is great to see these teams coming from the West Coast.
Yeah.
You're coming all this way. I mean, this is a great race weekend to just see a lot of other teams. You really get to sort of see how you stack up.
2-day event gives you a little bit of practice for the cup season, for sure.
But all the way from Seattle. That's a
I
commitment.
know.
It's fabulous.
Really a shout out to all of probably mostly assistant coaches who have to drive their trailers for their teams.
Yeah.
That's tough work.
Oh,
That's
wait a
a
minute.
long drive.
I never thought about that.
Yeah. A lot of teams, if they're coming all the way from the West Coast, occasionally teams will rent equipment because it's a little easier. But a lot of times, the coaches have to drive the trailers. It's all the equipment you need. You have set it up. You can't get rentals sometimes for all of the boats. Because, especially this weekend, this is a big race weekend. There's a lot of things going on. Philly, up in New York, Boston. There's racing all over. So.
You don't want a rental.
Well, it's not. If you can get the same type of boat as you're normally racing in, it's actually fine. Coaches are great at you take all the measurements of what you've set things to and just set that boat as it. But it's a little less nerve-wracking to do
That's
your own
actually a
boat.
good point, too, because, Mike, you've been asking what coxswains do. That's another one of their responsibilities, is making sure the boat is rigged correctly. Yeah. They're often the ones that have to carry the... coaches are involved as well, but it is part of the coxswain's duty to make sure that their boat is rigged correctly and that all the equipment is where it needs to be.
Looks like Army is
Army
taking
gets it.
that win.
Yeah. And again, that was a winner and then next 3 fastest times, so make sure if you're, rooting for someone who didn't win their heat, make sure you go online and check out the results. What was the Regatta Works?
I actually think... Yeah, if you just, Knecht Cup has a great website. If you go through their website, they have links to the results, see how your teams are doing before tomorrow, see what time your finals are tomorrow.
Yeah, and so we're going to have Heat 3 coming down here soon. It'll be Thomas Jefferson, Seattle Pacific, Mercyhurst, Central Oklahoma, Franklin Pierce, and Deauville.
Franklin Pierce, 14th president of the United States. Anyway, the school's up in New Hampshire.
Yeah, he was the 14th.
14th. What is their mascot, their nickname?
I don't know.
I don't know.
The Ravens.
How do you know that?
I looked it up.
Okay.
Okay.
I was like, if you knew that off the top of your head versus the Ospreys. I do like Franklin Pierce versus Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. But it does look like we have Franklin Pierce. Oh, no. Central Oklahoma again out in the lead in lane 4.
Yeah, Central Oklahoma looking good.
Seattle Pacific, again, falling close behind. This is sort of matches up with their 4s racing.
Yeah.
A similar showdown between Central Oklahoma and Seattle Pacific. Really nothing between it as we see them pass in front of the boathouse here.
Yeah, Mercyhurst and our other crew, what is that, Thomas Jefferson, they're still in it right now. Mercyhurst hanging on. Thomas Jefferson got a little bit of open water between them and the rest of the crews, but yeah, looks like Central Oklahoma really having a nice race, at least from the 12 rowers that we've seen so far from them. Might be all we see from them this weekend, and the 2 coxswains. They've put up some pretty good performances. So nice showing here so far. Obviously, they've got to bring home the trophy tomorrow, but good so far.
But a great team. I mean, they have won the D2 championships quite a few times, so
Nice.
they really know what they're doing when it comes to finals racing. So we'll see what they show up with tomorrow. But they've still got a little ways to go in this race. No one really letting them go. And, we don't know. This might be the fast heat. You could end up with a bunch of these crews going through to the final.
Yeah, that's a good point. Again, you could just have one blisteringly fast heat that has the next 3 fastest times.
Now, it is warmer out there now. I got to
Yeah,
tell you,
it
that's
is
probably
warmer.
10 degrees warmer.
Sun came out. It wasn't supposed to get too warm today. I think the high was originally 72.
And it was definitely 80s
Yeah.
when I was coming down. That's another PSA. I have lots of thoughts about, a water sport. Guys, sunscreen.
Oh,
I see a lot of bare arms out here. Nobody getting sunburn. That actually will hurt your recovery for tomorrow. It's so important that you stay in the shade as much as possible.
Yeah, dehydration too is a factor there with your sunburn. Yeah.
Are you a believer in zinc oxide?
I am definitely a believer in
Just to
zinc.
block it all out.
Yes, as heavy as possible. I mean, you will see me in a long sleeve through midsummer. I don't enjoy it, but it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have the results of the heat number 2 of the Women's Club 8. Army taking that win. Pittsburgh coming in second. Penn State, and followed up by George Mason. And again, it's Army will go straight through, and we'll have to look at the times to see who else makes it to the Grand. But getting into this final 500, we still have Central Oklahoma out in front.
In their previous race, they were out in front, too.
Yeah,
They're
so it
good.
seems good full squad. I
Yeah.
mean, that's sometimes one of the most fun things is not only when you win, but all your teammates win.
Mm-hmm.
Makes for a great weekend. Everybody's
Yeah.
having a really good experience. Means your coaches are doing something right. So make sure to thank them.
Can you go out and celebrate, or you're just exhausted and want to go to bed?
You could definitely.
I think it's like any sport.
I think you could rally.
Hey, you're
Yeah.
20 years old.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
Less so now, but you can definitely rally.
It's a
It's
close-
harder.
close race.
Most of these teams, though, they've got school on Monday. They'll be hopping back on the bus, hopping back on flights.
Yeah.
Got to finish up their homework that they couldn't do while they were here. It's hard. So sometimes you only get to celebrate here at the race course, and then it's back to work.
I got nothing but respect for these folks.
I don't know the rules, Charlotte. You might know better than me. When you race on a Sunday, I mean, colleges can only practice 6 days out of the week. Do they have to take? Does the race day count as a day?
It does count as a day.
So they'll probably get Monday.
They
off.
get Monday off, but they probably still have classes. So at least
Yeah.
you get a break from being on the water, get yourself a little more recovery, especially having 2 race days back to back is pretty tough. You can see how hard these women
Look
are
at that
working
tongue.
here. I know.
Michael Jordan over there in Central Oklahoma.
Really going for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Honestly, relaxed mouth is a great technique. You at least need to have your jaw relaxed. You don't want anything to be tense when you're rowing. The looser the rest of your body can be, the better.
Your mouth should be open?
Yeah.
I was definitely an open mouth
Open
rower.
mouth breathing.
Yeah.
It's overrated. You can't get enough air just through
You're
your nose.
sucking in air.
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, close finish here, but a good race.
I'll be excited to see these times, see who makes it through to the grand final with Army, and it looks like Central Oklahoma.
Yeah, Central Oklahoma makes it there, but I would bet that Seattle Pacific.
Look at him coming up the middle
had
here.
Pretty good race there. Pretty good times.
And Lafayette, the winner from the first heat. So we'll see them all showdown tomorrow in the final for the Club 8.
Should be a fun race. All right, so we're down to our last 4 events of the day. We'll have our men's Club 8 up next, then the D3 women's varsity 8, followed by our semifinals for the men's and women's varsity 8, which of course had their lane assignment races earlier today. So it'll be our first race of the day where we've already seen some of these crews.
And it'll be really interesting. Like they've gotten the most space, sort of the most rest, trying to recover for their second race. But definitely sometimes you have different game plans if you have a race in the morning, race in the afternoon. So we could see some different results, some movement in those crews.
Can you get fully recovered morning to afternoon?
You could get pretty close.
Yeah.
I would say you don't feel as amazing as when you woke up, but if you are trained well, you're pretty used to going out and doing another workout or doing something hard again. So
a lot of these crews as well. I mean, spring breaks are different for everyone, but they're either about to go on their spring break or just coming back from it, or they did them in March. And when you're on spring break, they do 2 practices every single day, and they're out on the water, so they are likely trained and ready for this.
So there's no break at all.
No, there is for spring break. Oh yeah, for rowers.
Yeah. No break.
No.
And we got our first heat of the men's Club 8 coming down. In lane 1 on the right of your screen, Pittsburgh. Lane 2, Lafayette, URI, Villanova A, Penn State, and Michigan B. And it looks like we've got, is that URI out in front?
I think so, yeah. Rhode Island out there rowing in this club event.
A great showing, already having some sort of separation as we get into the middle of this race. Yeah, there's no rest for these athletes. Rowing, unlike a lot of college sports, is a full year, so they could have done some fall racing, you do longer stuff. You still have all winter training, and then you come back and you got to hit it hard for spring season.
Yeah. You listen to some coaches tell it, Mike, and they'll tell you that these races are won in December and January, especially for these East Coast schools that can't get out on the water. That training over those months is generally the hardest part of the season for a lot of crews. Racing's fun, and getting out on the water is fun. There's nothing fun about a rowing machine.
No.
No.
You're not going anywhere.
No. Indoors, if you were like our Ergrim in college, we were underground. No windows.
Yeah, no windows. Yeah, absolutely.
No windows.
Now, can you listen to music and stuff like that or not?
Oh, you can, unless your coach decides that you should do an erg test without music. Please, this is a plea to all coaches. Don't do that. It was so hard.
I knew some running coaches that wouldn't allow their runners to listen to music.
You can't really wear headphones when you're rowing.
Yeah, you can't really wear headphones, but we do speakers. Let's just say, national team, we listen to music in all of our pieces. Just let them have it.
I mean, you guys are essentially professionals, though, too, so the coaches probably give you a little bit of leeway to do. No? I mean, I'm
yes
sure it's regimented, but
yeah,
in
we
terms
get enough
of those
control over ourselves and stuff.
To allow to at least play music.
Yeah. No, it is very important. It gets you going. I think, some people are like, oh, you don't have music on the race course. You got other stuff going on. You need to
I can understand
you've got
that.
this focus. You're focusing on the person in front of you. When it's you in the machine, you kind of need a little distraction sometimes.
Who's so far out in front here?
URI, just
Rhode Island?
crushing
Yeah,
it.
Rhode Island, and then looks like Lafayette in second place there, but pretty well off the pace as they enter the final 500.
So you'll see actually this Lafayette crew, an interesting technical choice that we haven't really seen before. It's a rigging choice, so you can see that the blades don't alternate port starboard every time. You have 2 next to each other, so that's called a bucket rig. So you have 2 oars next to each other. It often can help sort of just following, setting up a different rhythm, and especially in 4s, you often have a bucket rig where it goes port, starboard, port, or reverse.
Yeah. That can also be to offset different power imbalances in the boat.
So you can see the difference there.
In an 8, not so much. It might just be a choice of I want those guys in 7 and 6 next to each other, or he wanted that person in 6 seat, but that's a starboard rower, and so they rigged it so they could get that person into 6 seat, and then the rest of the boat is just a starboard stroked from 6 seat.
I mean, not too much space back to these 3rd and 4th place crews, and since this race also, the next 2 fastest times after 1st and 2nd get to the final, these crews are going to be pushing as hard as they can to make sure they have one of those times.
Yeah, no petite here for the men's Club 8. Just a grand tomorrow.
So, everything on the line, like I was saying before, this is the nerve-wracking. You got to get to the final to have a chance.
There's a co-ed combination. Looks like Michigan.
Yeah, have a female coxswain. So that, yeah, I mean, it is a great change to just like you can recruit more women, you can recruit men onto a women's team, and then at the international level, it just gives you more options for who you can choose to be your coxswain. So it does look like Uri took that win, and we'll see how the times.
Ooh, 2nd.
Yeah, squeezing through the line there.
All right.
Well, we have one more heat of the men's Club 8.
Yeah, and they should be getting down the course pretty shortly. It's 2:24 now, so they're in the stake boats at this point.
That's really sometimes when the nerves hit you. You're sitting there. You sometimes have to wait at the line, and that can be the most anxiety-inducing. Sometimes you're like, I just want the race to start now.
Just do this.
But sometimes, look, one of the most important things, the coxswain is involved, but you have a stake bolt holder, so somebody's holding the stern of your boat. The wind is kicking up a little here. You can get a crosswind. You want to make sure you are starting exactly straight. Because as I mentioned before, like if you're on the rudder, especially at the start, it slows you down a lot. So you want to be as straight as you can in the lane when you start. Give your crew the best advantage as you can heading off the line.
I know it's hard to cover a race this big.
Yeah.
This 2,000 meters, for God's sake. So down at the start, we saw a few shots. It's a dock, right?
It's a dock. So the stake boat holder will be laying on their stomach, holding the stern.
Holding on to it.
Yeah, well, they sort of have to lightly hold it because when the flag goes down or the horn goes off, you just let go and they go away.
They can assist a little bit with making sure that the boats are lined up, that the bows are all starting in the exact same position by just pulling in, pushing out a little bit. You don't want to rely on them too much because they're often volunteers.
There you go. You want to drag them in.
Hey, even in Tokyo, we literally had kids as our stake boat holders.
Really?
So,
Kids.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not the most reliable of...
At the international level, they do have these things called boots. So that's we're getting the next thing. They're plastic. They come up out of the water and they hold the bow of your boat in place. And then it means everyone has to be exactly even on the start because it matters so much. But here, you've got... you just got to trust the refs. They're going to do it perfectly and just line up the bow balls, especially as we were talking about the different shells. The shells are different lengths, actually, sometimes, even between different 8s. So you need to make sure that they are sort of pushed in, pulled out the right amount so that everyone is starting equal.
How can they be different lengths?
From different manufacturers. But look, we got a great race coming down
this is a
here.
really good one.
Oh, wow.
Head-to-head, 2 crews, and our 3rd place not far off the pace.
This is New Hampshire, Connecticut, Villanova, George Mason, Michigan.
Yes.
Delaware.
So it looks like Delaware and Michigan going blow for blow in that outside lane. Very close to each other. Possibly it was Connecticut as the 3rd place crew. But sort of this race is sort of separated 3 and 3. You get a little spacing back to the rear 3 crews.
Yeah, New Hampshire, Villanova, George Mason there. A little bit off the pack. And here we go. We've got a nice shot going on there. Nice. Really, really close race there out in 5 and 6 with Michigan and Delaware. And then about a length back here is potentially Connecticut or New Hampshire. It's tough to tell exactly. So if, let me see. It is Connecticut. in lane 2 there.
But looking good, not really letting anything go.
Yeah, it looks like out there in front, maybe Michigan just pulled ahead by a couple seats. Strong third quarter of the race by them. But really, Delaware's holding on still, so it's really not anything to be sniffed at. Delaware, a long time, really good men's club program. I believe Coach Crawford helped build that program up. A lot of friends from high school went and rode at Delaware because it's very close. They take a lot of prep rowers, so a lot of prep guys at Delaware.
And here's the results from heat number 3 at the Women's Club 8. Central Oklahoma taking that win, closely followed up by Seattle Pacific. And then Mercyhurst. This was just top 1 to the finals, so we'll have to look at times. But it does look
pretty
like
good times there from Seattle and Mercyhurst, so it'll probably be tight, but they likely put up a good score. Yeah.
Okay, here's our really dual fight between Delaware and Michigan right here.
Yeah, they're taking a couple looks to the right, though. They're checking on Connecticut. You see them, a couple guys looking out to the left here at Delaware from the Michigan boat. Delaware, staying centered. Except for 2 seed. His head's a bit all over the place, but it doesn't seem like he's looking at anything.
Look, sometimes you're just trying to figure out what you're doing next.
There's a man with a very big beard.
He might be trying to match his catch, is what it looks like to me, but it doesn't seem like the most effective way to be doing that.
But we do have another bucket in our Michigan boat, so you know.
Oh, yeah.
Some people, they love a bucket. They swear by it. The physics for a 4 apparently is supposed to be really good.
Interesting.
In terms of moving the water. But it does look like Michigan is pushing out a little bit, almost bow to stern on that Delaware crew.
Here are the results from that last race we just saw that Rhode Island walked away with. And again, this event is just top 2 moving on, and then the next 2 fastest times. So the crews that finished 3rd and 4th in this, and 5th and 6th in this race, will have to try and beat those times put up by the 3rd and 4th place finishers in Heat 1.
This isn't like swimming, is it, where you shave your whole body?
No.
No.
The wind resistance is not the same as fluid
swimming
mechanics.
Yeah, it's
you do not need to do that. As I was saying, the hairdos, you got to do whatever you want for your hair.
There's a style factor involved.
It definitely is. I think the look good, feel good, race good is very important.
Definitely.
We're doing way more than drag slowing you down.
Is a rower a little more avant-garde than an everyday human?
I would say we're more insane than an everyday human. We're weirder.
Yeah, there's definitely a weird factor for sure.
All right.
But out there.
Seems like there's a high intelligence level.
I do think that there is something to be said for all of these kids are balancing school and a sport, and I just think that that in itself takes a certain type of person.
Yeah.
You can't be a dummy. There's just no way that you're going to manage everything. It's not possible.
No.
So.
I do think there is a bit of a false correlation, though, at times when it comes to that type of thing, because the best schools at rowing are often very good schools academically. And, of course, those kids have to get into those schools a lot of times on their own merits. The Ivies don't just take people who are not doing well on their SATs. They do have a threshold that you need to meet. But, there is a certain level of recruiting that is involved, as with other sports.
How important is the coach?
Very important.
Really?
Yeah, it's a big factor.
Because it's such a technically detailed sport, you really have to be a good communicator, because you have to, whatever your vision of what a good stroke is, you need to make sure everybody on the team understands that. And you sort of have to teach so many people that you have to be good at teaching people who learn differently. You also have to be a great motivator, because it is hard. Sometimes you don't want to do it. You don't want to do another set or another piece. And so the coach is really important.
Do you do any film study of your own practices to break down your own strokes, even within the context of an 8?
Yes. So we have usually our coxswain, if we're in smaller boats, or one of our coaches will take video of us, and then we can look at it with our coaches. sometimes gasp because you're like, what am I doing with my catch?
Soaring that
But
oar.
It is great, and like especially you really slow it down, like frame by frame, look at it.
Yeah, you guys
see where
probably
you
get
can
into the
shave
real
things off.
minutia of it, I'm sure.
Yeah, and so coaching is incredibly important. Shout out to Jesse Foglia, my new coach at the training center. He's excellent. I really have loved all the coaches I've had, all my college coaches, Tom Terhar and Laurel Korholz, who are my Olympic coaches, and my coach last year. Like, Tom was coach of the national team for years and years. Just so much of a wealth of experience. Coaches really are so important. And we'll see. 2 of these boats coached by the same program. So
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bryn Mawr A, Bryn Mawr B. So we'll see how it shakes out, and Franklin and Marshall in between them. So, might be a grudge match between teammates, or,
Yeah.
We'll see what
It does look
happens.
like that Bryn Mawr A boat has a bit of an advantage right now out in lane 6, and then.
But they would have the
Franklin
same
and Marshall.
coach.
They would have the same coach.
Yeah.
But so usually you have at least like a head coach and assistant coach at most of these programs, possibly a second assistant. And so usually the 1V will be coached by the head coach, and possibly the 2V is coached by an assistant coach. So,
It depends on resources, though.
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
it depends.
They might be practicing with each other every day, especially because earlier we did see some Bryn Mawr 4s. So, you never know the depth of a program's coaching. So these crews might practice together.
And then a lot of these programs also, sometimes you'll have grad assistants. I have a friend who's an assistant at Smith. It's like a similar college, 7 Sisters. And it's very important to like have those other people who are rowers around, bring them in, bring in their knowledge. Honestly, sometimes the more people helping you out, the better.
Just as important as the amount of coaches you have is often the amount of launches you have access to. Because if you only have 2 launches for your program, then you have to break the team up into 2 groups. And then it can become difficult to really devote the type of attention. So, as I've said, it is really a sport of the haves and the have-nots. It's possible to overcome, but technology and resources is a really important part of the sport.
What's the first thing you learn? Like on the first day, do they put you on a rowing machine? Or?
Yeah, when I
Yeah.
was coaching juniors, the first thing you do is put them on an erg, because it's the easiest to sort of take away all the extra aspects of getting your blade in the water, being in time with other people. Just figure out the legs, body, arms, arms, body, legs.
Yeah,
legs, body,
the
arms.
stroke is really the first thing you have to learn, because it's a universal experience of a rower to walk into a public gym and to see someone using the rowing machine and
In a wrong way.
just
Yes.
looking like they're going to hurt themselves.
Well, that's always my concern. I'm like, I don't want to ever be that person
Yeah.
who's telling you you're doing it wrong. But
just don't
I
want you to
know
hurt
too
your
many
back,
people who've
yeah.
had slip discs and stuff.
Exactly. It puts your back in a really compromising position if you're doing it wrong. So, yeah, just teaching people the correct mechanics of legs, back, arms, and then following up the slide the opposite way is really the first step.
So it looks like Bryn Mawr first and last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Bryn Mawr A.
The Franklin and
ahead.
Marshall sandwich.
Franklin Marshall's in Pennsylvania, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Lancaster?
Yep.
And here are our results from the second heat of the men's Club 8. Michigan taking that win, followed up by Delaware and then Connecticut. These ones, again, it's top 2 to the final, and then we'll have to look at the times for the rest of the participants in that grand final.
Strong race here from the Bryn Mawr rowers. Really strong out in lane 6, just plodding the boat along.
But,
They
Bryn
look
Mawr
strong.
B, they still might make it to the final. This is top 2 plus the next 2 fastest times, so they
Right.
will just sort of have to see based on the second heat if they're
Yeah.
gonna
Would they
make
know
it.
that now?
No, they
No.
won't know because
Oh.
it's the next race, and then
They'll have to see.
They'll have to see.
They just have to beat one person in the next race in order to get through. So they'll have a chance.
I keep seeing some of these teams, when they're not racing, just constantly warming up.
Well, okay, I do think like a pretty long warm up, and also, honestly, not getting straight off the water is important because you want to flush out. You have built
Oh.
up so much lactic acid that that's what's making you hurt so much at the finish line. And the best thing for that actually is to keep moving,
Keep
even though
moving.
you do not want to keep moving.
It's like anything. Like when you're growing up playing any sport, there's a cool down period that coaches are taught to introduce to their young athletes.
Yeah, anything. Don't just stop.
Exactly. Lactic acid is the real enemy of this sport.
Yeah, just the immense pain you
Yeah.
go through. Not pleasant. Worth it though if
We
you're
used
Bryn Mawr
to-
in the lead.
When we were in high school, we'd get done like rowing, like long, hard erg pieces, like a 6x2K or something like that, and we would just toss our legs up on the wall, just trying to drain them.
Honestly, if you've got any people who are racing tomorrow, that is excellent advice. You're in your hotel rooms overnight, put your feet up on the wall.
Yeah.
It really does help to drain any fluid that you have that settles in your legs. You want to get it out as quickly as possible.
Move the sandbag. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay, we're definitely having some more wind. We're having a few tents fly over up here at the boathouse.
Definitely a
So-
tailwind, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It makes you go a little faster. It does affect the catch, though,
Yeah.
a good bit. It makes that really hard to get your blade in.
It also sometimes, for people who are new, you want to really like feel each stroke, and
Yes.
it like takes the feeling away from you because it's light, and so you can't. Sometimes then the negative thing is people, they stop at the catch because they really want to feel it. Then you kind of got to let it go a little, and just with the tailwind, tap it along like you're sort of just like pushing something gently along as you go down the race
A
course.
tailwind can often be a real difficult, like a headwind for an open weight or a heavyweight crew is a headwind's really normally the worst thing you're going to find. For lightweight crews, that tailwind can really kind of, because you're just lighter, it's kind of picking you up off the water a little bit more. It can be a bit of a more of a struggle.
And it's getting a little bit dark to our right, the skies.
Yeah, let's check that weather report again, because it did say that they were going to hold off until 6.
Well, hold off.
And now the rain's
Please
coming.
do.
The rain's coming back right
Ooh.
now. So we'll see. It looks like thunderstorms in the area around 4 p.m. So
Well, we should make it then.
Okay, we'll hopefully make it through for all of these.
we don't have too much left.
Yeah, it's just the women's varsity 8s and the men's varsity 8s. So we'll
Yep.
see.
Yeah.
And the second heat of the women's varsity 8 D3 coming
Yeah.
up next after this, but it does look like Bryn Mawr A is very easily in front, going to take that win.
So if you're sitting at home and you're wondering, well, why don't they just run the races a little bit faster? Well, it's difficult to get that information down to the coaches, who then have to get their crews out onto the water to, be up at the thing at the start line earlier, and also, you're compromising your boat's warm up, which is never what you want to do. You don't want to put your athletes in a position where they could get hurt.
Well, I've got radar up here.
How's the Doppler looking?
It looks like we have another hour. There is a small cell just to the south of Philadelphia.
Who's the Fox Philadelphia meteorologist? Is it
Well, we have many people. We have Kathy Orr.
okay?
Sue Serio does our weather in the morning.
Okay.
Scott Williams is another meteorologist.
Okay.
Drew Anderson.
Nice.
It's a team.
It's a team.
Huge team.
Yeah.
But radar's looking pretty bad to the to the west of Philadelphia. But it looks like at least 45 minutes before it hits.
Yeah.
It's getting windy though. Yeah, it's getting. There's a front coming through.
We really. I don't want to touch it because we're not part of the production team. So they're over in that trailer over there. If you want me, I can come grab the.
I can help you. You got it. Y'all can't leave. So, our camera that you're looking at me at here is under a little bit of an awning, but it's a temporary tent. So that's a lot of them are being blown away. The one way out there got blown away. So the wind is picking up, and the thunderstorms are moving in, but it looks like we still have 45 minutes before it hits this particular location. But we have wind already, but not rain.
No, I think we're going to be in the clear,
Yep.
which is exciting.
By this much.
That's what rowing is about, just living on the edge.
On the edge.
No one could ever say that we make things simple.
There's a pretty big thunderstorm to the west of Philadelphia.
Well, hopefully
moving slowly.
blow through tonight, get nice weather for tomorrow. It's looking
Gorgeous for
gorgeous
tomorrow.
tomorrow. A little cooler, which honestly I think rowers prefer. Like 65 and a little cloudy is perfect.
It was perfect this morning. Yeah.
It was perfect this morning. I had a great row this morning, guys. It was so nice.
I had a great ride over here in Uber.
Mercer's such a great course.
The wind can kick up though. It has like
Yeah.
a nasty crosswind at the top sometimes. Not this morning. She was being nice to us. It was so good.
It's a fun course for spectators over there. I've always found it was fun when when I was watching my siblings row. It was always fun to go hang out at Lake Mercer.
Yeah, we got a good you can stand all along the bank at the finish line and see what's going on, and you can be really close.
Yeah, it's close to the beach.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
So watching I-Race this past year was very fun. Watching the Columbia Lightweights unexpectedly win, and some of their teammates jumped in the water. I was like, don't do that. It's so gross. Most race courses.
Don't you ever fall in?
I haven't flipped a boat in many years. You do flip occasionally, though. And someone flipped at Worlds this year, so you never.
Oh my God.
Never too
even the
elite to
best
flip.
in the world. I've been in the Schuylkill River more times than I like to tell people.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But look, in these we've got these 8s coming down of Stockton, Cabrini, Catholic, and Stockton B on the right of your picture and Stockton A on the left.
This is Cabrini out of Philadelphia?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Great school.
College.
But it's pretty rare to flip an 8, so these athletes,
I would think.
Fun
stayed
fact.
mostly dry.
My aunt Eileen has her number retired at Cabrini College for basketball.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Number 24. She stole my mom's number. Younger sister.
That's what younger siblings do.
Yeah.
But it does look like we've got Catholic and Stockton A going blow for blow on these 2 outside lanes.
Yeah, it looks like who's on the outside there?
Stockton A is on the outside.
They kind of just came back a little bit.
Yeah.
Catholic had an edge there for the first 1,000, and then Stockton looks to have taken a couple seats with whatever move they just took.
So it's pretty traditional to take a move at the 1,000 meters. You're halfway through the race, get a little extra juice going. The thing is, because rowers take a move at 1,000, then teams sort of jockey. Do you take it slightly before the 1,000, slightly after the 1,000?
A little bit of gamesmanship of just taking it at a really random time is always fun.
You can be an absolute maniac and do a flying start at the 1K. It's an option.
That's crazy.
I don't advise it.
No, unless you've practiced it many times, it doesn't
Maybe
seem.
even if you've practiced it.
So this is Stockton versus Stockton?
No, this is Stockton versus Catholic.
Catholic.
Stockton B is back with Cabrini, but I do think we've got basically 2 dual races going on here, which is pretty fun. And still, like we mentioned for the last race, only one of these boats between these 2 heats won't make it to the A final. So times really matter. And, then recovery really matters for tomorrow to see who can take the win.
Step it up.
I mean, they're pushing away. That's what you want. Open water, best feeling. Keep opening that gap. It really gets, the excitement of your crew going. If you can see the boat behind you really start to push away.
I don't know if folks on the live stream can hear it. I doubt it. We have small mics. It does sound like there's a workout class going on above us at the moment. So apologies if you hear a little copyrighted music in this.
Yeah, we're not trying to break any rules here. But these Stockton athletes looking pretty good. And here are results from that first heat.
So that's the time right there by Bryn Mawr B that has to hold up to this next event. So
Yeah,
8:31.
We'll keep that in mind when we look at the next results. But Bryn
Pretty
Mawr
good
A.
time by Bryn Mawr A,
Yeah.
though. That's 7:42. Obviously, conditions change, but it stacks right up there with some of the better women's 8s we've seen throughout the day today.
So this little increase in wind would make a difference?
It definitely does. It helps you to go a little faster, especially.
Or slows you down if it's a...
Oh, if it's a headwind. But
Yeah.
It still looks like we've got a bit of a puff of a tail.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's up to us just to talk now.
Yeah,
oh,
one of
there
our
we go.
cameras went
Yeah,
down.
I think it was just one of the cameras.
Colin did. I put up on my Instagram if anybody wants to send me, shout outs for tomorrow. I had put it up yesterday. Colin was like, "How many drones are going to fall into the river?" None.
Well.
None. We have no drones falling into the river.
God.
Just great drone shots.
I've been working. This is my 3rd year doing stuff with 5 tribes. We've seen it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've had drones in trees, drones in water. It's just the nature of the business.
It's amazing how these drone pilots, how proficient they are. Have you seen drone racing on TV?
No.
It's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness.
It's really cool.
Going through obstacle course.
Yeah, it's up and down all the way through, and they're going very fast.
Our guys here are good.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great shot here, just off the launch cam. Stockton looking pretty chill as they come down to line. You see these red buoys means they're in the final 250. Those big red markers are the finish line there. Which, sometimes can't come soon enough, even if you're winning.
Yeah, it's like, all right, how many strokes left? And the coxswain says, there's 10 strokes left, and then there's 20 strokes left, and
Liar.
yeah, you'll have words afterwards.
Hopefully fewer words if you're winning. And you're
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Oh, it was fine.
Yeah.
But back here to Catholic in second position.
Good race from them. Qualifying, they'll make it through.
And so we'll just see for those times what the results are going to be and who's going to make it through to the grand final.
All right, and we're down to our last two events, the big ones,
dogs.
right? Yeah, semifinals here. Seems like a lot of these folks will, so everyone is going to race tomorrow, at least for the women's varsity 8 event, because we will have 3 finals tomorrow. So no one's going home just yet from these crews. But again, you want to finish in the top 2 over these next 3 semis to make it to that grand. And then even the petite is something to strive for as you're rowing out there.
So these next 3, the top 2 in each one of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they've already
Guaranteed.
Yes, because they've already done a race, so this is not, no one gets through on times. You just have to win or come second. But yeah, like you're saying, I've had plenty of petite finals. Still go out for the win. Okay, we got in our first semi-final heat in lane 1, Iona. In lane 2, LaSalle. In lane 3, Connecticut. In lane 4, Villanova. In lane 5, Radcliffe Lightweights. And in lane 6, BU Lightweights. So that's pretty cool, having 2 lightweight crews in there. Honestly, those sometimes are the teams to beat.
Remind our viewers, lightweight. What's that mean?
So that means that the boat average weight is 130 pounds per person. You can have like a little fluctuation between people even and out that weight.
I think the max is 135 maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. So
it's like a pretty close range, and it's pretty different compared to. Let's see. I'll just out myself. I weigh 185. That's pretty different being an open weight.
Muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's very different. Of like I have a lot more mass to pull against the handle, and a lot of 6 foot tall college rowers similar size to me. It is different going out there as lightweight. You have to be so technically proficient, but it does look like we've got these 2 boats.
So we're up here. So that's Boston University and Radcliffe, the 2 lightweight boats. Earlier this morning, Boston won their heat at 6:56. So they got to pick their lane assignment here. They picked that lane 6. And then Radcliffe actually came in second in their heat, but with a faster time than Boston. So again, this is just a good example of how, obviously this race isn't anywhere close to done, but, comparing heat times is not an exact science. But this is a big race right now.
Well, why wouldn't the lightweights be winning? They're a lighter weight.
Well,
that's not how it works.
But that's not always how it works, because on average, lightweights have slower erg scores because you're a little smaller, you're a little lighter, but not always. So it's pretty cool to see. You just need to be more efficient when you have less mass.
There they go.
But
right
sometimes, regardless, you just need to be whoever's most efficient. They both look like they're rowing beautifully up there in first and second place.
Yeah. So it looks like, as we talk about the petite final here, it looks like Iona's a little bit off the pace, and then LaSalle and Villanova are currently in position to advance 3rd and 4th. But Connecticut there in lane 3 is really not too far off.
I got to give a shout out to Emma Painter, who's in the Connecticut boat. Her sister is actually was one of our spares, Hannah Painter, for the World Championship this year. An excellent rower, went to Princeton. So rowing, it's in the blood sometimes. It's the whole family affair.
Yeah, as Boston University continues to open up their lead, and I can attest to that, as I have, as I said, five siblings, 3 of whom were rowers in high school, 2 of which ended up rowing at college. My sister was a Bucknell Bison. She won Dadville's, and then my brother was a Princeton lightweight, and he was a pretty prolific rower at his time at Princeton, winning the Henley Royal Regatta. So it is a bit of a family affair for most of us. Once one person gets in, it kind of kicks the door down for everyone else to get in. And as I've said, my mom has now taken up the sport as she's become so attached to it through us.
Thank God none of my siblings got into rowing.
Well, okay, sometimes it's good. Sometimes it pushes each other. And sometimes you're like, get out of my lane. This is my thing. But,
Nah, we were never like that.
BU. They don't have anybody in their lane. They're crushing it.
Yeah.
But it's still, we've got our trailing boats back there having a pretty good fight between 3rd and 5th place. Not a ton of separation between those 3 crews.
Yeah, it kind of has stayed the same in the last 500 meters. Connecticut hanging on. They're within striking distance here, so they've got to put on a good move in this last 500 meters if they want to make that petite final. But 2 spots in our grand pretty much locked up. Obviously, nothing's done until they cross the finish line. But Boston University, really, really strong strokes here from these ladies.
Yeah, so they will be going, the lightweights have their own separate championship at the end of the year at IRAs.
Right. Yeah, it's a whole separate
Princeton
event.
Lights, Harvard Lights, BU, Stanford.
Yeah. The Navy's always competitive.
Mm-hmm. But
The East Coast schools do seem to dominate the lightweight rowing at the very least. The heavyweight and the open weight, the SEC, the Pac-12 schools really shine in those events.
Well, they have such an advantage as far as the weather.
Well, it depends. So UW, University of Washington, is one of the strongest open weight women and men's schools. And Seattle, you'd think,
not
yes
ideal
and
weather.
Mm-hmm.
no, not ideal weather. But also, it doesn't get super cold, so they're able to
No.
train on the water in the winter. But I will say my national team teammates from UW, pretty gray skies for a lot of their college experience.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand that in Syracuse. That's one of the worst places on earth.
I would think it'd be really rough to practice when it's like 34 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
imagine
not frozen.
Do it all the
imagine
time.
Yeah, imagine it at like 27 degrees when
Well, so-
it still hasn't frozen.
Especially these Boston schools, you're out in the Charles regardless of what's going on because it never freezes, but it's just cold.
Oh, that's right.
Ooh, and look at this, tight finish between 3rd and 5th here down to the line.
But yeah,
That was a tooth.
Syracuse, in terms of weather, is almost certainly the snowiest big city in America. Outside of Worcester, Massachusetts, I think it gets the most snowfall of any city. And it's also just cold and windy and just all around miserable. But
Wow, you're really selling your
yeah,
school.
great school. Honestly, I had a lot of fun.
Well, here's our results from our second heat of the D3 women's varsity 8s, with Stockton A taking that win. I think that means, based on these times, that Stockton B and Bryn Mawr B are into the final, and it does look like
Yeah,
Cabrini
Cabrini's gonna
has
be the
not
one.
made.
Yeah,
Aw.
that Stockton time was, I think the Bryn Mawr time was 8:31.
I think so.
Yeah, so Stockton sneaks in there, and Cabrini headed back over to
Philly.
Delaware County. Yeah.
But, great racing regardless.
But Stockton's in New Jersey, right?
Yeah, I
yeah,
think so.
Galloway. All right.
Cool. On to semifinal number 2. I don't know if we ever saw the finish there to see who out of LaSalle, Connecticut, and Nova made it to the petite, but we'll get those results up as soon as they come through. In our next event is Stetson in lane 2, Eastern Michigan, Fordham, Duquesne, and Drexel. And this morning in the heats, we had the fastest time out of these crews was Drexel at 6:51. So again, that lane 6 seems to be the preferred lane here on the Cooper, which I think makes a lot of sense. And then Duquesne had a 7:01, Fordham 7:03, Eastern Michigan 7:06, and Stetson 7:14, and they're off.
So honestly, those are pretty tight times in the morning, and especially this comes down to their second race of the day. How hard did they go out for those first races? Can they change anything for this second race? Tighten up. Maybe you didn't have a great start, a great sprint. It really is going to come down to how you execute
The
this.
Drexel at 6:51. That's cruising, isn't it?
It's pretty good.
I was telling Mike earlier, recounting my story of high school nationals on this river. We ended up not qualifying, with the fastest time, so we ended up in lane 6 because it went by the high school rules of lanes 3 and 4 are the best times. And by the end of the afternoon, there was a crazy headwind. There were white caps out here on the Cooper. So the schools in lanes 3 and 4 just got pounded, and we got in lane 6 and 5 we got shaded a little bit by these trees from some of the really bad wind and the really bad waves out there, and we're able to sneak out a second place finish. So that might be what's playing into lane 6 being the preferred lane out there today.
You can see how dark it's getting in the background there.
It really is. Storm clouds come in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And Drexel really strong performance here in the first 1,000 meters.
But it does look like Fordham is out in second place, so that would be the other qualifying position. Though, not far behind the rest of those crews, but they'll be really looking to hold on and probably push back on Drexel to make sure they get to the A final.
Yeah, so Drexel's heat this morning was the fastest of the 3 heats. Fordham was in a similar speed heat as heat number 2, but Fordham did put up a slower time than Duquesne, only marginally, but it's just something to look out for, as Fordham with a really, really solid performance here so far.
There they are, right in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it's pretty tight racing. Nobody's getting left behind here. That field from 2 through 6 is pretty close.
So we did see another Fordham 8 earlier in the second half of the day, did we not? Was that a freshman 8?
Yes, or
it was
Club 8. But it looks like Drexel, they've got open water here over Fordham. Fordham looking like they're almost going to push to open water as well.
There's some results from earlier.
Okay, so this is our, times from our first heat. Boston University lightweights taking the win, and Radcliffe coming in second for that spot for the grand final.
Yeah, so earlier today that was Fordham's 2V that had that really strong second 1,000 to claw back into a position for the grand final. So Fordham had a lead heading into this second 1,000, but we'll see if that's a consistent theme among this team at Fordham if these crews make a second 1,000 push.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe this is my friend Rebecca Gronsdahl, their head coach. Maybe this is how she's trained them, which honestly, not a bad way. It's
I'm a
middle of the course. It's really where you can gain the most ground. Keep chipping away, push those crews behind you, and getting yourself in a good position.
Yeah, and again, top 2 finishers moving on, and it is a close race for second as Drexel really just really dominant performance, even more so than they had in the morning heats. Probably got a little bit left in the tank. Ready to kind of put it all out there, recover before their race tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm. Do you get full ride scholarships?
It depends. The Ivy League, no scholarships. Other places, yes, but you also can be on partial or earn full scholarships. It depends. So, that is a lot of these people, that's how they're able to go to college, which is, I think, one of the most amazing things about college sports. Is just giving people opportunities that they might not have gotten otherwise. Especially universities, let's be real, too expensive. What are you guys doing?
Oh my God, yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
But Drexel looking very calm and collected in the lead right now.
I had two of my brothers went to Penn State, and I'm pretty sure they're the favorite children.
Just based on pricing?
Yeah, it was less money than a private high school to go to Penn State, but of course my sister went to Bucknell.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, but it is amazing. You can save your parents some money for this. But also, get a great education while getting a lot out of your sport.
I know, at least speaking from my high school, it does entice a lot of athletes from better sports, especially because we have a really good high school program.
What do you say, better sports here?
Oh. Let me rephrase. Cooler sports.
More popular.
Well-known.
Less rewarding
popular.
Sports. Popular.
Yeah, sorry. That was just me speaking from my desire to have been a basketball star, even though I was a terrible basketball player.
Well, it looks like we're heading back up to, just with the drone, but here's the shot of the finish line with Drexel coming in with the win. And we'll see if Fordham held on to that lead with the trailing crews to be in the second qualifying spot for the grand final.
Drexel.
Good line.
Yeah.
Looks like Fordham was
It did look
still
like Fordham
there
was
and
there.
clear. So good job to the Dragons and the Rams.
So-
Yeah, I know some school mascots, but
Yeah.
I don't know that many.
Yeah.
What's a Stetson?
It's a horse.
I think it's
I
a
didn't know
hatter.
that. I thought it was. Isn't that a?
It's a quarterback who won the national championship at Georgia, Stetson Bennett.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I believe the Stetson hat was invented in Philadelphia.
It is a hat. You're right.
It is true. It's a hat.
I
But I
think
think
that-
their mascot is not a hat. So.
I think it's a hatter. All right,
would
I'm
be-
going to have to look it up.
Okay.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
The Stetson hatters. Looking it up. This is the important stuff.
All right, so
Really
our
is.
final heat here in the women's varsity 8, and again, the sun's back out, so spring thunderstorms for you. Just, never know where they're going to hit. It does say 4 p.m., 70% chance of thunderstorms.
We're
so
holding it off. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole week in New Jersey has been. Oh wow. it is
Beautiful.
They're the
Stetson
Hatters.
Oh, I guess it makes. I didn't know the hat in the logo makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been beautiful weather for you in Princeton. Yeah.
Yeah, but only just this week. It was 30 degrees Monday morning at
Oh.
practice. So, we've had a big switch to the 80 degrees
That's
at the end of the week.
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was up in. It was like closing on 90 in Philly the other
it was-
day.
Rough. Our gym does not yet have AC in it, so just suffered a little, with our afternoon ergs this week.
Wow.
But I'm lucky I get to head out to California in 3 weeks, so then I'll be Chula
Yeah.
Vista, Southern California. It's pretty nice
Yeah.
all year round. Not that I don't love New Jersey, but I do love other places more. The New Yorker in me cannot admit that New Jersey is that nice. So
I know.
sorry.
You
It's the-
can't say
It's
it.
just the way it is.
Yep.
It's the Garden State. Come
Yeah.
on, it's beautiful. Making all the veggies.
Have you driven on I-95?
That's the only bad part. The swampland.
Yeah. No, but a beautiful day out here, and great racing to match it. So always a win.
So we got MIT in this next one?
Yeah, so that MIT, St. Joseph's, West Virginia, MIT-A, and Delaware. So Delaware was the winner of their heat. And I was just about to say, Delaware had a time of 6:58.54. MIT-A was 6:59.96.
Ooh, it's going to be good.
It looks like we're seeing
Yeah.
them come across right in front of the boathouse right now, exactly between those two crews.
Exactly. Yeah, so Delaware and MIT-A fighting it out. West Virginia in a strong third position. Follow behind them, St. Joe's, and then MIT-B there in fifth at the moment, but they're not off of that petite final just yet.
No.
But a strong race between Delaware and MIT. When we get that up on the screen, we'll see in the second 1,000 who starts to make any separation, and if not, hopefully we get a photo finish. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. The
Yeah.
closer, the better.
It's
Fight
great.
to the line.
That's what's fun about aggregate racing, is that tomorrow we'll definitely have some tight races as these times start to merge together into one final race.
It's always nicer watching the racing versus doing it for stuff like that. I'm like, it's not my agony-inducing crew out there. Like,
Yeah, losing by like half a seat is one of the tougher
No.
experiences.
I've done it. It's
Same.
rough.
Same.
It's why you're never out of it. You got to keep going.
Exactly,
the
yeah.
whole way.
Now, if you lose by
Sometimes
a photo finish, do you keep that photo?
No, but I think if you win by a photo finish,
You
keep
keep
the
that photo. Yeah.
Especially the photos are great because they have to like parallax bend it, and it's like the oar is bent because everything is slightly timed differently.
There's a
I've never won by a photo finish or
No?
lost. I've lost by like a seat, like a
I think I've lost
hundredth.
like point 0.3, 0.2,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
Never 0.01 or
Yeah.
0.2.
we'll stay away from that.
Yeah, that's the tough stuff.
Yeah.
How close was Tokyo?
It was pretty close. The spread between first to fourth was 2 seconds.
Oh, my God.
I think I watched
What?
that. I think
Yeah.
I watched that race and I was like,
So-
that was fantastic.
Thank
It
you.
was a really great race.
Didn't feel amazing in it because
No.
it's
No.
hard to lose, but
Here's a good shot here as they enter the final 500, and it does look like Delaware has inched out in front here of MIT.
It was a pretty good, angled spread. And that's what we'll see tomorrow is often. So if you have the stacked crews in the middle based on times, you'll get sort of a V formation, and if they change it so, the favored lane is lane 6, you'll get this sort of spread across the course.
Yeah, like a bar graph going up.
Mm-hmm.
Was that why it looked like that?
Yeah, because they
45-degree angle.
They were the favored crew, so everybody is going. I don't want to say it's predictable, but you're repeating your performance from the morning. That if you put down that fast time, you're able to replicate it.
We're looking at Delaware.
Mm-hmm. Still looking good. I know you're still upset. The hats don't match.
It's the same boat.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least.
They didn't listen to us.
No. It was the same boat as earlier, but I think the bun out of a 6-seat is detrimental to the visor.
I don't believe it. Buns are the way to go, or power braids.
It does seem like a lot of buns.
A lot of buns, a lot of braids. Yeah.
I will say, somebody with longer hair, if you whip it around, not as great. You want to keep it sort of out of your view. I do not understand, track stars that can run with hair down.
They're kind of the sprinters are kind of incredible.
Insane. It would annoy me so much.
They get their nails done too. Like the Jamaican sprinters, they look great.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they look amazing. I just could not.
Yeah. In high school in Philly, there's a lot of pageantry involved with the different schools. So you'll see like the girls from Marion Mercy put a bow in their hair. The guys from Conestoga, they wear bucket hats. It's like Malvern Prep wears bucket hats. It's just kind of a little crowd.
That's kind of fun.
End. Yeah, or just veering off a little as they come through the line. This thing, you gotta be a little careful even when you come through the line. There is not that much space here at the Cooper. You kind of gotta
it ends really quickly.
And give each other space. Not as bad as I have friends down Pan American Games qualifier this weekend. We got a video from our high performance director. They have maybe 30 meters past the finish line. You have to check it down. That's stressful. Have you ever done
that? Stinks.
Canadian Henley?
No, I never rode a Canadian Henley.
So short, you need to stop right away. There's a wall behind there.
That's terrifying. I mean, I've had to do it a couple times on the Schuylkill when our coxswain almost ran us into the Columbia Bridge. But that's always and that's pretty close too. But that's just user error.
We didn't mean to do that.
No.
Whoops.
Really, you build up that much speed.
You really do.
How fast are they going, Charlotte? Do you know the top speed of like your boat?
I mean, my problem is I know it in splits, and then I don't actually know what the
miles
splits
per hour
are.
It's like per 500 meters is generally
15 kilometers per hour. It's not that fast.
No.
In the scheme of cars and things.
It's faster than you would run 2,000 meters, though, right?
Definitely I would run.
Yeah.
Here we have the results from the second semifinal. Drexel taking that win. Fordham staying in second for the qualifying positions for the grand final tomorrow. That means Duquesne and Stetson will go on to the petite final, and Eastern Michigan to that third level final. But, not that much spread in the times between, the back half of these crews.
No, and they're faster than they were this morning by a good margin. It does look, this tailwind, that you can see the water out there's got,
some
the
flow.
the surface is moving a good bit. So that, that speeds up the races a little bit.
I will say, world record for the women's 8. It's 5:52. So it's pretty fast.
What is the men's? Is it sub 5?
No, it's 5:18, I want to say.
Wow.
I only know I know weird specific ones. Like I know that the men's pair is 6:08. Shout out to the New Zealanders. But
wow.
They can row 2,000 meters
fast
in under 6 minutes.
Yes.
The men's pair is only like 20 seconds slower than the women's 8, which is just mind-blowing.
That's why I always looking at the lightweight double times versus the open weight double times. They're not that different.
Yeah.
We've got our first semifinal for now the men's varsity 8s with Catholic, Fairfield, Army, Trinity, and MIT.
Here they come.
Yeah, so these will be fun. I'll pull up the results from earlier this morning in the men's event for this, and we'll see what they finish. But again, it does seem like it's playing out pretty similarly to the women's, where lane 6 is likely the qualifier from earlier. That is MIT. And MIT did win their heat. Their time was 6:06. They actually had the slowest heat with that time.
But, they were a decent amount in front of Mercyhurst. Yep. So, maybe took the foot off the gas a little.
Yeah, for sure. And Trinity finished very close to Drexel in their heat this morning. So Trinity, and that was a close race with Michigan as well. So no Michigan in this race, but Trinity is here in lane 5. They're in second right now, but they're considerably back of MIT.
But pretty tight between second through fourth. So,
Yeah.
it's whoever's in that second position crossing the line. It's most important at the moment.
A lot of time left here for Army to claw back into this after Army, really didn't have a great heat this morning, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. So, maybe they had confidence that the weather would hold out for them this afternoon and they'd be able to put up a better time in the semifinal.
Also, sometimes if you feel like you're down in your heat and it doesn't matter too much, you would rather conserve energy, and you can see them expending it right now. It does look like Trinity maybe has 3 seats on Army, but that is
tight.
totally, they could come back. We'll see.
Yeah, and even Catholic there in lane 1 is not completely out of this at all yet.
Here are the results from the third semifinal for the women's varsity 8. So to round out our final for tomorrow, we've got Delaware and MITA. Let's see, pretty fast times from these crews.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Delaware's time and MIT's time compare to that Drexel boat that really went out there and dominated in that heat of theirs.
And the BU lightweights, honestly,
Yep.
they had a pretty fast time for their win as well.
Boy, this is tight. Army, Trinity.
Yeah, it's a tight race there, and you see.
This is when it's the most stressful. You're
Yeah.
like, we need to make it to the A final. You have to do whatever you can to get to that grand.
Because
Right.
third place is not going. That you're done.
Especially because you're rowing tomorrow either way.
Well, you have a petite final
A
tomorrow.
petite
Yeah.
final.
But,
Okay.
Right,
not
but you
for-
don't. Yeah,
You
right
want the
now-
grand finale.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right now, you don't want to be in that petite. That's
Yeah.
consolation.
Especially like Trinity, you're like, we want to hold on to this position. We want to walk away if we can.
Yeah.
Like, you've got to make sure you're doing everything right.
Yeah, coming up on just about 600 meters left to go here for our second and third place crew.
So it's also like having sort of these other markers on the course can be good for the athletes. If you see that dock out of the corner of your eye, you know the 500 is coming. You know how little time you have left in the race, and so you have to put everything into it at that moment.
They're all out right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much an all-out 2,000 meters for the most part, and then that last 250 is all out.
It's
like-
basically, one of my coaches explained it like you're operating at 98% capacity most of the time, and then because you're so close to 100, you inevitably are almost petering out at the end, but you're raising the rate to try to maintain the speed you've already been going. Most of the time, especially in an 8, you're not going to gain that much speed in the last bit, but you don't want to lose any speed, and you're going to use the rate to help maintain whatever you've got in the last bit of the race.
Yeah, I was trying to explain it a little bit earlier, but the 2,000 meter on the rowing machine is the real test piece of rowers across the globe, and it is essentially an all-out sprint. Obviously, you're pacing yourself to a certain extent. You're not going to go as fast as you would over 500 meters, but to the best of your body's ability over 2,000 meters, you're going as hard as you can.
I think the equivalent is like 800 on the track for running, where it's like it's long enough where you have to have a plan and the speed isn't entirely consistent, but it's painful.
Yeah, the 800 and the mile too is like that. Yeah, 800 is a good example though, because they really are sprinting for 2 laps.
Yeah.
2 full laps. Yeah.
And really nice shot here.
Way up.
So you can really see the separation. I mean, that's 4 boat lengths at this point. Like, they should be pretty comfortably in the lead.
Yep.
So Trinity is in the lighter boat.
Yes.
In
They
the
are.
middle.
So they're in second.
Trinity's comfortably
they're
gonna
bow to stern now. So that is, also a pretty good margin as they've got maybe 2 more strokes down to the line. You can just barely see those red buoys at the finish as Trinity goes through.
Yeah. Good race by Army, but just not enough in the end.
But really good effort, and
Yeah. They'll have a chance in that petite tomorrow to really shine.
try to go out and win it.
Yeah. All right, 2 more races left, folks.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're already at the end of the day.
Yeah,
It seems like we just started.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine. Slightly delirious, coming off 2 workouts, but
I was going to say, you came in here high.
yeah. Look, I didn't have to do pieces this morning. Luckily, my
nice.
coach switched them around. I did my 1500s yesterday.
Nice.
It's actually for somebody else, but it worked out for me perfectly.
Your
So-
pieces?
Yeah. So when you do, like this is, we'd consider like 1 2K is a piece, which I realize is weird. I was like explaining to somebody else, and I guess it is a rowing specific thing to call things pieces.
Yeah, I think so.
But yesterday I did 4 by 1500, so that's 4 pieces of work for yesterday. So.
Alone?
No. Luckily in a 4, so I had
Okay.
friends.
Okay.
4 by 1600, you said?
No,
Oh.
4 by 1500.
Oh, 1500. And what was
But
your
in a straight 4,
what's your recovery time on those?
5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that's tough.
So it's like equal rest, basically. I mean,
I feel like 5 by 15 is a pretty common erg workout
Yeah.
among colleges and high schools with 5 minutes rest in between.
no, it's good because you're like repeating. You're close to your race distance, but
Right.
not all the way there. And then like that's a pretty having equal rest is like to us considered a big rest interval.
Do you have a rowing machine at home?
Oh yeah, sadly in my basement, my parents' basement.
Okay.
Why do you think I did all pandemic? You know.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? We got our next race coming down past the boathouse.
Yeah.
Oh, there they go.
Looks like our first non-6 lane 6 leader here, Mercyhurst out of lane 5, out in front. Not too surprising. They didn't put up the best time, but they are a good program, so they might have been, practicing Charlotte's method earlier of once they got down, they kind of sat down.
Yeah, you're like, well, we'll just let other people have it right now.
Yeah.
But it looks like we've got to the right of our screen Iona, and then Michigan, Mercyhurst with that lead, and then Saul.
Yeah, so LaSalle's time was 6:01 this morning. Mercyhurst 6:15. So, obviously different heats, different circumstances, everything. But don't be surprised if we see LaSalle kind of keep this thing close as it approaches 7:50 left to go here.
I mean, that always is the decision. How much do you sprint? You can choose to go early. So that is what we're talking about. It's an all-out sprint, but if you raise the rate earlier, sometimes you can push the pace a little earlier, keep it up.
It does look like LaSalle has started to take some seats back here. Walking, as they would say.
They look like they're walking to me.
They
Yeah,
are walking.
they
They're
are.
taking back seats.
Yeah, they are. They're getting pretty close to even here with Mercyhurst. This is a fun race.
And now, see, 600 to go here. So this comes down to it. You've got only basically a minute left of the race right now.
LaSalle's outstroking them by a good margin at the moment.
So that's always you can tell if you look at how frequently the blade is going in the water, especially with these two crews right next to each other.
Yeah.
It gives you a good marker of, okay, if you're taking more strokes, hopefully you can push up against the other crew.
500 meters left. There's LaSalle. They've got a couple seats now. They really raised that speed. And let's see if Mercyhurst can.
Oh, shoot.
Well,
Maybe we won't see. We can look at our beautiful faces.
We'll look at
instead.
the results afterwards. But I mean, a really, really great.
Okay, I'll be
dual
Mercyhurst.
race.
There we go.
I mean, they look very calm still for like this is a tough
Yeah.
race. You can see it in 7 seats face, like gritted teeth at this point. But great rowing, relaxed shoulders from all these guys. Like that's what you want to see. You're just applying as much leg
Oh,
power
man.
as possible. But look at it, nothing
Look at
between
this.
them.
Wow.
This is great.
Wow. Here we go. Let's see where
Oh my
those
God.
red buoys
Is this the
start
photo
to kick
finish
in.
we were asking
Yeah.
for? I don't know. Okay, maybe not though.
Yeah,
Oh,
LaSalle's-
LaSalle.
Yeah.
They're going.
Looked like Mercyhurst took a final ditch effort there in that 500 to 250, and now has started to kind of lose that pace they had. But LaSalle's got 2 seats.
Oh, Mercyhurst.
I mean, that's pretty good. The thing is, so when you take it up for the sprint and you're going up in rate, you need to make sure you all take it up in the same way. So you can either do like faster hands around, you can focus on faster legs down,
Leg drive, yeah.
but like you all 8 rowers need to think about it in the same way. And
Mercyhurst, there they go.
Here they comes
There they go.
Mercyhurst.
Yep.
Yeah.
See that? Their rate just skyrocketed. They're going now.
Mercyhurst on the
there
right.
it is.
oh my goodness. Oh, I don't know.
LaSalle on the left.
I think LaSalle got it by half
I do
a
too.
deck, but man, Mercyhurst
Close
was,
cruise.
that last 100 meters from Mercyhurst was flying. They should have done that 100 meters earlier.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like you never know. You never
Yeah,
know how
it's
like
tough.
the wheels can come off like one stroke too many, and you're like, oh, the speed just goes down. But that'll be really exciting to see.
That was awesome. So
was
tomorrow's going to be more like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
for all
For
6
all
crews,
races.
probably. Well, all races, but specifically for the men's varsity 8. We just saw MIT go out in front. LaSalle and Mercyhurst just put up a pretty good time. We'll see in this event. Drexel, obviously, with the pole position, they're going to have the most favorable of. They're going to have the most favorable of.
Lanes.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Heats as
Oh,
well.
heats.
Yeah.
Because
So-
they had the fastest time, so then
Oh.
it's stacked based on that.
Mm-hmm.
But it will be interesting also to see, looking at those times from the second semi, comparing them to MIT, who was considerably in the lead, maybe took it
Yeah.
a little easier, just see how those times compare.
All right, here's our last race of the day, folks. In lane 2, in lane 3 is Adrian.
Yo.
Lane 4 is Lehigh.
I
and
do
lane
that joke
5
every time.
is George Washington. And out in lane 6, already out in front here, is Drexel with just a smidge of open water.
So
over
again, if you had the
GW.
best time, you get to choose which lane.
No, it's
They might have
seeded,
just they might
probably.
have just seeded 6 as the best lane for this tournament,
Okay.
for this cup.
Sometimes they've changed rules, different races. It often can be easier just that, like, the regatta has a policy of, like, okay, this is the weather conditions, this is the heat, this is how we're seeding heats,
Okay.
instead of letting people pick.
It's easier on a course like this. So a lot of my experience comes on the Schuylkill, just in commentating and in rowing, and it's a pretty. The current on the Schuylkill is influential in the races pretty seriously. Yep,
Oh.
a little goose action.
Goose action to finish it off.
They haven't learned, even by the end of the day, to get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the results from that first semifinal
Yep.
with MIT very clearly out taking the win, but Trinity also making it to the grand final.
Yep, Army settling for the petite there with the 6:01. Good time. Catholic 6:13. We'll see them tomorrow in the petite as well. And Fairfield is finished for the cup.
Back to Connecticut.
Yeah, sadly just headed home.
Oh. What do you think the numbers for LaSalle and Mercyhurst will be?
I bet,
Half a second or
Probably right
No,
around
no.
that 44. I would think.
yeah, and I think it's going to come down to the 100th.
hundredth?
Oh, between them.
Between them.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting a 10th of a second.
Yeah, it was very close.
very
Mercyhurst really came on there at the end. It was fun.
But that's what you have to think. So, like, if a whole boat length, the time for that is 3 seconds for a boat to get from basically bow to stern, it's quite tight when it was, like, about a few
That's
inches.
true.
So, it's quite tight. That's the thing. Sometimes I think about it, and we're the only sport that goes down to, at the elite level, we go down to the thousandth of a second.
1,000.
Everybody else, swimmers, they're like, 100th, we tied. Everybody else, they're like, oh, no. And we're like, no. There is a winner and there is a loser.
How do they measure it? Is it infrared or
I think it's just a high-speed camera.
high speed camera? That's it.
These Drexel Dragons looking good as they're coming down. Red buoys creeping up right
Yeah.
about now. It's that final 250 of the race.
So when they went by, GW was in that second position to go ahead, but Lehigh wasn't too far behind. So we'll have to see here how they end up finishing.
And just because it was so good, I have to tell you the results.
Go ahead.
Mercyhurst did take the win.
Wow.
0.07 over.
Wow.
0.07.
That is, that is how tight racing is. That is crazy.
You know,
that is
I
like,
have been saying all day that this finish is on just the slightest of slants.
Mm-hmm.
So Mercyhurst, even though it might have looked like LaSalle was out in front, Mercyhurst could have crossed just, marginally in front. That's very fun.
That's very fast. I mean, that's just going to be great to see in the final.
Yeah. All right, let's see who we got here. Yep, GW going to cross second here comfortably, and they'll round off our 6 in the men's varsity 8.
Great racing from them as well, and see what they can pull out tomorrow. Maybe make it up into the top 3.
Yeah, Lehigh there finishing up. They'll be in the petite along with Adrian.
Yo. It'll be the last time.
Well, this is our last race of the day, but all 3 of us will be back for all the races tomorrow.
So what time will that be? 7?
7:30, I think, is the first
7:30,
race.
first one?
Start
7:30 tomorrow
women's
morning.
single, kicking it off, and then all the way down to grand finals, the 8s.
I got to tell you, that was a beautiful day.
Yeah.
It was. Good job, Cooper. Thanks for keeping the weather together.
Yes, thank you, Cooper, River.
And a big thank you to 5 Tribes for all of this beautiful video production. We wouldn't be here without them. We'd have nothing to talk about.
And yeah, we'll sign off right here as we get a nice little shot of the Philadelphia skyline to send us off.
Joe and I are headed that way right now.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.